Chapter 26. 31 invading force. Sunny pulled Jet into the shadows, bringing them both to stand on the tall walls of the dark castle. Below them, an endless river of darkness was flowing out of its gates, slowly consuming the wide open expanse of the magnificent plaza. That was his Shadow Legion, every shade he had collected over the years, except for a few left to guard his citadel in the burned forest, and the sacred shades he could not summon on a whim. Men and nightmare creatures, united in the tranquil embrace of his deathly authority, those who came from the forgotten shore, the chained isles, from the cold reaches of Antarctica, the endless tides of the great river, the sweltering heat of Godgrave, the ash and cinders of the burned forest, and many places beyond those. All of them had come to the Eternal City now, assembling into a vast battle formation in utter silence, hundreds of thousands of dead warriors, all ready to wage war on the immortal swarm. Some flooded the plaza below, some manned the walls of the dark castle. The castle itself trembled as it stirred, casting a hungry gaze at the beautiful streets beyond. But that was not all. From the shadows to Sunny's left, Saint rose in the fearsome glory of her black armor. From the shadows to his right, Slayer appeared like a ghost. Far below, a towering figure forged from blackened steel and infernal flames stepped from the castle gates, the silver light of the distant spires reflecting dimly from the numerous jagged blades that littered its impenetrable carapace. A gargantuan serpent with onyx scales wrapped itself around one of the towers of the dark castle, letting out a chilling hiss that washed over the world as the war horn of death. A tenebrous steed with flames burning in its crimson eyes ascended the wall to stand beside its master, the ringing of its adamantine hooves echoing across the vast plaza. And finally, the shadows stirred and rose, coalescing into four dark figures. When they appeared, the light of the silver spires seemed to dim, and the abyssal darkness pressing down on the eternal city seemed to grow even darker. A cold wind blew across the plaza, bringing with it the promise of murder and death. Those four had the same face as Sunny, each wielding the power of a supreme being. That was the Lord of Shadows and his legion, an insidious and indestructible force, capable of washing over entire realms and reducing them to rubble. Now, that force had invaded the sunken city of the Demon of Repose. Standing by his side, Jet sighed quietly. Wow! She remained motionless for a few moments, observing the plaza. Where there had been only emptiness minutes ago now stood a fearsome castle. Beyond its walls, a vast army of silent shadows was ready for battle. The very atmosphere of the Eternal City had changed, announcing the arrival of a new, terrifying invader. Jet studied Sunny carefully, then shook her head. So this is the power of a sovereign. She had witnessed Nephi's descend into battle, but not the sovereign of death. Beholding his supreme power felt different, though perhaps because the visible manifestation of changing stars' power, despite its unimaginable destructiveness, was personal in nature. This, however, illustrated the essence of what a sovereign was far more demonstrably. A being who wielded authority as a weapon, whose influence spread over the world and subjugated multitudes. A ruler. It was strange to think that she was acquainted with a creature like that. Sunny gave her a confused look. Oh, right. You haven't really seen me get serious, have you? In Jet's defense, no one had really seen the Lord of Shadow wield his supreme power. The Shadow Legion had mostly been confined to the burned forest ever since Sunny became a sovereign, and he was the only human there. Cassie must have witnessed how tyrannical his domain was, but mostly, people had only glimpsed it during that last, fateful battle in Godgrave. Sunny had just barely attained supremacy back then, though, so it hardly counted as a conscious expression of his true strength. Jet shook her head again. No, and how do I put it? Strangely enough, you don't give an impression of someone who wields this kind of terrifying power. To be honest, it is hard to remember that you are a sovereign when you're around. Sunny grinned. Really? Why, thank you, that is by design. Jet raised an eyebrow, prompting him to shrug. Nobody said that a sovereign has to emanate a solemn and unapproachable aura of suffocating dominance, you know. All that zeal and worship Nephis is subjected to. I find it weird. No, thank you. There's a more practical reason why I prefer to act as a fun and easygoing demigod as well. It was because he could not allow anyone to worship him, since doing so would bring the forgotten god closer to awakening. Sunny sighed. Oh, and by the way, there is a reason why I summon my castle and my army now, and it's not just to make an awesome entrance. Jet smiled faintly. Let me guess, it's because thousands of these corrupted immortals are already rushing at us. Sunny was surprised. How did you know? She looked at the Shadow Legion. Because that is a defensive formation, and the shadows on the walls of the castle are all taking positions as if expecting a siege. Sunny remained silent for a few moments, then grimaced. You are right. I can't sense our surroundings very well, but I do feel them approaching more or less every abomination that has been dwelling on this particular island of the Eternal City. The first ones will arrive in under a minute, I'd say. He glanced down at the cocoon of black chains, which was contained in the courtyard of the dark castle now. So, we have around a minute to decide how to win a battle against these things. Chapter 26, 32 Attrition. Looking at the vast army of silent shades arrayed on the plaza below them, Sunny inhaled deeply. There wasn't much time for them to assess the situation and prepare for battle. But then again, this particular battle was merely the prelude for the frightening war that would swallow the Eternal City soon. He exhaled. Actually, I am not too concerned about this first skirmish. You should probably understand why. Jet was an experienced commander, after all. In fact, she was far more experienced than he was, in that regard. She had already been a high-ranking officer during the Southern Campaign, having commanded various government forces throughout her storied career. Taking charge of the entire First Irregular Company was merely the next step. Later, Sunny had mostly faced the perils of the Dream Realm on his own, while Jet's responsibilities grew exponentially. He did take charge of a contingent of the Sword Army in Godgrave, but that paled in comparison to her leadership experience, both civil and military. There was little difference between the two in the Age of Nightmares anyway, so he could hardly find a better advisor. She nodded. The Eternal City is vast, and it is separated into islands by the powerful currents of water. We have just arrived, so the nightmare creatures we will face are merely those of them who happened to be on this particular island when we landed. Her expression darkened. The other inhabitants of the Eternal City would have already sensed our presence, though. Even if they have not, the clamor of this battle will reveal our location to them. So, we will be beset by countless times more enemies before too long. And they will come at us from various directions, threatening to outflank our forces or bypass them entirely to reach the Night Garden. Sunny smiled faintly. So, what do you recommend we do? Jet fell silent for a few seconds, contemplating. Then she said in a somber tone, the situation is unusual because apart from the current rulers of the city, there is not one but two invading forces. The terrain is difficult as well. So, although I would have suggested that we entrench ourselves and let the enemy crush themselves into pulp against our defenses, that is not an option now. She glanced into the distance, calculating. We will need to advance, conquer territory, and play a strategic game of cat and mouse with these creepy immortals. Most importantly, we will need to keep advancing at a sufficient rate and achieve a swift victory. There are two possible outcomes if we don't, and neither of them promises a good ending for us. Sunny's smile turned a little dark. He nodded. Indeed, if the Dutchman is wiped out, the immortals who are currently tied up fighting against the Wraith army will all descend upon us, doubling the already overwhelming strength of our enemies. If it is the opposite and the wraiths conquer the city, though, gods, who knows what terrible fate will befall us? They will get to all the treasures we are aiming for first, at the very least. And something tells me that they'll also grow stronger as a result. He looked in the direction where a towering lighthouse was shining with radiant light far in the distance and sighed. So this harrowing race seems to be far from over. We are still running against the clock. It was in more senses than one as well. Sunny and Jet had only discussed the situation briefly, but the time afforded to them was already almost over. These are issues of strategy, though. Saying those words, Jet gave him an evaluating look. What we need to discuss first is tactics. How do we even battle something that cannot be killed? That was the issue indeed. Sunny glanced down at the black cocoon of shadow chains. He remained silent for a few moments, then said evenly, "Actually, my shades cannot be killed either. Not through usual means, at least. Even if they are destroyed, they will eventually come back. It is just that they need some time to mend themselves. The immortals of the eternal city take time to be revived as well, although it seems much shorter." His expression darkened. In that short moment between destruction and restoration, though they are vulnerable, that is when we can contain them. As long as we come up with a reliable manner of containment, that is. So, at the end, it all comes down to simple math. We need to disable them faster than they vanquish my shades. Sensing movement near the entrances to the plaza, Sunny sighed. Which means that there would be no decisive victory or defeat in this conflict. Instead, it's going to be a war of attrition. What we must do is leverage our advantages and employ strategies to maximize the enemy losses while minimizing our own. Then, we will be able to conquer the eternal city instead of being devoured by it. Jet flexed, stretching her shoulders, and gave him an amused smile. That was my conclusion as well. As for the details, she glanced at the far side of the plaza, where a wide road and myriad smaller alleys opened into it from the depths of the city. Well, I guess we will have to iron them out as we go. Her tone turned a little somber because there, in the distance, a small silhouette appeared at the mouth of a dark alley. Then there was another, and another, and another. Soon enough, a crowd had gathered at the edge of the plaza, as if the citizens of the eternal city had to come to peruse the goods of an open-air market. All of them were young and breathtakingly beautiful, wearing light and elegant garments, their smooth faces and glistening eyes betraying no sign of the hidden corruption. None of them was armed either, and yet their placid, curious glances made Sunny shiver. He took a deep breath and then gazed at the distant immortals chillingly. Let's do that then. The devil hides in the details after all. Chapter 26, 33 Rules of Engagement. How ironic. The immortals stood at the boundary of the vast plaza, their beautiful and youthful figures drowning in the stark darkness cast by the tall buildings of the eternal city. Only their eyes glistened like cold silver stars, reflecting the light of the magnificent spires. They seemed to be studying the Shadow Legion with curious smiles. But that was an illusion. By now, Sunny knew that their smiles were merely masks that these abominations wore to resemble humans. There was nothing human about them, though. Now that he could see them clearer, he noticed things that had escaped him during the frenetic battle with the fiend who had welcomed them to the city. Something moved under their supple skin from time to time, as if straining to escape, and their breathtaking faces turned monstrous for a split second now and then. Before, Sunny had assumed that these abominations took human shape to hide their harrowing nature. But now, he realized that they looked human through no effort or will of their own. On the contrary, the beautiful immortals were endlessly straining to become monsters. It was just that every time their bodies began to mutate into grotesque abominations, the same sorcery that granted them endless life returned their flesh to its original form. So, they were not fiends who pretended to be humans. Instead, they were monsters trapped in human bodies against their will, for all eternity. This eerie contradiction made his skin crawl, and considering that the skin of these fallen immortals literally crawled, that only disturbed Sunny more. While it seemed like the beautiful youths were observing the Shadow Legion with curiosity, in fact, they were simply waiting for more of them to arrive. A few figures turned into a crowd, and a crowd turned into a swarm. The swarm flowed onto the plaza like a tide. Sunny inhaled deeply. Here we go. His mind spun like a wheel. What was the best way to fight these monsters? How could he achieve victory, and do it in a way that was the most beneficial for him and the Shadow Legion? Sunny considered what he needed to do for a brief moment and quickly came up with an answer. Funnily enough, it was almost offensively simple. At the beginning of his journey as an awakened, Sunny had mostly relied on his skill and combat intelligence to survive. His technique, physical prowess, and state of mind had decided the outcome of battles. Later, however, things changed. As both Sunny and his enemies grew more powerful, most of his victories were earned by his wit and his soul arsenal instead. Skill and martial prowess were still of vital importance, of course, serving as the irreplaceable foundation of everything. But he won countless battles by using obscure enchantments of inconspicuous memories in unexpected ways. The outcome of battles he fought these days, meanwhile, was often decided by more mystical forces. Who was stronger, whose power was more versatile, who knew how to use it best? In the clashes of deities, the very concepts of what they were often played the most important role. Facing the swarm of immortal abominations, though, Sunny realized that he had made a full circle. Since the conquest of the Eternal City would come down to a battle of attrition, Sunny had to minimize his losses. And to minimize his losses, he had to adhere to a wholly primitive set of tactical values. There was no trick to overcoming this trial, just mundane warfare. The greatest advantage Sunny wielded was that his Shadow Legion was an organized combat force, while the fallen immortals, while dreadfully powerful, were merely a monstrous mob. So he had to make sure that his shades fought with the skill and technique of exalted warriors, and that all of them displayed flawless cohesion. Beyond that, the tried and tested rules of military strategy would be of utmost importance. He had to prevent the enemy from flanking his army, for example, and use terrain to his advantage. Whenever possible, he would have to reduce his losses by building or usurping fortifications. Even the simplest elements of warfare, like battle formations, would once again become vital. It was a far cry from the conceptual battles and clashes of opposing aspects, but it was also familiar territory. So, Sunny was able to adjust his mentality swiftly. There were mere moments left before the fallen immortals descended on the battle formation of the Shadow Legion. And in those few moments, Sunny made a decision. With the nature of the battle for the Eternal City being what it is, his ability to finally control each of his shades was more important than ever. He had already achieved great success in that regard thanks to Mind Weave, but even that was not enough. So, taking a deep breath, he summoned one more shade. The Rat King was resting in the lightless expanse of his soul now, which meant that Sunny could call upon a different sacred shadow. As the fallen immortals rushed forward, their bodies rippling and bursting into torrents of eviscerating flesh, a colossal silhouette appeared above the plaza. Then, a titanic black moth opened its vast wings, perched atop the main tower of the dark castle and looming over its walls. Sunny had summoned the shadow of Puppeteer Moth, the spirit of doubt. As it regarded the plaza with its enormous black eyes, countless strands of ethereal black silk shot forward, spreading through the air like a spiderweb so thin as to almost be invisible. Each of those strings buried itself in the back of a shade, connecting them all to the puppeteer. At the same time, one of Sunny's incarnations turned into a shadow and wrapped itself around the sacred shade, sharing its senses. Ah! Sunny shuddered, overwhelmed by the feeling of fusing with the shadow of a sacred being. It was too strange, too vast, too great for him to fathom fully. But he did fathom the connection between the puppeteer and the soldiers of the Shadow Legion. Like that, Sonny gained nearly flawless control of his undying army. Chapter 2634, gathering data. The flood of slithering, hungry flesh collided with the vanguard of the Shadow Legion. A vast swath of the beautiful plaza exploded into a cloud of stone shards, then was restored to pristine condition, then was destroyed again. The fallen immortals each possessed the power of a great one, bending the very fabric of the world with their profane will. However, the enemies they faced were not weak. Either there, at the forefront of the great battle formation, the shades of the black millipedes and the Ember Queen flowed forward like a dark tide, unleashing their fury upon the abominable fiends. The millipedes were connected to the puppeteer through the ethereal strands of black silk, and through the puppeteer to Sonny. Suddenly, he could sense and command numerous monstrous, segmented bodies. Sonny had a myriad of sharp legs and a myriad of even sharper mandibles, using them to rip and tear the flesh of the immortal swarm to shreds. The prisoners of the Eternal City were unmade, and then restored once again. Countless shades were vanquished, returning into the dark embrace of his soul. A moment later, the tide of millipedes rippled and changed its behavior. Instead of flowing forward like a tide of chilling, bestial fury, the millipede formed an unbreakable wall from their glossy black chitin. Those of them who had been cast by beings of higher classes rose above that wall, spitting torrents of corrosive black acid at the advancing immortals. For a few moments, the plaza was drowned by acrid smoke. Then, segments of the chitin wall were breached or torn apart, and the mayhem continued. Sonny observed the battle through numerous eyes and through his own 4 pairs of them as well. "I've noticed something peculiar." Jet's voice was strangely calm despite the terrifying spectacle happening in front of them. Sonny raised an eyebrow. "What?" She looked around. Her gaze lingered on Saint Slayer Nightmare, the gargantuan shape of serpent wrapped around one of the dark castle's towers, and the lumbering figure of Fiend far below. "You seem to be holding back." Sonny forced out a smile. "I need to establish a baseline to know how swift my shades can be destroyed by these things. Once I know that, I will know how to plan for future battles better." She frowned slightly. "Are the losses you are suffering worth it?" He grimaced. "That is something I need to find out as well." Sonny was not going to sacrifice too many shades in pursuit of vital information, though. He was definitely not going to sacrifice the Ember Queen and her more powerful champion, so, when the wall of chitin came close to collapsing, he moved one to the next test. 3 of his incarnations stepped through the shadows and fused with him, augmenting his power. "Ah, feels great." This was the strongest he had been after the final battle at Godgrave, so Sonny almost felt like himself again. Enjoying the feeling of ferocious power running through his veins, he cast his attention to something else. The moment 4 of his incarnations were reunited, 4 links of the curse fused as well. Instantly, its power soared, and his did too. In fact, it worked so well that Sonny was stunned for a brief moment. "Oh, I see what is happening." It was the absence of light, enchantment doing its work. That enchantment was supposed to grant Sonny more power when he was surrounded by deep shadows. And where would he find shadows that were deeper than those that dwelled at the bottom of the storm sea, in the abyssal darkness that had never been touched even by an echo of sunlight? Perhaps only in the shadow realm. Spending a split second to come to terms with his immense potency, Sonny inhaled slowly, and then activated 2 of the 3 core enchantments of the curse: Shadow Flame and Mercy of Shadow. Instantly, the augmentation he was enjoying was transferred to the champion shades of the Black Millipede tribe. At the same time, more of his deathly will was expressed through them as well. The cadence of the battle changed. Far below, the rate at which his shades were being destroyed increased drastically. At the same time, the rate at which the fallen immortals were obliterated increased. Not that it mattered much, considering that they were revived before too long. Sunny frowned. The effect was significant, but that was because there were relatively few of the immortal nightmare creatures on the outskirts of the Eternal City. Once they delved deeper into its streets, the scale of the battles would increase, and therefore the impact of the curse would become less pronounced. But that was valuable information in and of itself, because it helped him understand what kind of engagements he had to avoid and what kind he had to force. Jet sighed. "Are you done gathering information, perhaps?" Sunny lingered for a few moments and then sighed. "Yes, that should do for now." It seemed as if Slayer had been waiting to hear these exact words. A moment after Sunny spoke them, she was already drawing her bow, the tip of her arrow swelling with blinding light. At the same time, Saint turned into a torrent of darkness and rushed toward the battle. Nightmare leaped into the air, while Serpent slithered to the ground like a river of onyx scales. Fiend simply plummeted into the shadows, stepping through them to appear just beyond the mass of shadow millipedes. He did not manage to disappear before Sunny stirred and shouted, his voice full of concern. "Don't eat them." The first thing he had thought about when presented with the problem of containing the fallen immortals was feeding them to either fiend or mimic. However, the dwellers of the Eternal City were too eerie, too unnerving. Sunny was worried that swallowing one of these creatures would allow it to infect his shadows. Observing the Shadow Legion stir, Jet asked in a calm tone, "So, are we joining the fun as well?" Sunny looked at her and smiled. "Of course. We wouldn't want to miss something so memorable, would we?" Chapter 2635 Hard work. The silent ranks of the Shadow Legion stirred under the walls of the dark castle. The cadence of the battle changed as the black flood moved forward, flowing across the shattered ground. The titanic figures of Goliath and the defiled Seeker lumbered above the black tide of dead soldiers, making the plaza shake with each step. The myriad threads of ethereal black silk trembled, forming a vast spiderweb. The fallen immortals were still engaged in a battle against the Ember Queen and her millipede swarm. Individually, each of them was more powerful than an average shade under Sunny's command. However, in this battle at least, the numerical advantage was on his side. So, the rulers of the Eternal City rapidly found themselves flanked. Bestial shades of Godgrave had flanked them from the left, while the Shadow Wolves and the Obsidian Wasps had flanked them from the right. At the same time, the Shadow of Daron led the shades of human saints into a frontal assault to support the Ember Queen. Clad in the armor forged by the shadow of the King of Swords, the shadow of the King of Twilight descended upon the immortals of the Eternal City like a storm. His polearm carved a bloody path through the mass of slivering flesh, causing the thunderous roars of destructive impacts to roll across the battlefield. It was somewhat ironic, but in this battle between great and supreme beings, those who were only a step away from becoming deities, the mundane laws of strategy were just as important as mystical matters. The inhabitants of the Eternal City might have been immortals, but they still could not overcome the dire disadvantage of being attacked from the flank. Attacked from several directions at the same time, they began to falter. A few seconds later, a blinding explosion bloomed among the fallen immortals, turning hundreds of them to dust that was Slayer's arrow finding its mark. Fiend emerged from the shadows of the battlefield, towering above it like a steel colossus forged in the depths of hell. A plume of red flame escaped from his maw, turning a vast area in front of him into a blazing inferno, and his razor-sharp claws severed countless bodies in half. Saint rose from a vast torrent of darkness. Despite towering more than 10 meters above ground, she moved with her usual grace. The weight of her firm steps, however, was crushing enough to send cracks running through the stone plates covering the plaza. Serpent plunged into the grotesque mass of fallen immortals, rampaging among them like a formless, ever-changing spirit of death. It took whatever shape was most suitable for destroying the adversary, and remained in its own serpentine form when there was no better choice. Nightmare tore their monstrous flesh with his horns, hooves, and fangs. Jet observed the awesome spectacle of the distressing battle with a calm gaze. She sighed quietly, and then jumped onto the parapet of the dark castle's rampart. The wind sent her raven-black hair dancing, and wisps of chilling mist surrounded her lithe figure. "Have you come up with a way to actually contain these fiends yet?" Sunny gave her a neutral look. "I'm working on it," she grinned and raised a fist into the air. "Work hard." With that, she turned into mist and disappeared from view as if dispelled by the wind. Soon enough, a frightening wraith of icy mist appeared among the fallen immortals, severing their repulsive bodies with a ghostly scythe. Sunny let out a satisfied sigh. "Well then, it's time for me to go too." He took a few steps back, lowered his body, and then dashed forward. Racing the parapet of the battlements, he jumped and soared into the sky. Half a dozen moments later, Sunny plummeted to the ground like a dark comet, falling into the very middle of the immortal swarm. His impact made the entire island quake, and a violent explosion tore everything around him to shreds. A devastating shockwave rolled outward, breaking the bodies of undying abominations and sending them to the ground. Those who were near the explosion were simply reduced to ash. When the dust settled, there was a vast crater in the spot where Sunny had landed, surrounded by a wide, empty area. Standing in the middle of that chaos and watching calmly as the swirling flakes of ash slowly coalesced into human bodies, he smiled. "See, I am working on it hard." The helmet of the jade mantle hid his face, and a black shield wove itself out of shadows on his arm. "Serpent." The colossal shadow slithered his way and rippled, then turned into a black sword that fell into his hand. Having suffered from how rapid and lethal the flesh tendrils of a fallen immortal were, Sunny had abandoned his usual odachi in favor of a one-handed sword and a shield. He was proficient in this form of combat as well, naturally. He just did not use it often. Now that he did, however, Sunny felt a strong and unexplainable impulse to strike the rim of his shield twice. "I think I am starting to understand why Saint does it." He was surrounded by the immortal fiends by then. Before, one of them had been enough to make Sunny sweat. Now, there were dozens of them around him and behind them, hundreds more. But Sunny was not the same as he had been then. At the moment, he was enhanced by 3 of his shadows and wielded 4 links of the curse on top of that. The jade mantle and its underworld armament enchantment strengthened the shadowbound charm, as the absence of light enchantment of the charm empowered Sunny. The sword he wielded, meanwhile, was the manifestation of a supreme titan serpent, his slaying blade. So his strength had become more unfathomably ferocious, making it feel like the world was straining to contain him. Sunny smiled. "Come, today I will make you regret being immortal." Brandishing his sword, he lunged forward. Chapter 2636 Containment Issue. Sunny had dismissed the marvelous mimic from the forgotten shore, while 4 of his incarnations were inside, and then summoned it to the Eternal City. That was how 5 of his avatars ended up at the bottom of the storm sea at the same time. He called upon the Shadow Legion and summoned the puppeteer to gain a flawless measure of control over his shades. Mind Weave allowed him to issue countless commands at the same time, so he could control all of his shades individually. But at the end of the day, he was still issuing orders, with the Great Moth controlling the shades like marionettes, though Sunny could do more. Instead of giving endless commands to make his shades do what he wanted there to, he only needed to command one, and as long as an incarnation of his was Rapek around the puppeteer, the entire Shadow Legion became no different from an extension of his body. That meant that he was not limited to giving orders anymore. He could control his shades like he did his body. The cohesion of the Shadow Legion was therefore nearly flawless now, and more than that, every shade, even those of mindless beasts, could fight with the same skill and technique Sunny possessed. Needless to say, his mastery of shadow dance was instrumental in controlling thousands of varied bodies skillfully. Armed with these advantages, Sunny engaged the fallen immortals of the Eternal City in battle. Their crushing collective will washed over him, and was repelled by his own with the help of the curse. But that was merely the boring part, the necessary part. Now, however, was his time to have fun. No, really, what is wrong with me? Is this my idea of fun? Encased in the fearsome carapace of the jade mantle, wielding the soul serpent, and empowered by the curse, Sunny plunged into the swarm of monstrous, immortal abominations. His shield was broken under the avalanche of fleshy tendrils, but instantly restored itself as Sunny manifested more shadows into its form. His slaying blade cut the fallen immortals down one after another, but failed to kill them. His armor remained unscathed for now, both protecting his body and empowering it through the curse. Sunny struggled a little with not getting drunk on his fierce strength. In that moment, he truly felt like a demigod. His power had transcended the mundane, forcing the world to bend and change shape around his movements. Naturally, there was a wall standing in his way. That wall was the will of his enemies. But while Sunny could not demolish it completely, he could overcome it enough to not feel too restrained. The will technique he had been developing for a long while now helped him to achieve that. So, yes, he was having fun. The battle was a little exhilarating. It had been a long time since he used that much of his power, and even more since he had been matched this well against an adversary. His legion was battling the mob of detestable immortals all around him, and he was barely staying alive while cutting down his foes. It was in that narrow gap between triumph and the cold defeat of death that the thrill of a battle lay. Best of all, his enemies were immortal, so he could kill them as many times as he wanted. Naturally, the fact that they were immortal was also infinitely troubling. What exactly must I do here? Deflecting a lightning-quick tendril of repugnant flesh with his shield, Sunny pierced the body of a fallen immortal and sliced it apart. A split second later, he was already moving to avoid the next lethal strike while raising his sword to deliver a rapid downward slash. He was doing well in the battle against the fallen immortals, and the Shadow Legion was confidently overcoming them as well. But these were eternal beings. After all, no matter how many times they were destroyed, they would endlessly rise from the dead. If nothing changed, the scales of battle would begin to favor them soon, and eventually they would swallow both him and his shades. He needed to find a way to contain them. The first idea Sunny had was to feed the undying fiends to either fiend or mimic. However, he was wary of that method since it could poison and destroy his shadows. With how indestructible these nightmare creatures were, there was no telling what would happen if one of them was consumed. Luckily, there were other potential solutions as well. The simplest one was to toss the fallen immortals into the shadow realm. After all, immortality was not an inherent trait of these fiends, it was the Eternal City that kept reviving them. So, moving them to somewhere else was supposed to solve the problem, especially if that place was the realm of death. However, there were two problems with this idea. First, Sunny would have to drag every nightmare creature into the Shadow Lantern personally, by pulling them into the shadows. Second, he was not sure that it was even possible. Something told Sunny that the barrier created by Daron would prevent the fallen immortals from leaving the Eternal City, even in that unconventional way. What else, then? He could potentially use the puppeteer to take the immortals under control. And yet that was not guaranteed to work, either. After all, the Great Moth was merely a shadow of the Spirit of Doubt. It did not possess a will of its own, so subjugating creatures of the great rank was unlikely to work. Apart from that, the Eternal City could simply return the immortals to a state prior to subjugation. Well then, Sunny continued to fight, dividing his mind between countless shades and his own body. There was one way that could work, even if it demanded more effort to implement. Yes, yes, that should do the trick. He smiled darkly. Before Sunny could subdue the fallen immortals in that way, though, they had to be thoroughly defeated. The Shadow Legion had its work cut out for it. Chapter 26:37 Immortal creatures, a world-shaking roar thundered above the battlefield, and Sunny felt cold terror shackle his limbs like a vice. His movements slowed, and the foundation of his will seemed to crumble. Instantly, tendrils of flesh moved faster than lightning and shot past his defenses to pierce his limbs, jerking him in 4 different directions to pull his body apart. Gritting his teeth, Sunny steeled his mind and shook off the mental attack that had weakened him. Was it even a mental attack if it affected his very spirit and strained his muscles? Instead of being pulled apart, he overpowered the 4 immortals who were trying to quarter him into the dark embrace of shadows. There, his vast and shapeless form tore their abominable shadows apart, scattering them across the boundless darkness. A moment later, he assumed a physical shape once more, rising from the bloodied rubble with a cold expression on his hidden face. The breached surface of the jade mantle was already repairing itself, and drops of crimson blood were falling from his sword. What was that roar? Casting his senses into the depths of the Eternal City, he felt a massive shadow barreling toward the plaza. Then, a second roar crashed into the Shadow Legion, and an enormous tiger with glistening silver fur and golden stripes leaped into the mass of fallen immortals, its bestial eyes shining with a beautiful glow. In the next moment, the flesh on the back of the giant tiger rippled and bulged with repugnant growths, which then exploded into a forest of deadly tendrils. The tendrils shot forward, piercing numerous shades and tearing them apart. Sunny's gaze turned somber. So, the Eternal City was not populated by immortal humans alone. It seemed like there had been immortal creatures here as well, and all of them were now twisted by corruption. The abominable beast plunged into the battle formation of the Shadow Legion, shattering it. With every leap, the graceful figure of the silver tiger grew more monstrous and misshapen, slowly transforming it into a nightmarish mass of slithering flesh. Before the abominations could deal too much damage, however, an enormous hand forged of blackened metal rose from the darkness and grabbed its neck, slicing it open. As a waterfall of blood poured to the ground, Fiend emerged from the shadows. Raising the giant tiger into the air, the obliterating tendrils scraped against his mental carapace without being able to pierce it, and as infernal flames ignited in his eyes, wisps of smoke escaped through the tears in the abomination's fur. Sunny focused on repairing the battle formation of the Shadow Legion, feeling a little disappointed that he could not deal with the abominable tiger himself. Well, he could, in theory. After all, the damn thing was just as immortal as its human kin, so all he had to do was command Fiend to retreat. But that would be a bit too unhinged a decision, even for him. Raising his shield, Sunny moved forward. Slowly at first, then faster and faster, the Shadow Legion gained an upper hand over the disorganized mob of fallen immortals. Despite all their great power, the denizens of the Eternal City seemed more like mindless beasts than people, so they failed to overcome the flawless cohesion and discipline of the Silent Shades. Of course, their inferior numbers played the decisive role. Eventually, Sunny gained complete control of the battlefield. The grotesque creatures were still refusing to die, but at some point he managed to divide and isolate them from each other. Once that happened, the losses of the Shadow Legion almost ceased. When the fallen immortals were imprisoned in a ruthless loop of being killed, reviving, and immediately being slain again, he proceeded to the next step. The actions of the Shades changed. Instead of cutting the fallen immortals down, the Shadow Legion attempted to restrain them. At first, Sunny failed to contain many of the abominations. Causing more shades to be destroyed containing a nightmare creature was much harder than killing it after all. But eventually he succeeded. Using the puppeteer and his legion of shades, Sunny slowly managed to restrain each of the corrupted immortals. That was how the first battle he fought in the Eternal City ended. Sunny stood among the rubble, breathing heavily. The plaza around him was completely destroyed, and all the ornate buildings around it had turned to ruins. The dark castle towered behind him, casting a deep shadow on the scene of utter devastation. Soon enough, though, the plaza returned to its spotless beauty, and the ornate buildings assembled themselves from the rubble. The black waters of the storm sea rolled far above his head, glistening with reflected light. Dismissing his helmet, Sunny inhaled deeply and wiped the sweat off his brow. Jet appeared in a gust of cold wind, making him shiver. She seemed unscathed, if a little tired. "Ah, I am worried." Fighting an immortal opponent was already bad enough, but it was woefully worse for Jet after all. She needed a constant influx of soul essence to stay alive. Since they could not really kill these abominations, she could not receive any essence either. All she could do was waste it without getting anything back. Would Jet even survive a prolonged confrontation for the Eternal City? Sunny sighed. Looking around at the silent figures of shades who were struggling to hold the abominable immortals down, Jet asked in a grim tone, "What now?" Sunny hesitated for a short while, then answered evenly, "Now we show these hellspawn creatures a different, far more cruel hell." With that, his shadows flowed off his body to the ground, and then assumed their corporeal forms. The fifth incarnation stepped out of the shadows as well, having left the puppeteer. There was the sound of adamantine hooves ringing on the stone, and Nightmare approached them, blood dripping from its steel fangs. Sunny inhaled deeply and then looked at his steed. "Sing them a lullaby, Nightmare." With that, all 5 of Sunny's avatars turned into shadows and wrapped themselves around the black stallion. Nightmare's crimson eyes ignited with terrifying flames. Chapter 26:30, a maze of dreadful dreams. The fallen immortals of the Eternal City could not be destroyed, but they had to be contained. So, of all the measures available to Sunny, Nightmare and his Dream Curse seemed like the best choice. Dream Curse ability description. This shadow is a master of a lesser dream domain. It is capable of lulling living beings to sleep and imprisoning their souls in a labyrinth of nightmares. The souls destroyed within the nightmare maze feed the shadow. The more powerful the shadow grows, the faster and further the dream curse spreads. It was an insidious and terrifying power, made only more eerie by how closely it resembled some traits of the nightmare spell. It was also what made Nightmare a terror. No 2 terrors were alike, but there were similarities between all of them. Just like tyrants were usually distinguished by their ability to rule lesser creatures and control territories, terrors were distinguished by their ability to influence the world and spread. They were more akin to frightening phenomena than singular beings, and it was that escalating nature of their influence that made them so perilous. Curiously enough, most titans did not seem to possess a similar kind of spreading influence, and while some were followed by swarms of nightmare creatures, they did not really rule or care to rule them. The abominations were simply drawn to them like crows that followed slaughtering armies, while titans usually regarded them with indifferent disinterest. They were aloof and solitary creatures that seemed to exist in a world of their own. Strangely, that seemed like a downgrade compared to the vast swarms of detestable minions that served tyrants or the exponentially expanding influence of terrors. And yet, nobody who had ever faced a titan on a battlefield would think them weaker than beings of a lesser class. The process of terrors evolving to Tians was shrouded in mystery and largely unknown, but there was a reason why becoming a Titan was the final and most difficult step that a creature could take on the path of evolution. There was also a reason why another, less frequently used word to describe Titans was calamities. That said, Titans were exceedingly rare. And while terrors were rare as well, Sonny had suffered far more while encountering the few he did meet. Some of the most harrowing foes he had ever clashed with were terrors. The Soul Devourer, the terror of the Crimson Spire, the terror of Low 49, Skinwalker, that odious thieving bird, and Nightmare. The dream curse could spread like a plague, both consuming his prey and making the tenebrous steed stronger. It was insidiously effective, as well, capable of subduing even creatures that were far stronger than its source. That was how Sonny had collected an army of great nightmare creatures in Godgrave and dropped a cursed devil on Mordred's head. Dreadfully of all, the dream curse was subtle. Its victims did not even know that they were under attack until they were lulled to sleep and locked in an inescapable labyrinth of nightmares, and by then, it was already too late. That was the reason why Nightmare could prey on abominations of higher ranks than him. Even if the dream curse failed to lull a creature to sleep at first, he could continue to subtly influence them until their defenses were weakened, and they could not resist anymore. However, there was a limit even to that insidious power, naturally. Nightmare was merely a transcendent terror after all. It had taken Sonny and him close to 2 years to gradually assemble the swarm of great nightmare creatures in Godgrave, and it had not been an easy feat either. The fallen immortals from this district of the Eternal City alone were greater in number than those abominations, and each of them was furiously powerful. There would be numerous more before the expedition was over, and Sonny did not have years to slowly subdue them all. So, he was not entirely confident that Nightmare would be able to lull them all to sleep. Even if he could, there was no guarantee that his steed would be able to contain these monsters in the maze of nightmares indefinitely. Sonny himself had escaped that maze once, after all, shattering its walls during his battle against Nightmare. Those walls were made from the nightmares that served the Black Stallion. Nightmare planted their seeds into the hearts of living beings and then harvested them, turning them into his minions. The fallen immortals would endure quite a few, no doubt, but they would dream their own nightmares as well. In the end, Nightmare would have to subjugate the dreams of ancient immortals faster than his minions were destroyed, building his own legion of nightmares terrifying enough to contain them. Subduing the grotesque abominations and keeping them subdued, these were the two problems facing Sonny, and he was not sure that a transcendent terror could manage both, at least not in a timely manner. But while Nightmare had not evolved to a new rank since Godgrave, Sonny had. He had grown stronger in numerous aspects apart from rank as well, and 5 of his incarnations were here. With 5 supreme shadows augmenting Nightmare, he had a good chance of solving at least the first problem infecting the restrained immortals with the dream curse. From that point onward, though, Nightmare would be on his own. No one but the Dark Destrier himself could keep his victims lost in the labyrinth of harrowing dreams. Come on, Nightmare. While many shades struggled to restrain the fallen immortals, Nightmare lowered his head and cast his terrifying, crimson gaze at them. Sonny could not see the dream curse spreading, and he could not even sense it. But the world around them suddenly felt dark and terrifying, and an eerie chill seemed to permeate the air. Far above, perched atop the dark castle, the puppeteer moved its antennae as if wary of something. Jet glanced around with a slight frown, her gorgeous face growing a little paler. Time seemed to stretch, flowing slowly. But then, eventually, there was a subtle change to the strange and eerie scene in front of them. Just a few meters away from Nightmare, a gorgeous youth was sprawled on the ground, held firmly in place by black chains and the mandibles of several obsidian wasps. Despite his calm and benevolent expression, the immortal was straining to free himself forcefully, the stone around him cracking and mending itself without stop. Gradually, though, his struggles seemed to grow less intense. His gaze grew dimmer, and his eyelids grew heavy. The young man blinked a few times, his eyes remaining closer for a bit longer each time, and then they did not open. His struggles ceased. He was asleep. Sonny let out a relieved sigh. It seems to be working. After that fist success, numerous more followed as well. Soon enough, an eerie silence enveloped the plaza. The shades were standing without movement, and on the ground between them, the distressing immortals of the eternal city were sleeping peacefully, the black currents of the storm sea glistening with silver light in the sky above them. Or possibly not so peacefully. At all. Chapter 2639 Deep Sleep Sonny and Jet stood side by side, observing the magnificent plaza with incredulous expressions. The shades had retreated to form a defensive formation around the dark castle, and the vast open expanse around them was littered with gorgeous men and women who lay on the cold stone, quick asleep. There was no sign of the recent devastation left anywhere in sight, and none of the sleeping youths bore even a single wound. It seemed as if they were fairies who had simply fallen asleep after making merry throughout the night. Sonny had deactivated the 5 links of the curse, for now so that its passive enchantment could do its work. They enhanced the rate with which his shades were mended by his soul, and since quite a number of them had been vanquished in the battle, he needed to get them back as soon as possible. Jet remained silent for a while, then cast a sideways glance at Nightmare, who stood nearby. Her expression was neutral. L rode atop that thing, huh? Sonny shrugged. Sure, he's a horse though, so why not? Nightmare snorted in response and raised his head a little. Jet stared at Sonny for a moment. A horse? I see, he's a horse. How did you get this kind of horse anyway? He scratched the tip of his nose. Well, funnily enough, made a deal with an insane immortal to spend a night in a creepy castle to fix my broken heart. That's how Nightmare and I first met. Jet blinked a couple of times, prompting him to smile faintly. One thing led to another, and I killed him. And now he's my horse. She inhaled deeply, then shook her head and glanced away. Elle already thought so after Godgrave, but your horse is terrifying. I guess it makes sense, though. Who else would use a transcendent terror as a steed if not the Lord of Shadows? Sonny chuckled. Says the dead woman who sails around on a living ship made by a demon from a heart god's branch. And I'd imagine that countless people would. It's just that few people can. In truth, he was not in the mood for jokes. Sonny was not particularly tired, but defeating these immortal abominations had not lessened his apprehension one bit. This battle was merely a prelude to the true hardship. Now that they had established a foothold in the Eternal City, the actual conquest would soon begin. Jet studied the sleeping immortals. So, what do we do with them now? I don't suppose we can just leave them to nap here. Sonny was asking himself the same question as well. He hesitated for a few moments, then commanded Mimic to open its gates. As the colossal gates began to move, the shades did as well. Picking up the motionless bodies of the immortals, they turned back and carried them into the great dark maw of the marvelous Mimic. Jet observed them with a dubious expression. Are you sure that this is a good idea? Sonny hesitated. He was not trying to feed the immortals to Mimic, merely store them in its spacious halls. Still, it could prove perilous if Nightmare failed to keep the abominations asleep. They would wake up inside the dark castle, giving it the worst case of indigestion in history. Not to mention opening Sonny to a deadly attack from the rear. It also prevented him from dismissing Mimic, since doing so would carry the sleeping immortals straight to the lightless depths of his souls. Sonny did not know what would happen then and wasn't particularly interested in finding out. He sighed. Lamb not sure, however. This is the best terrible idea I've got. It is safer than leaving them in the open, at least. Jet contemplated for a moment, then shrugged. Well, if you say so. While the shades carried the grotesque creatures inside, Sunny and Jet spent some time examining their sleeping enemies. He attempted to carry one into the shadow realm, and just as expected felt a powerful sorcery preventing the immortal from leaving the boundary of the eternal city. Daron would not have left any loopholes, I bet. Jet had been studying the immortals as well in the meantime. After a while she frowned. Noticing her troubled expression, Sunny asked, "Did you discover something?" She remained silent for a few moments. "They don't have soul cores." He tilted his head a little. Indeed, 2639 Deep Sleep Sunny himself had noted that the vile darkness hiding in the souls of the corrupted immortals did not have the usual nodes. However, he had no idea what that meant, or rather, too many ideas to consider anyone seriously. "What do you think that means?" Perhaps Jet could come up with a good theory. She did not answer immediately, looking at the sleeping immortal with a concerned expression. Then she asked him an unexpected question. "Sunny, do you know when a mushroom dies?" He blinked a few times. What? What kind of question is that?" The question seemed preposterous. But of course his flaw forced him to give an honest answer, and that in turn forced him to consider the question seriously. When he did, he realized that he did not really know. No idea actually, when it's harvested. No, when it's cooked, when it's eaten. Jet glanced back at the immortal. Those are all good answers, but actually mushrooms never really die because they're never really alive to begin with, not in our understanding at least. Because mushrooms are not organisms. They're merely organs. The real organism is the mycelium that is hidden underground, so when we're picking mushrooms, we're just taking its fruit. You can say that a tree died, but you wouldn't say that an apple did, would you? Sunny stared at her with a peculiar expression. "I guess not, but Jet, are you all right? Is the lack of oxygen getting to your brain, perhaps? Why the hell are you telling me this?" Actually, he already had an idea of what she was trying to say. He did not like the implications, though. Jet sighed. "This is the impression I get from these abominations, that they're not really abominations, just little parts of a far larger one. That would explain why they don't have soul cores, because there are no souls in their bodies, just fragments of a soul." Sunny remained silent for a long while before answering. "First of all, can we move on from the mushroom metaphor, please? It's giving me the creeps." He grimaced and then added reluctantly, "So anyway, if these are merely mushroom fruit, then where's the mushroom tree?" Instead of answering, Jet simply turned to the center of the eternal city. There, a colossal structure towered above the radiant spires. Chapter 2640 Battle Plan. The structure at the heart of the eternal city resembled a soaring, monolithic palace with sharp spires piercing the darkness of the underwater chasm. These spires, however, did not emanate radiant silver light. Instead, they were black and lifeless, making the palace seem like a jagged mass of darkness. There were several structures in the eternal city that stood out among the rest: the wharf, the lighthouse, the clock tower. But the palace was the largest of them all, sprawled across an entire island and set under the highest point of the invisible dome protecting the city from the crushing weight of water. Jet glanced at the dark spires looming in the distance, then shrugged. "Lamb willing to bet that the most important thing in this city is hidden there. The Dutchman is probably moving in that direction as well." She lingered for a moment. "So what is the plan?" Sunny contemplated for a while. "Well, now that the night garden is being repaired, we have two main goals left: secure the source of the storm god's lineage and find what I am looking for. The former is located in the lighthouse, while the latter, the palace, is a good bet. There's also the building that looks like an armory, as well as several other interesting landmarks. The problem is that they are situated in different directions." He smiled darkly. "Another problem is that this city is populated by a vast horde of immortal great ones. In fact, the city is what makes them immortal. Ideally, we should conquer this entire place, but that does not seem like a realistic goal at the moment. Unless we find a way to destroy the sorcery making the city eternal, that is. Granted, The same sorcery seems to be preventing the storm sea from crushing it into dust, so there's that. Sunny shook his head. We should go for the lighthouse and the palace. If an opportunity to conquer the city presents itself in the process, we might consider it then. These are long-term goals, though. As for right now, Jet glanced at him and asked in a relaxed tone. Survive, he nodded. Yes. At the moment, far more immortals than the ones we dealt with are moving toward us, and when they arrive, we might not be able to defeat them all. Jet smiled. We can't allow them to corner us on this island, right? If several swarms descend upon us here, even your shadow wraiths won't be able to withstand the assault. We'll be buried under an avalanche of flesh. Sunny hated to admit it, but Jet was right. They had suffered numerous casualties while enjoying a great numerical advantage. Without it, even the Shadow Legion would struggle to win. Worse still, even if they repelled the second wave of immortals, there would be a third one and the fourth, each more overwhelming than the previous one. The shades would not be truly destroyed, but if Sunny was not careful, all of them would be vanquished one after another, leaving him to face a city full of indestructible great nightmare creatures alone. So, what do you suggest? He had his own considerations, but not using Jet and her rich experience would be foolish. She lingered for a few seconds, then said in an even tone, if we can't allow ourselves to be cornered, we must attack. Advance to the neighboring islands, stretch out the line of combat contact, and let our superior numbers shine. Sunny smiled. That was my thinking as well. We should cross to the 3 islands connected to this one by bridges, find easily reinforced positions, and repel the second wave of immortals. He fell silent and closed his eyes for a moment. Things will get difficult from there, because we'll be nearing the inner ring of the city. Those 3 islands are connected to numerous more, and from different directions as well, so we will be flanked while repelling frontal assaults. It is hard to predict what will happen exactly, though, because we don't know enough about the Eternal City yet. Jet nodded. Advance, conquer territory, establish reinforced positions. Rinse and repeat. The lighthouse is similar to the wharf, though both are situated on the outskirts of the city while the palace is standing dead in the center. Which one are we going to go for first? Sunny grimaced. The lighthouse was easier to reach since they could simply move along the outer perimeter of the Eternal City to get there. The palace, however, if the Dutchman was indeed carving a path to it, then they needed to arrive before the Wraith army. He remained silent for a while, then asked, how long do you think the night garden will need to stay at the wharf to be repaired? Jet hesitated. I am not sure. We can set sail at any moment, though either to escape or to circle the city and make landfall at a different point. Sunny contemplated silently, feeling the pain of his flaw growing more and more intense. He still had not answered Jet's question after all. Eventually, he said, then let's go after the lighthouse and the palace at the same time. He glanced at the distant spires of the palace somberly. The Shadow Legion will launch an invasion into the depths of the Eternal City, slowly making its way to the central island. The Night Garden, meanwhile, will sail along the edges of the dome and bring us directly to the lighthouse. Sunny glanced at Jet with a concerned determination. If everything goes well, or rather, if we'll make it go well, we will launch a second offensive toward the palace, this time from the lighthouse. Then we will see who gets to it first. Jet sighed. Sounds like a plan. I have just one question, though. Sunny raised an eyebrow. What? She grinned. Are you sure that we don't want to just get the hell out of here? Sunny stared at her with an incredulous expression for a while. Of course we want to. Do you think that fighting immortal nightmare creatures on the bottom of the sea is how I want to spend my days? Did I not mention that I hate water? He grimaced. However, reality does not always cater to our wishes, so let's wage a war on this cursed city and conquer it. Jet smiled lazily. Oh, and by the way, yes, she patted Sunny on the shoulder. I do think that deep down that is how you want to spend your days. Sonny scoffed. "Joke's on her. I'm not that deep." Chapter 26, 41 Marathon Battle. The gears of war were turning. In the northern reaches of the Eternal City, the Dutchman and its Wraith army were engaged in a fierce battle against the corrupted immortals, slowly pushing their way toward the palace. In the southernmost part of the city, the Shadow Legion had conquered a foothold and was now preparing to advance. Far in the east, the gargantuan clock tower oversaw the silent streets. In the west, the lighthouse shone with brilliant silver light. Sonny felt a sense of urgency as he commanded his shades to march north. This is not at all like the burned forest. His campaign to conquer the outskirts of the burned forest had been a slow affair. Fierce skirmishes had been followed by swift retreats and prolonged periods of relative peace. Sonny would dismiss the remaining shades and evade the pursuing black millipedes alone, waiting for his growing legion to restore itself and wage another battle. It had been like a dreadful game of cat and mouse. The battle for the Eternal City was going to be different. Soon enough, the Shadow Legion was going to clash with the fallen immortals once again, and once it did, there would be no pause and no reprieve from the daunting violence of war until it was all over, one way or another. That marathon battle was going to be far more strategic and involve far more moving parts as well, so he expected to suffer unimaginable mental strain and truly put mind-weave to the test, exploring its very limits. Sonny did not feel wary or apprehensive, though. He did not feel particularly excited or on edge either. Instead, he was calm and collected, full of focus and grounded determination. After all, war was nothing new to him after all these years. Time is running out. At the moment, his 5 incarnations had split up, and so did the Shadow Legion. There were 3 islands bordering the one connected to the wharf. Therefore, one of his incarnations was retreating back to the Night Garden with Jet. They were going to sail along the edges of the Eternal City and make landfall directly at the lighthouse. The second incarnation was augmenting the puppeteer atop the Dark Castle, and the remaining 3 were accompanying different contingents of the Shadow Legion, each moving toward one of the island bridges. The first contingent was led by Saint, who was supported by Fiend. The third contingent was led by Slayer, with Serpent keeping her company. The second contingent was a bit special, since that one was the smallest and led directly by Sonny and the puppeteer Moth. This is going to be interesting. Sonny's consciousness split between the countless shades of his legions, spread across 3 advancing forces, with the puppeteer serving as the focal point of the entire army. Intangible strings of black silk spread in the sky above the Eternal City, visible only to Sonny. The Saint army reached the edge of the island first. Out there, the ornate buildings receded, opening to a vast emptiness. Far below, raging currents crashed into the basalt foundation of the city, foaming as they rushed with awful speed. A wide bridge arched as it spanned half a dozen kilometers that separated the 2 islands, and on the other side, the fallen immortals were already moving between buildings. Sonny observed the vast chasm and the dark water seething at its bottom, wondering if the Eternal City had always been separated into islands, or if it had shattered while plummeting from the black skies to the bottom of the sea. In any case, falling down seemed like a bad idea. It was not that creatures of the caliber present in the Eternal City would be severely damaged in the fall or had no ways of climbing back up, but rather the fact that the elevation difference would give their enemies a fatal advantage. More than that, he could vaguely sense movement in the water. There had to be some kind of abominable beings dwelling at the bottom of the Eternal City, and from the looks of it, they were different from the corrupted immortals. The beautiful youth seemed to be wary of the edges of the islands, at least, which made him feel reluctant to dive into the dark waters himself. How curious! What could these immortal fiends fear? Sonny hoped to never find out. In any case, that did not matter at the moment. The shape of the bridge itself dictated the nature of the battle. Since it was arched, the side that controlled its crest would possess a minor advantage. It would face the enemy from an elevated position, while the enemy would have to fight on an upward slope. So, Saint and her soldiers had to occupy the crest as soon as possible. That could be accomplished easily enough. As the first of the immortals rushed across the bridge, the massive figure of Fiend dove into the shadows. Usually, using Shadow Step was a swift ordeal. All one had to do was enter the shadows and step out of them. However, due to Fiend's prodigious size, the simple act of submerging his towering body into the embrace of shadows took some time. He still rose from the shadows on the crest of the bridge before the immortals, though. The infernal colossus of blackened steel met them with a torrent of flames, incinerating their horrid bodies. By the time they were revived, Saints and her shades had already caught up to him, building an orderly formation and advancing at a steady march. At the forefront of the Saint army were the shadows of Godgrave and a large number of monstrous millipedes, their long bodies encased in impenetrable black chitin. Once Saint took control of the crest of the wide bridge, the strategy of her army became simple. She built an indestructible bulwark and allowed the enemies to crush themselves against it. Saint stood in front of her soldiers, clad in fearsome jade armor, and wielding her usual round shield. Fiend was beside her, as well, with his indestructible steel body. Behind them was a wall of black chitin, with the monstrous shadows of Godgrave serving as the fangs of the largely defensive formation. Saints regarded the approaching immortals with her usual air of indifference, and then struck the rim of her shield twice. Fiend let out a thunderous roar, and behind him, countless millipedes clicked their mandibles, causing a loud rumbling to roll across the bridge. In the next moment, an avalanche of abhorrent flesh collided against the formation of Saint's army, and all hell broke loose. Chapter 26:42. Three bridges at the same time as the Saint army entered the battle for the western bridge. The Slayer army reached the eastern span of the chasm. Here, the landscape was rather similar, except for the fact that the great bridge was flat as opposed to arched and not quite as wide. The battle was very different, though. As the torrent of fallen immortals entered the bridge, rushing across its surface like a harrowing tide, a cold wind blew across the chasm. Then something glistened in the air. It was a snowflake. One at first, then one more, then an endless number of them. In a strange tum of events on that day, snow fell at the bottom of the storm sea. The winds howled, reaching a frightening speed and intensity, and a violent blizzard enveloped the world in its frigid embrace. The temperature plummeted, and the milky white veil of snow obscured everything in sight. The snowstorm, of course, was summoned by the shadow of the winter beast. Somewhat weakened, but largely indifferent to the hurricane winds and the lethal cold, the fallen immortals continued moving forward. One of them had almost reached the middle points of the bridge when a black arrow suddenly fell from above, pinning him to the stone. The fiend struggled to break free, tearing his ghastly flesh in the process. A moment later, another arrow appeared noiselessly from the snow, severing his body in half. And then, as other fallen immortals overtook the bleeding body, massive silhouettes suddenly dove at them from the snow. Those were the shadow wolves, tearing the abhorrent abominations apart with their enormous maws. Drowned by the howling of the wind, a quiet rustle followed them. Soon enough, the figures of the obsidian wasps rushed between the giant wolves, joining the massacre. And then, finally, eerily beautiful ember patterns ignited in the veil of snow, stretching high into the air. They heralded the arrival of the Ember Queen. Slayer was standing on her enormous head, already knocking another arrow, and a great tide of the black millipedes flowed past her to join the fight. Among them was another millipede queen, this one seemingly forged from glistening onyx. It was Serpent, who had assumed that form for the moment. The dark surface of the bridge was swiftly covered by snow, and the snow was swiftly painted red by the blood of the hideous immortals. But that was not all. Unseen in the blizzard, two currents of shadows extended on both sides of the bridge, spanning its length. Soon they solidified into glistening obsidian, becoming bridges of their own. Their smooth surface was immediately hidden by the segmented carapaces of numerous millipedes, who were rushing forward to attack the fallen immortals from the flanks. Saint commanded the forces of the Shadow Legion in the west, while Slayer commanded them in the east. That only left the middle bridge. The scene taking place there was no less stunning, albeit far more bizarre. Out there in front of the bridge, the ornate buildings collapsed, raising a vast cloud of dust. And in that dust, a strange, colossal silhouette revealed itself, moving slowly toward the chasm. Soon, the gargantuan figure reached the bridge, revealing itself to be a towering, imposing dark castle. The castle moved across the rubble on 8 towering segmented legs, akin to a gargantuan spider. A titanic moth was perched on its tallest tower, and countless strands of black silk extended from it east and west, bloating out the sky of the eternal city like an ethereal spider web. That was the marvelous Mimic, of course. Both Mimic and the Puppeteer were currently augmented by one avatar of Sunny, and every shade of the Shadow Legion capable of ranged attacks was currently manning the castle's walls. The shadows of Daron and the human saints were there as well, while Goliath, the defiled seeker of truth, and the remnant of the Jade Queen were escorting it. The dark castle stepped onto the great bridge, instantly blocking its entire width, and continued moving forward. Soon enough, the defenders of its walls unleashed a devastating barrage of ranged attacks on the attacking immortals, reducing them to tom shreds of slithering flesh. 3 battles raged at the same time, and on each of the 3 bridges, the forces of the Shadow Legion were slowly advancing. There was a 4th battle happening at the same time as well, hidden from view. Out there in the throne room of the dark castle, a deep shadow rested beneath the obsidian throne. It was Nightmare, having returned to its shapeless form. At the moment, the fallen immortals infected by his dream curse were locked in the maze of nightmares, shattering them one after another. At the same time, the seeds Nightmare had planted in them were growing, giving birth to new terrifying dreams. The tenebrous steed had to not only keep his prey contained within the maze and spread the dream curse to those of the immortals who were still awake, but also battle and subjugate each of the Nubum nightmares, and do so faster than his prior minions were being destroyed, as well. The fury of that terrible battle was in no way inferior to what was happening in reality, and maybe even more dreadful. Gods! Sunny and Jet had just reached the wharf by then. Standing on its walls, they looked back at the beautiful vista of the Eternal City. Jet took a deep breath. It was hard to see the details of the 3 battles from where they were standing, but what little they could see was already unimaginable enough. She remained silent for a few moments, then sighed. Why do I feel like I'm missing all the fun? Hearing her own words, Jet shook her head. Damn, we haven't known each other that long, but I already feel as if I've spent too much time with you. Sunny grinned. He opened his mouth, wanting to answer, but at that moment a distant rumble distracted them both. Looking east, they saw something stunning out there, far away. The colossal shape of the clock tower was crumbling. The immense structure was breaking apart and folding in on itself, enormous chunks of stone falling down in clouds of dust and debris. The scale of this destruction was simply daunting. Sunny frowned. His own forces were nowhere near the western reaches of the Eternal City, and the Dutchman was far in the north. That only left the mysterious 3rd contender. That thing, whatever it was, must have caused this scene. His frown deepened. Because fun things are happening. Turning away, Sunny headed toward the night garden. Let's go. There's no time to waste. Chapter 26:43 Healing Process. The beauty and tranquility of the blooming wharf were in stark contrast with the horrid carnage of the battle taking place on the other side of the island, especially for Sonny, whose consciousness was split between both. Walking to the inner edge of the wall with determined steps, he jumped off, plummeted about 100 meters, and landed softly on the bow of the night garden. Neve was standing guard there, listening to the distant clamor of the devastating battle with a grim expression. Sonny's arrival seemed to alleviate some of his worry, and when Jet joined them, most of his tension disappeared. Glancing at the walls of the wharf, Neve exhaled slowly. What the hell is happening there? Sonny gave him a brief look. A dead army is battling an immortal army. It's quite hideous. With that, he looked around and asked, "A better question is what's happening here? This wharf was supposed to repair the night garden. How is that going?" Neve hesitated for a moment. Etha would be able to answer better since he is in the runic hall, but in short, Nightwalker was right. The night garden is indeed being mended, although we are not quite sure what it means just yet. Sonny had already been reasonably confident of that fact, but it was good to receive a confirmation. As Jet studied her ship with curiosity, he asked, "So, how long do you think it will take?" Neve raised an eyebrow. "Probably quite some time. Days, maybe weeks." "Why?" Sonny grimaced. "Because we were hoping to take the night garden on a small voyage. The situation in the city is difficult, so having it at our disposal would be of great help. It was truly a blessing that the living ship was safe from the horrid abominations populating the Eternal City already, if not for Daron and his runic array." Sonny shuddered to imagine what would have happened once they drew close to the sunken ruin. There was a good reason why the Serpent King had not only built a barrier around the city, but also left a warning to anyone wishing to explore it. Jet smiled. By difficult, he means that there's a myriad of abominable immortals, the Dutchman and its army of wraiths, and also something else entirely, which might be even more dreadful. The Lord of Shadows has unleashed his legion, and there are 3 battles between great and supreme beings happening at the same time. "Oh, and that is just the beginning of the end of this expedition," she sighed. "We want to take the night garden directly to the lighthouse, though, where the lineage of the storm god is hidden. So can it sail? And more importantly, should we interrupt the mending process?" Neve studied them both silently for a short while, then nodded. "TT can sail, and it doesn't matter whether we do or not." It was Sonny's turn to be surprised. "It doesn't matter," Neve nodded calmly. "You must keep in mind that the night garden is not a mundane ship. It is not merely an enchanted ship, either. Instead, it is a living ship. So, the reality of how it is being repaired is different from how we would usually imagine it." He pointed at the deck beneath their feet. "The wharf is not literally repairing its broken parts, like one would a mundane vessel. Rather, it is as if the wharf infused the night garden with a great torrent of vitality. That vitality, in turn, fueled the ability of the night garden to mend itself much like a living being would heal naturally. So although we say that it is being repaired, in truth it is more like it's healing." He shrugged. "So it doesn't matter that much if we stay docked or not. The process has already been initiated, so it will continue even if the night garden leaves the wharf." Sonny looked at him for a while, then looked at Jet. Then he smiled. "That's what I want to hear." The process of healing would probably reach its conclusion faster if the night garden remained in the blossoming birth, but it could continue unseen even if the living ship dove back into the crushing darkness of the storm sea. This was truly great news, not only because it allowed Sonny to use the living ship in the battle for the Eternal City, but also because it gave them an opportunity to retreat without worry. Even if other goals of the expedition ended up not being achieved, the night garden would benefit. So Sonny did not have to feel too worried anymore. "Let us cast off then." He looked at them with a smile, hesitated for a moment, and then added in a nonchalant tone, "How do we do that, by the way?" As it turned out, Leaving the berth was just as easy as entering it. The night garden was currently connected to the wharf by the branches that supported its weight. Its hull and the berth had become a single whole, and therefore, the sorcery of the living ship expanded to contain the sorcery empowering the Titanic wharf as well. So, the person controlling the night garden could control the wharf, too. Granted, there was no instruction manual on how to do it nevertheless. Etha had been able to learn how to activate the simplest functions after a short period of experimentation. Soon enough, Sunny heard the sound of rushing water and saw great waterfalls spilling into the vast reservoir of the berth. The water level rose slowly, and as it did, the wharf slowly retracted its branches one by one, separating itself from the living ship. Finally, the great gates of the colossal wharf opened, and the dark expanse of water revealed itself once more. The night garden slowly glided out of the berth and reached the edges of the dome protecting the eternal city. Then, turning its bow, it took course toward the lighthouse. Chapter 2644. Suffering from success, the Battle of the Three Bridges had started from a stunning explosion of violence, and as it progressed, the carnage only grew more dreadful. Facing the fallen immortals of the eternal city, Sunny felt as if he was finally experiencing what it was like to face him and his shadow legion. Needless to say, that made him quite uncomfortable. It did not matter, really, how powerful his shades were or how finely he controlled their movements. The personal skill and valor of his shadows did not matter either, no matter how well they fought and how many enemies they killed. The fallen immortals inevitably returned to life and dove back into combat, their hideous flesh bulging with lethal tendrils and morphing into terrible maws. The shades themselves could not be destroyed, but it took them much longer to return to the battlefield after being vanquished. So time was not on Sunny's side. With a subtle shudder, he fully realized that his eventual defeat was inevitable. Sooner or later, the citizens of the Eternal City would completely obliterate the Shadow Legion and consume him. There was simply no escape. If he played by the rules, of course, which Sunny had no intention of doing. Why follow the rules and lose when he could cheat and win? It's still a little disturbing, though. His own intent and ability to deal with the immortal prisoners of the Eternal City were a stark reminder that Sunny was not invincible either. His shades were indestructible, true, but only until he met a being disinclined to follow the rules as well. Immortality is really a curse, or at least it could become one. On each of the three bridges, his shades were trying to achieve the same result through different means. Saints and her soldiers had built an impregnable wall and steadily weathered the flood of hungry flesh. Slayer and her beasts hunted down the enemies in the snow, while the defenders of the dark castle unleashed a storm of ranged attacks on the ghastly abominations, but their end goal was the same: minimize their losses and gradually restrain the enemy until the dream curse takes hold. Defense, offense, and a combination of both. On the western bridge, the black millipedes had flanked the fallen immortals, who were now caught between them and Slayer's main force. The murderous Shadow herself had spent her quiver of powerful enchanted arrows and leaped into battle, assuming the form of a bizarre beast whose colossal body and long tail were covered by impenetrable scales, and who could turn into an armored ball. The scales turned out to be all but indestructible. The tendrils of the fallen immortals, at least, failed to pierce them, while the immortals themselves were easily crushed by the rolling beast or torn apart by its sharp claws after it unfurled its giant body. Serpent moved in their midst as well, shifting between various forms. On the middle bridge, the dark castle was steadily moving forward. Mimic was merely a transcendent shadow, but it was currently augmented by one of Sunny's incarnations, so its walls had tuned durable enough to withstand the glancing attacks of the fallen immortals, even if just barely. Most of the abominations were torn to shreds by the ranged attacks of the defenders before reaching the castle, but in the end, many of them inevitably began to scale the walls. Reaching the battlements, they were met by the shadows of Daron and the human saints, cut down and swallowed by black chains. In front of the marching castle on the bridge, the defiled seeker of truth expelled clouds of deadly miasma. The remnant of the Jade Queen breathed out torrents of caustic volcanic ash, while Goliath gazed upon the rushing abominations, washing everything it beheld in immolating heat. On the eastern bridge, a wall of black chitin was refusing to buckle under an avalanche of hungry flesh. The Usuras of condemnation and the bestial horrors of Godreve advanced through the breaches in the phalanx of monstrous millipedes, crushing and severing the bodies of the fallen immortals. Fiend rampaged in front of the defensive formation, serving as its vanguard. Saints herself, meanwhile, had carved a bloody path to advance forward. Surrounded by grotesque horrors of the eternal city from all sides, she calmly activated the Shield of Nothing and descended upon the abominable creatures, moving under a veil of true darkness. Sunny and the puppeteer controlled all three armies, tensely observing the changing currents of the battle. This is a problem. The fallen immortals were powerful, and there were a lot of them. Not all of these abominations had been humans once. Either there were bestial horrors among them, as well, each like a moving abyss of abhorrent, murderous flesh. However, Sunny had managed to bridge the divide between the Shadow Legion and the dwellers of the Eternal City with skill, strategy, and cohesion of his silent troops. The problem, however, was in the nature of this battle. Killing the enemies only slowed them down a little, and to truly deal with them, they had to be restrained and eventually infected by the dream curse. But while temporarily destroying the body of a fallen immortal was a task that an individual shade could accomplish, restraining them required continuous efforts of at least a couple of shades, which meant that with each adversary Sunny neutralized, the number of his soldiers diminished, even if none of them were vanquished. Something had to change. And soon it did. Just as Saint was finally forced to move back on the eastern bridge, a powerful explosion rocked it, and dozens of immortals in front of her were torn to pieces. A moment later, another explosion bloomed, and a powerful shockwave sent the enemy reeling. That was the Night Garden, sailing at the edge of the invisible barrier that protected the Eternal City while circling it from the east. As they left the wharf and passed the island, a perfect view of the eastern bridge and the battle happening on it opened to the right of the living ship, which meant that its starboard cannons had a direct line of fire and could unleash a devastating bombardment on the attacking immortals. There were no firing crews and ascended officers on deck to fuel the cannons with essence and load them, though. So instead, Sunny loaded and aimed the cannons himself, summoning countless black hands from the shadows, then charged the cannon balls with his own supreme essence. As a series of explosions erased swathes of the advancing abominations from the Great Bridge, Saint and her army advanced swiftly. Chapter 2645. The More You Learn. The bombardment of the Night Garden descended on the northern span of the Great Bridge, carving bloody paths in the tide of hideous flesh. A bloody haze drifted above the vast chasm, and pieces of torn bodies rained down. Saint retreated just in time to avoid being swept away in the lethal barrage, sliding back on the slick stone while plunging her sword into it to arrest her momentum. A split second later, she regained her balance and lunged forward, cutting down one of the fallen immortals who had escaped the first salvo of the Night Garden. Due to her monumental height, she looked like a towering statue from a distance. Fiend was at least 4 times higher at that moment, however. His fearsome figure suddenly shrank, becoming only a head taller than her. His mass remained the same, though, so when he lunged forward to join Saint, the great bridge trembled and trembled. Together, they massacred the vanguard of the immortal swarm. Fire and darkness intertwined like a primal inferno, reminding Sunny of the ancient murals depicting the flames of desire burning in the everlasting void. The Shadow Legion advanced. With the night garden bombarding the bridge, it was as if the roots of the immortal swarm had been cut. The grotesque nightmare creatures were still swiftly rising from the dead, but since the massive cannonballs continued to decimate them, fewer managed to reach the line of battle contact intact, and because of that, the balance of power between them and the silent shades shifted. With fewer enemies to deal with, Saint and her army were able to restrain them faster, and once they gained that advantage, their progress snowballed. Standing on the deck of the night garden, Neve observed the distant battle with a stunned expression. This was his first time witnessing the Shadow Legion or any sovereign going all out, for that matter, so he was reasonably taken aback. Eventually, he said in a low voice, "So this is your true power." Sonny, who had been busy loading and firing 12 massive cannons of his own creation, gave him a sideways glance. "Technically, this is 1/3 of 5/7 of my true power, but it is close enough, I guess." Slowly, Neve's gaze turned subtly bitter. Looking away from the furious battle raging on the distant bridge, he sighed. "In the past, I've often wondered how things would have been different if the House of Night had managed to produce a sovereign. What would have happened if Nightwalker was still here?" Sunny smiled faintly. "I think you got it all wrong. Great clans do not produce sovereigns, it's the opposite. Sovereigns produce great clans. So in a sense, the House of Night was the most impressive of the great clans because you achieved that title without being supported by a supreme." Neve shook his head. "We were still wiped out in the end. Even if we weren't, we were destined to fade into obscurity as valor and song conquered everything." He remained silent for a while, then looked at Sunny and asked, "What does it feel like to wield the power akin to a deity?" Jet, who was leaning against a wooden beam nearby, smiled. "Yes, what does it feel like?" Sunny did not answer immediately, concentrating on his countless shades, the shadows he was manifesting and firing the cannons. Eventually, he said, "I guess it makes you feel small." It was not the answer they expected, so both seemed surprised. "Small," Sunny nodded. "You are both saints, so you should understand. The more powerful you become and the more you learn, the more painfully you understand just how weak and ignorant you are. However, there is solace in anonymity. As a mundane person, you know that there are billions of people who are no different from you. As an awakened, there are hundreds of thousands, at least 100 as a saint, but there are only a few sovereigns, so being weak and ignorant feels much more personal." He paused for a second and then chuckled. "Ah, but don't misunderstand. It's not all bad. In fact, being a demigod feels great. To be honest, my youth was quite miserable. Every day, I struggled just to survive. Now, I wouldn't even know how to die. Killing me is strictly a theoretical possibility." Having witnessed the state of the immortal dwellers of the Eternal City, however, Sunny was not as comforted by being nearly unkillable as before. On the bridge, Saint and her army were steadily making their way to the new island. With the support of the Night Garden, the pressure on her and her troops reduced by a large margin, so large, in fact, that Sunny could shift some of these forces elsewhere. So, he sent Fiend and fresh reinforcements to the other two bridges. Most importantly, he released Saint from the embrace of his shadow and sent that incarnation to augment the marvelous mimic as well. With 3 of his avatars concentrated on the middle bridge, he could unleash the power of the curse and weaken the fallen immortals there better. These bridges were a perfect battlefield for the weakening curse. In fact, because only a limited number of enemies could attack his forces simultaneously there. That allowed him to concentrate the debilitating sorcery of the Shadowbound charm on the foremost enemies, thus maximizing its effectiveness. With reinforcements arriving from the eastern bridge, the situation on the other two had shifted, too. Slowly at first, then exponentially faster, the scales of battle started to tip in Sonny's favor. Once he gained an advantage, it only continued to grow. And before too long, the three battles reached their conclusion. Saint, Slayer, and the marvelous Mimic had crossed the bridges and entered the three islands, leading the Shadow Legion onto their shores. Of course, the conclusion of the battle for the three bridges did not mean that all combat ceased. The islands were teeming with horrid, immortal abominations, so the battle continued, even if its intensity lessened. It had simply entered a new phase. Chapter 2646, Shadow Commander. The Night Garden had left the wharf, so Sonny saw no need to keep a presence on the island connected to it. Having cleansed it from the abominable immortals, the Shadow Legion abandoned the territory it had previously conquered and advanced northward to three neighboring districts of the Eternal City. Each of the three islands was larger and more densely developed than the Wharf Island, and populated by more abominations as well. The immortals dwelling there seemed slightly more powerful, with more champions akin to the abhorrent silver tiger hiding in their midst. One of the islands seemed like a residential area. One resembled a leisure district with vibrant shops and theaters scattered among peaceful alleys, while the last one was mostly taken up by an exquisite park. Beautiful trees rustled quietly in the nebulous darkness, their silver leaves glistening in the rays of falling light. Ponds and winding canals rested under the black abyss of the watery sky above, and tall hills rose above the landscape, cascading toward the promenades built along the edges of the island. Saint and her army invaded the leisure district. Slayer led her bestial force into the residential one, while the marvelous Mimic entered the park. Each of the three forces was met with its own set of challenges, dictated both by its composition and the terrain of the three battlefields. The nature of the battle kept changing, and Sonny had to adapt swiftly. His legion was facing a far greater number of enemies now, so its numerical advantage did not play a large role anymore. The dream curse was not spreading among the restrained immortals fast enough either, and Sonny did not have enough shades to keep restraining them indefinitely, so he had to keep releasing captured enemies despite knowing that they would attack him again. Additionally, the three islands were not only larger and more populous than the first one, they were also connected to more districts of the Eternal City, which meant that many new abominations were already trickling across the wide chasms dividing them. Worse still, they were not arriving only from the north, but threatening to flank Sonny's forces on the residential and leisure islands. Things did not look too good for the Shadow Legion. However, the most important change in the cadence of the battle was a positive one. Sonny had not noticed it during the battle for the Wharf Island since it was relatively short and had been fought on a smaller scale than these three terrifying collisions. But even the sorcery of the Eternal City was not omnipotent. The fallen immortals of this sunken hell could not be destroyed, indeed. Even if they were torn apart or burned to ash, the Eternal City would restore their youthful bodies to pristine condition, endlessly, no matter how many times they perished. However, the time it took the immortals of the Eternal City to be revived varied. At first, it only took them mere seconds to rise again, but if the same nightmare creature was killed repeatedly, that time slowly increased. Already, some of the immortals whom the Shadow Legion had fought on the bridges spent entire minutes remaining dead. That was still incomparable to the silent shades of the Shadow Legion, since the more powerful of them needed entire days to return to the battlefield. However, it introduced an entirely new dynamic to the battle for the Eternal City, giving Sonny more tools to work with. The fallen immortals seemed to be slowly growing wary of the Shadow Legion, as a result not because they feared being destroyed by the Shades, but because they feared remaining dead for too long and surrendering their chance to eviscerate the adversary to someone else. So, the intestine of the combat lessened somewhat, and it would probably keep changing as Sonny killed more nightmare creatures over and over again, slowing down their revival process. In these circumstances, the ruthless economy of battle had become even more important, forcing Sonny to concentrate on a particular aspect of warfare, the use of siege engineering and fortifications. Like a general commanding an army. Well, an actual general commanding an actual army, rather. He had to conquer optimal positions on each of the 3 islands, entrench his forces, and slowly chip away at the swarm of immortal abominations. That was his priority at the moment. Luckily, Sonny possessed a unique advantage as far as fortifying battle positions went. In the Leisure District, Saint and her army fought their way to a large structure that made him shudder, in secret, because of its similarity to the Colosseum of the Kingdom of Hope. It was a vast theater built in an elliptical shape, with towering walls with open arches and lavish spectator seats descending toward a wide track that circled the arena. A hippodrome, if he was not mistaken. The open nature of its walls made the hippodrome a hardly defensible position, even if its great size and overall shape made it perfect for establishing a stronghold. As Saint and her warriors poured into the ancient theater, the shadows around it stirred and flowed upward. They filled the wide portals cut into the walls of the hippodrome and then solidified, closing them. At the same time, a layer of manifested shadows reinforced the stone walls, making them harder to destroy. Wide battlements with protruding bastions were established on top of the walls, and an inclined palisade of sharp spikes rose from its base, making approach more difficult. Sonny was already straining himself to maintain the countless chains that bound the captured immortals, so he simply manifested these shadows permanently. That made them far less potent and far more brittle, but by overlaying multiple layers of manifested shadows on top of each other, he was able to vastly improve the resilience of the hippodrome. Remembering the many sieges he had ever participated in, Sonny implemented every measure he could realize in a short amount of time to make the ancient theater as difficult to conquer as possible. Soon, a dark fortress towered above the leisure districts, bristling with countless black spikes. Saint stood atop its walls, shrouded in a mantle of darkness. Similar things were happening on the Park Island and the residential island as well. Chapter 26, 47 Learning Curve on the Residential Island. The blizzard summoned by the shadow of the winter beast had swallowed the lively streets, the private estates, and the groves surrounding ornate palatial manors. There was no easily defensible position here, so Sonny had to create one himself. Slayer and her bestial army had taken control of the roofs, with aerial bridges made from shadows connecting them like a web. The obsidian wasps were able to fly, even if they were vulnerable when taking to the air, so they were both highly mobile and unpredictable, giving her a vital advantage. Serpent, meanwhile, was supremely adaptable, capable of supporting any strategy. And then there was the Ember Queen, naturally, the shadow of a great tyrant who was not only fearsome in battle, but also capable of commanding the black millipedes and extremely elusive. On the central island, the marvelous mimic and its defenders had made it to the top of a tall hill, settling there like a natural fortress. Sonny covered his castle in a carapace of manifested shadows, as well as if dressing it in a suit of armor. There were few terrain features to make use of here, but there was hardly a more tried and tested combination than a steep slope and the walls of a fortress. The only thing he was lacking was a deep moat, but even then, the hill bordered a deep lake on one side. Granted, the immortals of the Eternal City were not going to drown even if they fell into its water. But every advantage, no matter how small, mattered. Here they come. The forces entrenched themselves as best they could, preparing to be besieged. There was no trick Sonny could use, none that was worth the effort, at least so he fully concentrated on his countless bodies, wanting to make the most of his combat skill and intelligence. It was quite fascinating, really. With the mind weave enhancing his mental prowess and the puppeteer serving as the conduit of his will, Sonny had gained nearly flawless control over his shades. That meant that he could not only take full advantage of the rich legacy of tactical warfare accumulated by humanity over the ages, but also perform strategies that mundane generals had never even dreamed of. After all, Sonny had not simply gained the ability to command his dead warriors with the same level of responsiveness as mundane soldiers would have shown. Instead, he could directly control each of his shades so, in fact, the level of cohesion he could achieve was far beyond anything mundane armies had even been capable of. On the most basic level, that was expressed in how well the shades supported each other in combat. The entire Shadow Legion was fighting like one vast, terrifying creature. It was as if Sonny had indeed become a demon with a myriad heads and a myriad deadly hands, sowing death and destruction anywhere he went. Naturally, that made each of the shades far more lethal, while at the same time drastically reducing the losses of the Shadow Legion. On a more elevated level, the unnatural cohesion between the countless shades allowed Sonny to perform strategic maneuvers that had not even been invented yet, since they were simply impossible for armies bound by the limitations of mundane warfare. The fact that he had been able to carve a bloody path to the advantageous locations and fortify them under constant harassment by the fallen immortals was already proof of that. But really, Sonny had not even begun to explore the new horizon of possibilities open to him now, and understandably so. After all, it was not easy to invent an entirely new framework of military doctrines based on a set of realities that could be applied solely to him. The knowledge of military strategy Sonny possessed was the result of thousands of years of accumulated insights and breakthroughs made by genius tacticians, so he could not be expected to accomplish that much in a single day. He was certainly trying, though, driven by desperation and necessity. "I do feel like I'm a little out of my depth," which was ironic, considering that he was at the bottom of the deepest ocean in the universe. Sonny had commanded a small group of elite soldiers before, as well as a large contingent of the Sword Army in Godgrave. He had also led the Shadow Legion into battle, but never in such an involved and complicated manner. So he was both struggling and learning a lot with every second of his endless, intensely violent and harrowing battle. 3 tides of dreadful abominations descended upon the positions of the Shadow Legion. The violence was unimaginable. Sonny had been disturbed by the monstrous, sinister nature of the first immortal they had met in the Eternal City. Now that this one nightmare creature was replaced by a ceaseless flood of hideous, misshapen horrors, he could not even bother to be repulsed. But nevertheless, he was getting better at commanding his silent army with every moment. With every attack his soldiers received or delivered, Sonny was learning how to wield his power better. His vast mind spun frenetically, absorbing new information and coming to new conclusions. And as a result, the position of the Shadow Legion was slowly improving. On the Leisure Island, the tide of immortals was washing over the walls of the Hippodrome. On the Park Island, the defenders of the Dark Castle had established a killing field on the slopes of the hill. On the residential island, Slayer and her beasts were repelling the enemies who leaped or climbed onto the roofs of the few central blocks. And all the while, Nightmare continued to spread the dream curse among the fallen immortals. The Tenebrous Steed was fighting his own battle as well. The maze of nightmares was being destroyed and rebuilt again, slowly expanding as more and more powerful creatures were imprisoned in it. Sunny just hoped that it would endure until the expedition to the Eternal City was over. Sweet dreams, bastards. Chapter 26, 48 Inherent Inclinations. How are things going there? The night garden had moved past the battle on the bridge and was now sailing around an unknown island. The deafening cannonade had ceased, and only the distant echoes of the fierce battle were breaking the tense silence. Sunny was on the bow of the living ship, accompanied by Neve and Jet. Giving the latter a brief look, he sighed. Better than expected, worse than I would have wanted. Despite his best efforts, the Shadow Legion was still suffering casualties. If there was a consolation, though, it was that for every shade that was vanquished, several immortals were infected by the dream curse the measures Sunny had taken, and the fortifications he had built were doing their job. He could not tell if this was enough, though. It seemed like he would be able to conquer the 3 islands in due time while suffering relatively few losses, but would that rate of attrition be acceptable in the long term? There was no way to tell, yet, since the battle for the Eternal City was only starting. Sunny closed his eyes and rubbed his face, feeling as if his mind was on the verge of melting. As I mentioned already, I have established fortified strongholds on each of the 3 islands for now. Currently, the locals are laying siege to them. Once that chaos subsides a little, I will probably try to accomplish a few secondary goals to gain more advantages. Jet raised an eyebrow. Secondary goals? Like what? He hesitated for a few seconds. I was thinking of trying to destroy one of the bridges. I'll need to find out what hides in the water as well. The Eternal City used to drift in space, too, so I am sure that there is some kind of underground communications here. I'll need to explore them to see if there are tunnels that can be used to move around the islands rapidly. Oh, but most of all, Sunny turned his head slightly, looking north. When we were approaching the city, I noticed a building that glanced like it might be an armory. It will be great to go on a small excursion and see if I can arm my shades better there. After a short silence, Neve suddenly said in a neutral tone, I don't think that you'll find weapons in that building. Sunny looked at him steadily. Why? Neve lingered for a bit, then shrugged. The locals don't seem like militant people. Sunny blinked a couple of times. He was currently engaged in 3 distressing battles with swarms of rabid locals, so how were they not militant? On the other hand, he somewhat understood what Neve meant. The Saint of Night still explained himself, though. From what I've seen, this place was meant to be a sanctuary, a place of peace and prosperity where even death held no power. In other words, the people living here were not supposed to suffer. Plus, didn't you mention that the Eternal City used to exist in space? An armory suggests the existence of a military force and a need for weapons. Who would the inhabitants of the Eternal City even fight in space? Sunny stared at him silently. Neve was making a lot of sense. To his disappointment, Jet spoke at that moment. Still, that does not mean that there are no weapons in the Eternal City. When Sunny looked at her with a silent question in his eyes, he smiled and shrugged. Well, think about it. If weapons were not used for war, then why would they be used? He tilted his head a little. Was that a trick question? Where did people wield weapons except for the battlefield, training schools, or, his eyes glistened a little, sports? Jet nodded. Yeah, people might become immortal, but some things never change. Sunny hesitated for a moment. Indeed, all he had to do to come up with this answer was ask himself where he had used weapons most often outside the usual battles. And the answer was simple: it was in the dreamscape. People were wired to enjoy conflict and competition, so sports thrived even in war-torn societies, but especially so in those that experienced long periods of peace. In the waking world, the most popular sport was dueling, and since battles between awakened were too perilous, it mostly took place in the dreamscape. Sunny knew better than most how popular these duels were, since he had suffered a lot of unintentional fame as mongrel. The same could be said about all cultures throughout Earth's history. The dream realm had not been an exception either. The immortals of the Eternal City would have been even more susceptible to the excitement offered by sports competitions, since they could not even kill each other. War had been impossible here, or at least meaningless, but the deeply rooted need to experience strife all people shared would have remained. But how am I supposed to find where sports competitions? Sonny fell silent. Wait a minute, hadn't he already found one such place? The Hippodrome. Jet nodded. Chariot races were quite popular in ancient times. I would imagine something similar would have been happening here as well, considering your description of the local hippodrome. Of course, the races themselves would have been different, with not only people, but also beasts and monsters participating, and everyone in the arena being immortal. Gods, I would have bought a ticket if I could. Sonny stared at her for a moment. Instead of answering, he simply commanded his incarnation in the hippodrome to separate itself from Saint, assume a tangible form, and descend to the floor of the arena. Sonny extended his shadow sense into the ground and immediately sensed hollow spaces there. There was a whole network of service spaces under the hippodrome, rooms for the athletes, stables, training halls, lounges, and equipment storages as well. Once Sonny sensed what was hidden inside, his eyes glistened. Ah! He lingered for a bit, then looked at Jet with a bright smile. I think I've found the first part of that treasure. Chapter 26, 49 Ancient Equipment. Without wasting any time, Sonny stepped through the shadow and found himself in a spacious corridor under the arena of the hippodrome. Jet must have been correct in her assumption that mythical beasts had participated in the chariot races held in the Eternal City. The corridor was wide, with high ceilings, and the gates leading to various halls were quite large as well. Sonny could easily imagine a lumbering creature, like the abominable silver tiger he had fought recently, walking on this path on its way to the arena. For a moment, his spirit of exploration flared up, making him space out while imagining the exciting games that had happened in the hippodrome. But Sonny was too preoccupied by something else to let himself go on a mental tangent, not to mention the fact that he was simultaneously controlling countless shades engaged in a furious battle. Walking over to a particular gate, he pushed it open. Inside was a vast hall that must have served as a storage warehouse. The wares stored here were not of a mundane kind, though. Instead, hundreds of suits of intricate armor were displayed on wooden mannequins. The walls were lined with stands that bristled with all kinds of fearsome weapons: spears, swords, axes, mauls, tridents, bows and arrows, javelins, glaives, halberds. Anything he could imagine. What was more, those were not ordinary suits of armor or ordinary weapons. Sonny had forged enough of them to know quality when he saw it. Each was worthy of being worn or wielded by a transcendent being, at least. A few, those that were displayed on ornate pedestals, were even fit for a supreme. Both the armor and the weapons were enchanted, as well. Sonny could see a flowing weave of runes etched into the glistening steel, and although he could not tell what enchantments the runes created, he sensed dire power emanating from the ancient blades. Everything here had been preserved in pristine condition, just like everything else in the Eternal City. At least 1,000 sets of armor and twice as many weapons were stored in this hall alone. It was an arsenal that put the armories of great clans to shame. Sonny was suddenly regretful that there were so few human shades in the Shadow Legion. Should he have killed more people, maybe? No, probably not. But even if he could not bestow these armaments on most of his shades, there were plenty of warriors in the human domain who could benefit greatly from receiving such potent tools. Sonny hesitated for a few moments, then walked over to a pedestal that stood in the very center of the armory, illuminated by an enchanted lantern. There, an imposing suit of lamellar armor that seemed to have been forged from beautiful nacre scales was resting on a mannequin, its head crowned by a laurel wreath. A fearsome spear rested nearby. This set especially radiated a feeling of history and dire power. It had probably belonged to an immortal champion of the eternal arena. Sunny could not help but think that it would suit the shadow of Daron quite well, at least during this expedition. It's a pity, though. Most of the shades Sunny commanded belonged to nightmare creatures, so these beautiful weapons and suits of armor were useless to them. He still sent the entire arsenal into his soul sea, though. From there, the best equipment could be summoned to the human shade slayer, meanwhile, would receive full quivers of deadly enchanted arrows. Sunny could not help but think that there had to be a similar arsenal meant for great beasts somewhere in the hippodrome, too. He searched it with his shadow sense, but did not discover anything that resembled gargantuan suits of armor. There was a different point of interest, though. Stepping through the shadows, Sunny found himself in a different vast hall. There, enormous pools of something that looked like mercury were cut into the stone floor, surrounded by runic circles. Sunny studied the pools for a while, wondering what purpose they served. He looked around the hall, then considered the layout of the underground complex hidden under the arena. Then he walked over to one of the runic circles and stared at the runes. Form, shape, boundary. Hell, I can't make sense of it. He did have an odd suspicion, though, one that he felt had a good chance of reflecting the truth. Eventually, Sunny stepped back and summoned one of the shades that were guarding the battlements into the underground hall. Soon, an enormous leopard appeared in front of him, towering at least a dozen meters above the floor. Unlike some of the shades, this one was not clad in armor forged by the shadow of the King of Swords, so it was a perfect choice to conduct an experiment. Sunny hesitated for a moment, then commanded the leopard to enter one of the pools. The mercury rippled as the massive beast submerged itself into the pool. Shades did not need to breathe, of course, and the liquid metal did not seem dangerous. Still, Sunny called the leopard back before too long. As the giant shade rose from the mercury, torrents of liquid metal flowed down its black fur. However, not all of that metal returned into the pool. Instead, a layer of it solidified around the body of the leopard. Sunny's eyes trembled a little. By the time the giant beast stepped back onto the cold stones, it was encased in polished armor. The mercury did not just solidify around it instead. It was shaped and guided to Tum into an actual suit of armor that was perfectly suited for the body of the bestial shade, protecting all its vital spots while leaving enough open areas not to compromise its mobility. It was incredibly resilient, too capable of withstanding most of transcendent blades at least, or corrupted claws. Great nightmare creatures would not find it easy to break this armor either. As Sunny looked at the heavily armored black leopard, his eyes glistened. That's what I'm talking about. Chapter 2650 Commerce and Culture. While the three strongholds of the Shadow Legion were besieged by the flood of grotesque flesh, the Night Garden continued sailing toward the distant lighthouse. Sunny had already begun arming his shades, but it was going to take some time to exhaust the pools of liquid metal and equip as many of them as he could. He moved the shades that had already received shiny new coats of enchanted armor to the front line, though, so the rate at which the Shadow Legion was suffering casualties was already reducing. It's amazing, really. At the moment, Sunny and Jet were with the Saints of Night on the bridge of the living ship. He was showing them one of the weapons from the arsenal of the Hippodrome. I knew that there would be something of value in the Eternal City, but I might have underestimated just how much of a treasure trove this place is. It was inhabited by truly powerful beings. After all, and unlike most other places in the dream realm, everything here had been perfectly preserved. The Hippodrome alone can increase the overall strength of humanity by a noticeable margin. Bloodwave nodded somberly, then said in his low voice, 1,000 sets of transcendent armor. All of House of Night only possessed a tenth of that, not to mention supreme relics. There were more powerful memories out there now that the number of saints had increased, but it was still an incredible discovery. Even if the artifacts found in the Eternal City were not memories, and were therefore more cumbersome to use, they were a precious commodity. Not only because of their power, but also because of the fact that they were enchanted, and the fact that these enchantments had come from a previously unknown tradition. Just like Anank's mantle had helped Sonny develop his weaving, the runic enchantments of these ancient relics could help human enchanters learn more about sorcery, and therefore push their craft further. Jet whistled, then asked, "Where else do you think we'll be able to find something valuable?" The Hippodrome was an unexpected find, but there were bound to be other similar places in the Eternal City. Neve contemplated for a while, then said tentatively, "Stores. There had to be stores selling enchanted items. Even immortals would have enjoyed luxury. It would be even better to find workshops where the items were crafted." At that moment, the usually quiet Etha suddenly spoke. "Museums." He glanced at Sonny and Jet, then added quietly, "People who lived in the city were made immortal, but they had all come from somewhere. The wealth of history they had witnessed must have been immeasurable, and they would have brought mementos of that history here. Since they lived lives of opulence and luxury, knowing no need, they would have enjoyed culture more than commerce." He smiled. "Who knows what we will find in their museums? Relic of the age of gods, mythical weapons that decided the fate of entire realms. That is what one imagines when thinking about an immortal abode." Sonny blinked a couple of times. "Museums, huh?" Etha's suggestion was quite plausible, not to mention enticing. Just then, an especially powerful nightmare creature clashed with Slayer, and Sonny got distracted for a while. When the nightmarish horror was finally subdued, he shivered. The more time Sonny spent in the Eternal City, the more a particular question gnawed at him. Glancing at the Saints of Night, he exhaled slowly and then asked, "Now that I've enjoyed the sights of this lovely city, I wanted to ask, how the hell did Nightwalker escape from here as a sleeper?" Neve and Etha, in turn, looked at Bloodwave, the oldest of them, as well as the person who seemed to have known the legendary founder of the House of Night personally. Bloodwave remained silent for a while, then sighed. "That is Nightwalker you are talking about, the first of the Night Guides. That bastard could find any path and go anywhere he wanted, and nothing could stop him, let alone bar his way." It sounded like Nightwalker had possessed an aspect that had to do with getting places. It also sounded like Bloodwave had not been very fond of the mysterious founder of their clan for some reason. Etha wore a neutral expression, while Neve's emotions could not be read. Sonny sighed. "Well, I'm in no position to judge. Did you know? I once killed a great devil as a sleeper." They chuckled politely, prompting his expression to fall. "Ah, it is just not the same without Kai." Soon enough, he winced and raised a hand to shield his eyes. The closer they got to the lighthouse, the brighter their surroundings became. Most of the Eternal City was shrouded in nebulous darkness. With areas bathed in stark silver light, it was a city of endless night, alien to the concept of sunshine. As they approached the lighthouse, however, it was simple to mistake the deep darkness of the undersea for daylight, and Sonny suspected that it would become even brighter as they got closer still. The lighthouse, just like the wharf, was isolated from the rest of the city, standing some distance away from the nearest island. It was a magnificent tower that loomed above the landscape, almost reaching the sloping edge of the invisible dome. Brilliant light spilled from it, suffusing the clouds of vapor surrounding its base with blinding, soft radiance. Sonny had felt nothing when nearing the wharf, but the sight of the lighthouse filled him with awe and dread in equal proportions. He hesitated. "I am not sure that we should take the night garden close to the tower." Jet gave him a brief look and nodded. "There is no dock anyway. We will stop at a safe distance away." Neve seemed to agree as well. "How will we get to ground, though?" That was indeed a good question. Sunny looked at the turbulent expanse of glistening water and winced. I guess we're going for a swim. Chapter 26, 51 Spirit Attack. The lighthouse was a place unlike any Sunny had ever seen, and it made him feel uncomfortable. The reason for his unease was simple. There were no shadows on the small island surrounding the great tower, and none within. There were clouds of vapor swirling around the lighthouse, and that vapor was suffused by the brilliant silver light. Every tiny droplet of water was reflecting the radiance, making the light omnidirectional, which meant that there was nowhere on the island where light was absent, and therefore no place for shadows to nestle. So, Sunny could not use Shadow Step to travel there. This was a new kind of obstacle for him. In fact, Sunny had not even been aware that his powers could be suppressed this way, so he was quite stumped. Luckily, he still possessed the Shadow Lantern, so returning to the night garden was not going to be a problem, but they would still have to brave the dark waters washing the shores of the Eternal City to reach the lighthouse. Unlike the wharf, the lighthouse was located inside Daron's barrier. The night garden remained at a distance, drifting at the edge of the outer dome. It was decided that Etha would remain on the bridge of the living ship, controlling it, while the rest of them would proceed to the small island. What do you think is in the water? Sunny could not help but sound a little apprehensive. Bloodwave shrugged. Whatever it is, we'll find out soon. A few minutes later, they plunged into the cold water. An onyx serpent, an azure serpent, and a monstrous killer whale dove into the dark depths and rushed toward the radiant light, racing to get to the shore as fast as possible. Jet, meanwhile, had turned into a wraith and hid inside Sunny's maw. Just moments after they plunged into the water, Sunny sensed that something was terribly wrong. Curses. He could feel the indestructible plates of the jade mantle slowly eroding away. Beside him, clouds of blood surrounded the enormous killer whale, and further away, Neve's icy scales were becoming covered by a net of cracks. I see what is going on. There was no single harrowing abomination hiding in the waters of the Eternal City. Instead, there was an incalculable number of tiny fish, each no larger than a fingernail, hiding beneath the tumultuous surface of the dark water. The fish were small, but armed with numerous razor-sharp teeth, swarming hungrily around any living thing that entered their hunting grounds, which was far worse. Sunny could handle a terrifying leviathan or two, but a myriad of tiny monsters. Actually, he could handle that too. Activating the curse, he used the shadow flame and the weakening curse to affect a wide area around him, then channeled his death will while augmenting it with the mercy of shadow. He was empowering the shadowbound charm with the underworld armament, and using it as a conduit for his will. As a result, Sunny's killing intent became a lethal force. Considering how many tiny abominations he was affecting, each individual one was not weakened that much by the weakening curse. However, they were all exposed to the same death will, and therefore, they died. Sunny willed it so, and an unimaginable number of tiny abominations were instantly killed. They sustained no wounds, and neither had they been exposed to an attack they could have resisted. The fragile flames of their lives were simply snuffed out. They simply ceased. Of course, it had only been possible because each individual fish was relatively weak, but still, it was an eerie and indescribable feeling to be able to decimate a myriad of nightmare creatures with a mere thought. I guess this can be called a spirit attack, since it was my will that killed them. For a few moments, Sunny and the Saints of Night received reprieve from being gnawed on by the abominable creatures that populated the waters around the Eternal City. But it was a place foreign to death, after all. Soon enough, the tiny fiend Sunny had destroyed stirred and came back to life, swarming the two great sea serpents and the giant killer whale again. Blood spilled into the cold water once more, and Sunny willed them to die once more. It was quite straining. Sunny, Neve, and Bloodwave fought their way through the infested waters while being eaten alive. Luckily, Sunny could slow down the rate at which they were devoured, and the distance separating them from the small island was not too vast. Soon enough, they were surrounded by brilliant light and could sense solid ground close by. Sunny climbed onto the cold stones and swayed, blinded by the radiance. His shadow sense was useless here, and the light was unbearably bright. Groaning, he shielded his eyes with a hand and jumped away from the water. Jet assumed her corporeal form nearby, unperturbed and entirely dry. Neve and Bloodwave joined them a few seconds later. Having already assumed their human forms, the former looked pale, but relatively unscathed, while the latter was riddled with ghastly wounds and bleeding heavily. Looking down at his shredded armor, Bloodwave grimaced and wiped the blood off his face. His wounds were already closing, and he did not seem bothered by the pain. If anything, the flowing blood seemed to only make him more ferocious. No wonder those immortals are reluctant to fall into the water. His tone was flat. Sunny tended to agree. The waters of the Eternal City were teeming with these abominations, and their teeth were chillingly sharp. Usually, falling into infested waters would merely mean a swift and painful death. But things did not die in the Eternal City. Once someone fell into the water here, they were destined to be devoured eternally, endlessly coming to life only to be pierced by tiny teeth and torn apart again and again and again. Forever. If there was a fate even nightmare creatures would be wary of, that was it. He shuddered. Stay alert. Stripped of shadow sense and surrounded by soft silver radiance, Sunny felt incredibly vulnerable and exposed. His expression darkened. We are inside the barrier, so there can be immortals here. In fact, let's hope that those fiends are the worst thing hiding in this light. Despite how beautiful the diffused expanse of soft silver light was, Sunny got an eerie feeling from this place. Glancing at his companions, he summoned the shadow lantern and sighed. Let's go. Chapter 2652. Hidden in the light, the radiant vapor made it hard to see. It was bright enough to be blinding, and without shadows, discerning the shape and size of objects was surprisingly difficult. Jade and the Saints of Night seemed to be doing fine, but Sunny had to summon a small shadow out of the shadow lantern and manifest it into a mesh blindfold. After tying it around his eyes, he finally felt better. Being unable to sense his surroundings still made him uneasy, but at least his vision was not severely impaired. It's better than true darkness, at least. If it had been elemental darkness, he would not have even been able to summon the shadows to help him in a second of need. Sunny, Jet, and the Saints of Night cautiously advanced forward. The island supporting the lighthouse was not very big, but there was still some distance they had to traverse to reach the base of the tower. The ground gently sloped upward, and there was a set of wide steps they followed. Soon enough, however, Sunny gestured for everyone to stop. What's wrong? He remained motionless for a few minutes, then hissed and took a step back. A strand of his wet hair fell to the ground, cut cleanly by something incredibly sharp. There was also a deep cut on his forehead just above his brow. Anybody else would have already been bleeding profusely, but of course, Sunny did not bleed. If he had been a bit taller, though, he would have lost an eye. There's something here. Reaching forward, he felt the air carefully and then grasped an incredibly thin, razor-sharp wire strewn across the road. The wire was so fine that it would have been hard to notice even in normal circumstances, but in the blinding radiance that surrounded them, it was practically invisible. When Sunny pulled on the wire, it glistened subtly, allowing his companions to see. They tensed a little and looked around, searching for other unseen threats. Proceed with caution. There was another wire there, at the level of Sunny's knee. Bending a little, he stepped over it and continued forward with careful steps. Their progress inevitably slowed. There were more wires awaiting them ahead. The density increased gradually, until there was an entire razor-sharp, invisible fence blocking the road. There were also other traps hidden in the blinding radiance, sharp spikes that protruded from the ground, thin blades embedded into the stone, nets that glistened subtly in the air. Sonny and his companions avoided them without much trouble, but anything larger than a human would have had trouble ascending the slopes of the island, toward the lighthouse. Not that it mattered much, considering that the horrors of the Eternal City were immortal. The wires and traps forced Sonny to search for alternative paths, though. He could have destroyed them, of course, but there was no telling what that would cause. Traps were often triggered by such actions, after all, not to mention primitive alarm systems. In the end, they had to circle almost the entire island before finding a way up. The lighthouse island was eerily quiet and empty, and they did not meet a single adversary while exploring its mysterious shores. However, Sonny stopped once again only a few hundred meters later. They were still surrounded from all sides by hazy radiance, the vapor feeling refreshingly cool on their faces. He peered into the silver light somberly. "Can you hear it?" They did. A strange, quiet, eerie sound was resounding from the radiant haze ahead, as if something was scraping against the stone. Sonny and his companions advanced cautiously, preparing themselves for battle. They were not prepared for what they found ahead, though. What the hell? Out there in front of them, a gruesome body was impaled by 6 short, sharp steel spikes. The person had their limbs and head severed, and then arranged on the ground like a macabre display. The torso, the arms, the legs, and the head were each pierced by a spike and held in place by them. The worst part of it all was that the body was still alive. It moved weakly, trying to free itself of the spikes, and thin tendrils of flesh were reaching toward the severed parts, as if wanting to reunite with them. It was the struggles of the severed body that produced the scraping noise. The face was covered by a bloody cloth, but they could see its lips moving under the fabric. Sonny shuddered in revolution. "What is this?" Neve's voice trembled. Sonny remained silent for a few long moments, then said in a subdued tone, "This is the danger of immortality." Indeed, the grotesque body laying on the ground in front of them belonged to one of the fallen immortals of the Eternal City. Someone had left the nightmare creature here, severed and immobilized, maybe to restrain them, perhaps as a punishment. In any case, Sonny had no desire to free that monstrosity from the spikes. After studying the impaled immortal for a bit, they carefully moved around the ghastly body and continued forward. As Sonny and his companions ascended higher, they witnessed a few more similar scenes. Here and there, the fallen immortals were displayed like trophies, weakly trying to set themselves free. Some were nailed to the ground like the first one, some were impaled on tall spikes, some crucified or suspended in nets of razor-sharp wide. Some still looked like humans, while some were no more than abhorrent masses of slithering flesh. There was even a head of a giant bull that was held in place by thick silver chains, its enormous glassy eyes staring at them with hunger and fury. The tongue of the ghastly creature was moving, but its body was nowhere to be seen. The further Sonny went, the darker his mood became. Just what has happened on this island? After circling the lighthouse a few more times and discovering half a dozen cruelly restrained immortals, they approached the great tower, and there, on its steps, they finally found an immortal who was not restrained. Chapter 2653. Modern history. Stone steps revealed themselves from the blinding radiance, with tall pillars framing their flawless surface. They ascended steeply into the silver haze, disappearing into the brilliant light like the pathway to heaven. There was nothing heavenly about them, though, because not 100 meters lower down the slope, a horrid mass of vivisected flesh was slithering and straining as it tried to escape the wires that bound it and the spikes that impaled it. The lighthouse was obscured by the radiance, but it was near, looming in the haze. A young man was sitting on the steps, staring at the ground. As Sonny and his companions approached, he slowly raised his head and peered at them with his strange, nebulous silver eyes. The youth looked barely old enough to be called an adult, with beautiful features and dark, flawless skin. He wore a tunic woven out of flowing, luxurious fabric, and his long hair was tied neatly by a piece of metal wire. As he regarded them with a hollow look, a strange, ominous smile twisted his lips. Hearing the nauseating sounds of rippling flesh behind them, Sonny tensed and readied himself. The youth opened his mouth. What escaped it were not revolting tendrils of flesh, however. They were the familiar sounds of the human language instead. "Kid, is that you? Gods, you look old." Sonny froze. Jet seemed stunned and confused, too. Neve's expression was hard to read, while Bloodwave remained his usual grim, nonchalant self. Staring at the young man somberly, he pursed his lips and then said in his low voice, "So you're alive after all, scoundrel." The youth studied Bloodwave for a while, not saying anything, then looked behind him. "Where is Nasus? Where is Typhion? Wait a minute." Sonny blinked and then peered into the soul of the young man. To his surprise, there was no darkness inside it, just the pure, radiant light of a transcendent soul core. Bloodwave shrugged. "Dead." The youth fell silent. A few moments passed and then he chuckled. "What kind of nightmare creature managed to do those two in?" Neve spoke at that moment, his voice sounding a little hoarse. "It wasn't a nightmare creature. It was the Prince of Nothing." The young man frowned slightly. "Who the hell is the Prince of Nothing?" Neve sighed. "Mordred of Nowhere, the banished son of the King of Swords." The young man blinked a couple of times. "Who the hell is—" "Wait, Anvil, Warden's boy," Neve nodded silently. The youth studied him for a bit and then raised an eyebrow. "I see. And who might you be?" Neve stared at him somberly, not saying anything. Sonny, who had been listening to their conversation silently, chose that moment to speak. He already suspected who the strange youth was, but wanted to confirm it, so, glancing between Neve and the young man, he asked in a bewildered tone, "Is someone going to do the introductions?" Neve smiled slightly. "Sure. These are Soul Reaper and the Lord of Shadows." He gestured to the youth. "And this is Nightwalker, the founder of our fallen clan. I am glad to see you too, Father." Sonny was still digesting the fact that Nightwalker, the legendary and mysterious founder of the House of Nye, was not only alive, but also his buddy Neve's absent dad. The fact that Nightwalker looked a couple of decades younger than his son was not helping him come to terms with that information, either. "At least I know why Bloodwave doesn't like his clan's founder very much now. The bastard got his older sister pregnant." For all the talk about how the House of Night was not a single family, but an alliance of prominent legacy clans of the Stormsea instead, their familial relationship seemed quite complicated. Sonny sighed. After the brief introduction, Nightwalker rose and invited them to follow him. They walked up the stone steps, heading for the lighthouse or one of the buildings surrounding it at least. "So, can someone catch me up on what has been happening in the world? I am quite curious." Sonny gave him a long look and, since no one volunteered to speak, said in a neutral tone, "Let's see. When was it that Nightwalker had gone missing again?" Actually, nobody outside the House of Night really knew. "A Category 5 nightmare gate opened in America, so we lost that side of the planet. Immortal Flame and his daughter died there as well. Broken Sword and his cohort conquered the third nightmare. Then they conquered the fourth nightmare and became Supremes. Then Broken Sword was killed by his companions and they diwied up the world." Nightwalker whistled quietly. "So they are Supremes now, huh? Actually, so there are Supremes now, huh?" Sonny glanced at him. "There are 7 Supremes, although 3 of them are already dead. Well, 4 technically. Anyway, Valor, Song, and the House of Night established themselves as the great clans. Broken Sword's daughter got lost in the dream realm for a couple of years, then conquered the second nightmare as a sleeper. Antarctica got swallowed by nightmare gates. That's one less continent again. Your son was there, by the way, risking his life to evacuate the civilians." Jet smiled lazily. "I was there as well." Nightwalker studied her with interest. "No, actually. Why is that bastard leering at Jet?" Nightwalker smiled. I assume that you are the Soul Reaper. Nice to meet you, young lady, Jet chuckled pleasantly. Please call me Jet, mister. Sonny stared at them, appalled. He coughed. As I was saying, millions of mundane people settled in the dream realm. A few years later, Valor and Song went to war. The House of Night attempted to maintain neutrality, but in the end, most of its elders were killed by Mordred and all of its citadels were usurped. Nightwalker's smile dimmed. One man defeated my entire house. He turned to Neve and Bloodwave with a somber expression. Neve gritted his teeth. That thing can hardly be called a man. Nightwalker remained silent for a long while, then sighed and looked away. Ah, I remember now. That boy was given to the dream spawn. It makes sense then. His voice sounded neither somber nor cheerful, just distant, as if he was talking about the past he had left behind. Sonny shifted slightly. The dream spawn again. So Mordred had not lied. Nightwalker and Asterion really did have a history. Chapter 2654, Family Reunion. Sonny studied the back of the young man who was old enough to be his grandfather, wondering what had happened between Nightwalker and Asterion and when. He was full of questions, but knew that it was not the time to ask them yet. The questions still struggled to climb onto his tongue, though, which made him feel itchy. Sonny was also controlling the besieged Shadow Legion, repelling the harrowing onslaught of the hideous army of immortals, so there was that as well. He squinted. Weren't you a master? Nightwalker looked at him, then smiled wryly. I found a seed of nightmare here in the Eternal City. Took me a few tries, but I conquered it eventually. A few tries. Overwhelmed by the implications of these simple words, Sonny briefly wondered who had done it first, Broken Sword and his cohort or Nightwalker. Perhaps it did not matter in the end, he sighed. Anyway, in the war between Valor and Song, neither Valor nor Song won. Broken Sword's daughter won instead, killing both Anvil and Kai Song with the help of an extremely dashing sellsword, who then betrayed her and was promptly killed as well. They're dating now. Nightwalker slowed down and turned, giving him an incredulous look. Strangely enough, Neve and Bloodwave stared at him with wide eyes too. Wait, you and Lady Nephi's are together? Sonny gave them a dark look. Oh, did I not mention it? There's no need to sound so shocked, you know. Yes, we are, he grinned. We're like two sides of the same coin. She and I. Nightwalker stared at him for a moment, then looked at Jet. Then he smiled. Good for you. Sonny tilted his head, suddenly feeling his smile growing strained. Nephi's of the immortal Flame Clan Changing Star attained supremacy and became the ruler of humanity. Earth is being slowly devoured by the dream realm, so hundreds of millions of people are being resettled to the dream realm ahead of the apocalypse. We almost lost the Eastern Quadrant to a great terror recently, but a new Supreme ascended and took care of it. That pretty much covers everything. Oh, the remains of the House of Night were absorbed into the government. Saint Jet is the de facto leader of the government, as well as the new captain of the Night Garden. Nightwalker looked at Jet once again, then glanced at Neve and Bloodwave. His expression grew distant for a short while, but cleared eventually. Good to know. He studied Sonny silently. Neve and Bloodwave are members of the House of Night, while the stunning young lady is the captain of the Night Garden. But who are you, kid? Did someone find Shadow God's lineage after all? Sonny smiled. Someone did. He paused for a moment. I am Supreme Sunless, the demigod in charge of conquering this city. I am also thousands of years old, so please refrain from calling me kid. Young man. Nightwalker stared at him with no particular expression on his youthful face, then looked away and sighed. The world has changed a lot since I've been gone. He walked forward without saying anything else, until a wall built of large stone blocks revealed itself from the radiance. Opening the door, Nightwalker walked inside and invited them in. The space inside might have been a storage area once, but it had been turned into a makeshift living space now. There was a luxurious bed, paintings and statuettes decorating the haphazard collection of furniture, and several braziers with cold coals in them. There were also weapons and various tools littering the floor, with large spools of metal wire and long spikes leaning against the walls. It seemed like Nightwalker both lived and prepared his traps here. If anything, this place resembled Sunny's room in the ruined cathedral of the Dark City more than anything else. Most importantly, though, was that there were shadows here. Bright light spilled through the small window near the roof, but most of the storage space was mercifully dark, soothing Sunny's strained eyes. Walking inside, he let out a relieved sigh and pulled the blindfold off. He felt like a fish thrown back into the water. Curiously enough, Sunny had not sensed these shadows from the outside. It was only when he crossed the threshold that he felt their presence, hinting that this building and maybe the lighthouse, as well, were able to suppress anyone from peering through their walls. "Make yourself at home." Nightwalker walked over to one of the braziers and made fire. Then he looked around with a slightly lost expression. "Sorry, I don't think I have any food or beverages to offer you. I don't actually remember the last time I ate something." In the silence that followed, Neve sighed and asked the question that had been on all of their minds from the moment they met the miraculously surviving founder of the House of Night. You are one of those immortals now, aren't you too?" Nightwalker regarded him with a neutral expression. "Aren't we all immortal here in the Eternal City?" He shrugged and then sat down in a decadently opulent chair. "But yes, the answer to your question is yes. I died here, and then the Eternal City brought me back, so I am one of its immortals now." Neve drew a shaky breath. "But you are not corrupted like the rest of them." Nightwalker shook his head slowly. "No, not yet at least. In fact, none of the immortals are corrupted." Sunny frowned. "I'll have to disagree." Neve nodded. "Indeed, we've seen them. Jet and the Lord of Shadows fought them as well. How can those abominations not be corrupted?" Nightwalker lingered for a moment. Sorry. I should rather say that the abominations you faced are not the immortals." He leaned back and sighed. "The actual immortals aren't really alive anymore. Their bodies are intact and their souls are intact, but their minds have long crumbled. They are like empty dolls with nothing inside. Well, at least there wasn't anything inside them initially." Nightwalker looked at them darkly. "That was before a certain nightmare creature came to the Eternal City, crawled into them, and rooted itself within their immortal bodies. So the things that you saw and fought is that nightmare creature wearing the bodies of the immortals. It's a parasite." Sunny frowned. "I don't suppose you know what that nightmare creature is called." Nightwalker turned to him and smiled. "Oh, naturally I do." His smile dimmed and was then erased from his face. "It's called the flesh of Kanakhet." Chapter 26:55 Cursed King. Hearing Nightwalker's words, Sunny frowned. "Kanakhet. I've heard that name before." Jet had fought a great devil named the Heart of Kanakhet, as well as several lesser nightmare creatures bearing similar names. According to Cassie, he had been a cursed king whose parts were kept apart to prevent him from coming back to life. More importantly, Uris had mentioned an individual called Kanakhet once, when talking about those cursed by Shadow God. Considering how many traces of Kanakhet were left in the dream realm, he must have been quite powerful, and considering the nature of these traces, he must have been quite sinister. Now they were facing a great terror born of the same source, a being of the same caliber as Skinwalker. "Who the hell is Kanakhet, though?" Nightwalker smiled wryly. "Just an old myth." He hesitated for a short while, then sighed. "He was supposedly one of the first humans, born at the dawn of the Age of Gods. Gods and deities walked the earth back then, battling void creatures, and their spreading corruption they brushed sides with humans quite often as well, to various results. Most of those encounters were benign in nature, but not all of them. Kanakhet in particular managed to anger Shadow God somehow, so Shadow God took his shadow away, and with it, his ability to die." Sunny scratched his head. "Doesn't sound like much of a punishment." In a sense, he was the opposite of Kanakhet. Sunny had more shadows than he knew what to do with. One was cursed by Shadow God, the other received Shadow God's blessing. The latter could be said about Sunny and Yuri's as well. Nightwalker grinned. A very topical remark considering where we are. He fell silent for a moment. Gods have their own views on things, I guess. In any case, Kanak did not seem to mind the curse of Shadow God. Eventually, he established a vast kingdom and ruled it for numerous generations, defending his people with his overwhelming power. His power was so great, in fact, that people started calling him a god. Sunny raised an eyebrow. Butte Nightwalker shrugged. But Kanak didn't just want to be called a god, he wanted to be a god. Sunny leaned against a wall and crossed his arms. Ah, that troublesome thing, apotheosis. Nightwalker stared at him blankly. A what? Apotheosis. Oh. I guess the word fits. Sunny had to remind himself that the man had been gone for decades. Even the existence of Supremes was news to him naturally. He would not know about the impenetrable barrier that prevented them from climbing higher on the path of ascension. He shook his head. Anyway, so what happened? Nightwalker responded in a neutral tone. No matter what Kanak tried, he could not step over the threshold of divinity, not without a shadow at least. He became obsessed with the idea of godhood, and his kingdom gradually became a dark and nightmarish place. People who used to venerate and worship him were now full of terror and hatred for the undying monster who ruled them, and entire generations disappeared into the ghastly cauldron of his obsession. They could not do anything to free themselves, though. After all, Kanak's power was overwhelming, and he could not be killed. He leaned forward a little. They did manage to topple his throne in the end still. Kanak's body was severed from his soul and spirit, cut into pieces, and all these parts were sealed separately in various places, never to be reunited. The end. Sunny stared at him incredulously. It's obviously not the end, though, Nightwalker smiled. Well, I assume those seals were guarded by someone. However, the guardians all perished when the dream realm was consumed by corruption. The seals weakened after a while, and the same corruption took hold of the severed remains of Kanak. Those pieces eventually became monstrous abominations. He fell silent for a while, then added in a somber tone, I only know about this because I had the misfortune of visiting the kingdom of Kanak in one of my nightmares. The interesting part, however, is not what he did to eam the curse of Shadow God, and not what happened to his severed parts. It is not even what will happen if those parts fuse back together one day. Nightwalker leaned back. The interesting part is how Kanak was overthrown. And why? Sunny raised an eyebrow. Oh, Nightwalker lingered for a few moments. The being who helped the enslaved people of Kanak's kingdom get rid of him was none other than the demon of repose who happened to pass nearby. As for why she decided to help them, according to the myth, it was because after countless years of searching, Kanak finally found a way to become a god despite being disqualified from achieving divinity the usual way. Sunny's eyes widened a little. He remained silent for a few moments, then leaned forward. He found an alternative way to achieve apotheosis. How? Nightwalker studied him a bit, then shrugged. I am not entirely sure, but apparently he was planning to consume his own kingdom, complete with every person living there. So not the best role model as far as kingship goes. He gave Sunny a curious glance. If only that poor fool lived in the age where the nightmare spell existed, all that nonsense could have been avoided. Nightwalker fell silent for a while, then asked, You told me that the first Supremes emerged decades ago, right? Sunny nodded. Around 25 years ago, yes. Nightwalker looked away with a pensive expression. How come none of them challenged the fifth nightmare then? Sunny tilted his head a little. I guess it's because one of them is stuck on the moon while the other two were misguided, afraid, and had too much to lose. Nightwalker looked at him directly. What about you? Are you not misguided and afraid? Do you have nothing to lose? Sunny smiled faintly. Me? No, and I am in a completely different situation than they were. He looked at Nightwalker and said in an even tone, Because of the decades they wasted, I am not afforded the luxury of having a choice. The end of days is not on the horizon anymore, it is already in progress. So it's become sacred or die, or at least watch everything I treasure die. Sunny sighed. That is the reason why I'm here in the Eternal City. Conquering this place is a part of the process. Chapter 2656 Dubious Conquest. Nightwalker studied him for a long while with the same strangely distant expression he had worn previously, then smiled faintly. Conquering the Eternal City. I am not going to diminish your accomplishments. Getting to the lighthouse unscathed must have already been difficult enough. Well done. However, you should have noticed that this place is populated by a myriad of immortal abominations. Surely your goal is a tad too ambitious. Sunny gave him a nonchalant shrug. Personally, I think it's just ambitious enough. Jet chuckled. You must not have witnessed the power of a supreme before, mister. It is quite daunting. And that guy is not just any supreme. At that, he's someone who became supreme by killing the person who sat on the throne before him, which puts him in an entirely different category. She smiled. I wouldn't have brought the Night Garden here if I wasn't reasonably confident in his ability to keep his promises. Despite how he looks, he's quite reliable. Sunny gave her a silent stare. Huh, what's wrong with how I look? Not getting an answer, he frowned and glanced back at Nightwalker. She's right. My forces have already secured the wharf and the island it is connected to. Currently, we are engaged in a battle for the 3 islands north of that. I expect the siege to come to a conclusion in a few hours, which would allow us to advance further into the heart of the city. Nightwalker studied him with interest. Really? How are you dealing with the immortals, then? Sunny gave him an even look. Lamb putting them to sleep. Although now that I know what hides in the water, I am thinking of just tossing them into the waves. Nightwalker shook his head slowly. That won't work. Sunny was a little disappointed. Why? The lost founder of the House of Night let out a heavy sigh, as if recalling his own disastrous attempt to do just that. As I said, the immortals are merely shells for the parasite that controls them. So you can indeed get rid of them by throwing them into the water. Some would climb out, but most would become an endless source of sustenance for the little critters there. However, his expression darkened. A parasite is a parasite. Once one host becomes useless, it will find another, and with myriad abominations populating the depths, the flesh of Kanakit would have countless new hosts to infect. Once thousands of those fishes start mutating, sprouting tendrils and climbing ashore, you'll regret having fed them an immortal or two in the past. Believe me, he shivered. Sunny was quite uneasy as well. He hummed, then mumbled quietly. Wow, I never thought that one day I'd be happy to only be fighting the human vessels of an immortal great terror. His expression twisted a little. Flesh of Kanakit is a great terror, right? He had assumed so because the fallen immortals wielded power similar to that of great nightmare creatures. Considering that Nightwalker did not mention any kind of source creature or accursed abomination controlling them, the flesh of Kanakit did not seem like a tyrant. As for being a titan, it could be one, but Sunny would have expected more trouble when facing a creature like that. As if fighting a city full of immortal great ones is not trouble enough, Nightwalker nodded. I would expect so. He studied Sunny intensely, then shifted slightly. Well, I guess you really do have a chance to conquer this hell. Unbelievable. His expression turned wistful for a brief moment, and there I was, feeling proud of myself for becoming a transcendent. At that moment, Neve, who had been silent before, finally spoke. The flesh of Kanakit is not our only problem. Nightwalker gave him a curious look. Oh, Neve hesitated a little, then nodded. The Dutchman is also here. Nightwalker's eyes widened a little. That thing, it followed you to the Eternal City. The House of Night had never engaged in a serious battle against the Dutchman, but having traveled the misty waters of the Stormsea for decades, they had known about the existence of the Wraith Armada from various chilling encounters and sightings long before this expedition. Nightwalker probably knew more than most. Sunny shrugged. It's more like we followed it here. It doesn't matter who arrived first, though, only who will be the one to leave when all is said and done. Jet here is a specialist in disposing of troublesome wraiths. In fact, she's somewhat of a wraith herself, Jet smiled. When I'm in the mood, Nightwalker chuckled. Then, however, his expression slowly grew serious. A heavy silence settled in the room. Sunny studied Nightwalker and Neve, wondering why their reunion was so reserved. The former seemed too aloof, while the latter was seemingly holding himself back, but neither displayed any noticeable sense of joy. Perhaps they were simply too shocked to feel anything easily defined yet. Maybe they had never had a joyful kind of relationship to begin with. He hesitated for a few moments, then asked, "If I may ask, how did you end up stuck in this city, Nightwalker? Better yet, how did you manage to get here alone as a mere ascended?" The corner of Nightwalker's mouth twitched. "Mere ascended, huh?" He remained silent for a while, then sighed. "Who said that I was alone?" Sunny frowned. "That was the impression got after learning about your disappearance from Neve and Bloodwave." Nightwalker shook his head. "I wasn't alone. I was accompanied by that kid Asterion and his followers." Sunny winced. "I'd appreciate it if you would not mention his name." Nightwalker grinned. "Oh, I would be happy too. I don't particularly like mentioning him either." At that moment, Jet asked in a confused tone, "Why would you take him with you instead of forming an expedition from the champions of the House of Night? And why did you leave the Night Garden behind?" Nightwalker smiled. "That's simple. Because I did not want to lose the Night Garden and I did not want my people to die. Plus, you said that you are putting the immortals to sleep. I was planning to do something similar. Fighting them physically is useless, so I needed someone with a powerful aspect that allowed them to perform mental attacks. Such people are rare, and that kid seemed like a good candidate, being the successor of Heart God and all." His expression darkened. Nightwalker remained silent for a few moments and then said in a cold tone, "Of course, I did not expect that the bastard would kill me as soon as we reached the city and he didn't need me anymore." Chapter 2657, Gift of Empathy. Neve paled visibly when he heard Nightwalker's admission. Even Bloodwave, who had maintained a stoic expression, scowled deeply. Jet frowned as well, but Sunny did not show much of a reaction. After all, he already suspected that something of the kind had happened. However, behind his mask of nonchalance, he was a little excited. Maybe it was a bit callous of him to feel thrilled about Asterion's betrayal and subsequent murder of Nightwalker, an act that might have prevented the House of Night from nurturing a sovereign of their own. Eventually, but he was simply glad to finally meet someone who knew about the Dreamspawn's powers firsthand and was willing to share that knowledge. Sunny lingered for a moment. "Mental attacks, what is his aspect exactly?" Nightwalker gave him a look of indignation. "That is what you chose to ask about, really?" Sunny stared at him with a deadpan expression. "Yes," Nightwalker laughed. "Are all Supremes this? Never mind, I'm not one to judge." Sunny raised an eyebrow, prompting Bloodwave to speak gruffly. "You know how no one knows much about Nightwalker. That is not because of his elusive and mysterious nature. He simply used to avoid everyone, his closest allies included, as much as possible. Because he hates people. He has always been a reclusive, antisocial bastard." Nightwalker grinned. "True. It's not my fault that people are so hateful, though, is it?" Shaking his head, he added. "And considering how I ended up, I'd say that I had not avoided people enough." Nightwalker fell silent for a few moments, then sighed. "Regardless, to answer your question, he's a mind reader." Sunny's eyebrows flew up. "A mind reader? What do you mean?" Nightwalker brushed his face tiredly. "The Dreamspawn, the last survivor of the Path of Ascension cult. He is a mind reader, although he did not start out as one." Sunny and Jet looked at each other. "Cassie, are you hearing this?" He only had to wait a few moments before the answer came. "Yes." Nightwalker, meanwhile, continued. His dormant ability allowed him to sense the emotions of other living beings. He was an empath of sorts. His awakened ability is a bit sinister. It allows him to feed on the powerful emotions of others, consuming them. It was his ascended ability that made me take him to the Eternal City, however. That one allowed him to influence the emotions of others with his own. His expression grew somber. His abilities underwent a bit of an evolution when he ascended, though. The scope of his dormant ability increased to include not only emotions, but also the thoughts of others. And his ascended ability was the same. It allowed him to put his thoughts into other people's heads. Nightwalker grimaced. He had always been a creepy kid, and these three powers made being in his company even creepier. Because even with fearsome mental defenses, you never could be quite sure that your thoughts and emotions were your own. Even if they were, you knew that he could read you like an open book. That made being around him uncomfortable. Or it would have if he did not know just the right words to say to put people at ease. Nightwalker chuckled bitterly. He was capable, effortlessly charming, devilishly smart, and strong, really strong. But despite all that, you could not help but feel a little uneasy around him from time to time. Because once in a while, for a brief moment, it felt like there was something deeply wrong about him, hiding in the depths of his eyes. Ah, but of course that feeling was easy to explain by the prejudice everyone had about him. Nightwalker shrugged. After all, he was a strand tiger, someone from outside the bounds of the world we were familiar with. Those Path of Ascension zealots had always been a weird bunch, and nobody knew what happened to them in the dream realm, so it was difficult not to feel distrustful of that kid. That's how others felt, at least. Personally, I didn't care too much. His smile turned a little bitter. Perhaps I should have. Sonny, meanwhile, was thinking about Asterian's aspect. Empath, mind reader, mental manipulator. And what does it mean he consumed other people's emotions? Was he like an energy vampire? He remained silent for a while, then could not help but ask a senseless question. What about his transcendent ability? What about his domain? Nightwalker gave him a confused look. How should I know he was a mere ascended the last time I saw him? Sonny grimaced. Right. After pausing for a moment, he asked, so what did he want to find here in the Eternal City? And why did he tum on you? Nightwalker scratched the back of his head. What he wanted to find here? I am not sure, since everything he had told me turned out to be a lie. No matter what it was, though, he must have failed to find it. You see, we were too weak. He and I, all we knew about this place was what I had seen here as a sleeper, so we might have overestimated ourselves and underestimated the Eternal City. What could two masters do here, really? He was already lucky to escape alive. Nightwalker looked at Sonny with a dark expression. As to why he turned on me, maybe that was his main goal all along. I did not think that it was possible, but he wanted to absorb the lineage of Storm God. Divine lineages can't coexist with each other, but when it comes to the dream spawn, they somehow can, even if I learned it too late. His silver eyes glistened dangerously. He could have entered the lighthouse and attempted to receive the lineage like Thad done once, a long time ago, but he chose to stab me in the back instead. To his credit, I don't think that he was aiming to kill me. But I was too stubborn to surrender, so in the end, he did. Nightwalker sighed. It was a hollow end. To survive all the horrors of the nightmare spell only to die by a human's hand. Saying that, he looked away and added in a distant tone, and it was a bitter beginning to come back to life in this cursed city, knowing that I am destined to die here thousands of times more. Chapter 2658, Tempered Blade. Sonny looked around, noting the spools of razor-sharp wire and steel spikes. Remembering the grotesque scenes hiding in the stunning radiance of the lighthouse island, he felt a chill running down his spine and asked in a neutral tone, so that is how you spent these decades, escaping the immortals and building traps to keep them away from your hideout? Nightwalker regarded him silently for a long while, then smiled. I don't remember. Sonny raised an eyebrow. You don't remember? Nightwalker chuckled. Well, I remember this and that. In the beginning, I was an ascended. Life was hard. Those abominations were simply too overwhelming, so I died a lot. Sometimes I managed to escape. Most times I did not. And eventually I went mad. I don't recall what happened after that clearly. Relaxing in his chair, he shrugged. But I regained my senses after a while. And then I lost my mind again, and then I found it again. Time lost all meaning. I would not have known that I have been here for decades instead of centuries or thousands of years if you had not told me. His expression grew distant and detached. At some point, I found a seed of nightmare. There's a few here in the Eternal City, but I could only get close to one. I challenged it and died. The city brought me back to life, so I challenged it again. Eventually, I conquered it and became a transcendent. Things did not get easy after that, but they did become easier. At least I could fight the immortals finally. Nightwalker smiled, and something dark and perilous glurned in his eyes. So that was what I've been doing for the last 10 years, I guess. Fighting great nightmare creatures all day, every day, to kill time. It was at this point that Sonny realized two chilling facts. The first fact was that the amicable youth in front of him was not just a legendary figure from the early years of the nightmare spell, an outstanding, but antiquated person whose achievements had been swallowed by the passage of time. No, Nightwalker was something else. He was the most dangerous saint in the world by far. 10 years, he says. If Nightwalker had been battling great nightmare creatures tirelessly for a decade, as a mere transcendent, no less than he had accumulated more combat experience than every other saint combined. These 10 years were a harrowing crucible capable of forging a blade so terrifying that no other weapon could ever withstand its sharp edge. Nightwalker had already been one of the most accomplished warriors of the most ill-fated generation in history before returning to the Eternal City and transcending. Now he would be a monster. And the second fact was that Nightwalker was either the most crazy awakened in the world or the most sane one. Sonny was not sure which statement was true. The young man seemed composed enough, which could mean that he was either completely unhinged and hiding it well, or had somehow managed to preserve his sanity despite experiencing long years of complete isolation and a myriad of gruesome deaths without allowing his mind to shatter completely. In any case, I want to recruit him. Sonny's eyes glistened. He had come to the Eternal City to find treasure, and he felt like he had just found it. The perfectly preserved arsenal of powerful enchanted weapons was a good discovery, but this one man was worth far more. In a world falling into the hungry maw of apocalypse, an exceptional champion like that was a priceless commodity. Nightwalker shifted uncomfortably under his gaze and coughed. If you keep looking at me like that, you'll make me blush. Sonny smiled slowly. All day, every day, you say, must have been fun. Nightwalker gave him a surprised look. Well, I wouldn't call it fun personally, but actually it wasn't too bad, he smiled. As Bloodwave mentioned, I am not very fond of people. Why would I spend most of my life wandering the sea otherwise? So on one hand, spending all these years in a city populated only by nightmare creatures was a bit of a chore, but on the other hand, I enjoyed the peace and quiet. Sonny could not help but let out a scoff. This guy, I like him. At that moment, Nightwalker turned his smile to Jet and winked. Of course, there's an exception to every rule. I am actually fond of some instances of human companionship quite a lot. I should probably kill that guy. Ah, damnation. Nightwalker was immortal here in the Eternal City. Leaning forward a little, Sonny asked in a pleasant tone, Saint Nightwalker, how would you like to get out of the Eternal City and return to the surface world? Nightwalker looked at him in confusion. Saint. That's a bit weird. Believe me, I am no saint. Sonny blinked a couple of times. Oh, right. Nightwalker was probably old enough to be his grandfather. That's what we call transcendence, akin to masters. Nightwalker tilted his head a little. Saints, huh, well, I guess it has a ring to it. Yeah, I like it. Smiling, he inhaled deeply and looked into the distance. Of course, I would love nothing more than to leave this cursed place, but it's not that easy. Sonny shook his head. Actually, it is. I can send you back right now. All he had to do was ask Nephis to open a dream gate in front of the lighthouse. That would involve quite a bit of risk, of course, but it was possible. Nightwalker shook his head. No, you don't understand. I simply can't leave. Once you die in the Eternal City, you become its prisoner for as long as it exists. And it is, you know, eternal. He chuckled quietly. Why do you think Repose created this place? Did you think that she wanted to create a peaceful paradise for virtuous creatures to enjoy for all eternity? He shook his head with a twisted smile. No, the demon of Repose. She was a complete psychopath, that one. What she wanted to create was a place to gather all the creatures that she hated the worst of the worst so that they would never be able to escape from her. Nightwalker laughed. The Eternal City is a prison. Chapter 2659, Prison of Eternity. Sonny remained silent for a long while, studying Nightwalker with a distant expression. Eventually, he asked, "A prison?" The youth nodded, his silver eyes glistening with nebulous light. Indeed, maybe she looked at what Shadow God had done to Kanakhet and was inspired. Maybe the idea simply came from her own devious head. In any case, the immortality this hell grants its victims comes at a price, and that price is having to stay here forever. Sonny frowned subtly. Nightwalker knew that those who were made immortal by the Eternal City could never leave their beautiful cage for as long as the Eternal City existed. However, his guess at what had motivated the demon of Repose to build it seemed to be based mostly on his own perception of what this place was. In truth, Sonny suspected that the real reason was not that unambiguous. None of them knew what motivated the mysterious demon, but he did know a few things about her kind. For example, he knew that all other demons had wrestled with the unconditional taboo placed upon them by the gods and the loneliness that resulted from adhering to that prohibition. So, had the demon of Repose truly wanted to torment the prisoners of the Eternal City forever? Or had she simply been unwilling to part with those who won her favor? The answer to that question was now lost, erased by the currents of time. Even if she had intended to build a paradise for those who were weary, she would have had to find a way to avoid their gratitude. Because if she had not, the Eternal City would have been destroyed, just like the Kingdom of Hope had been destroyed. Maybe that was why the demon of Repose had wandered the world on her living ship, instead of residing in the paradise of her creation. Maybe being unwilling to part with those who settled in the Eternal City and tormenting them eternally were not two conflicting possibilities, but cause and effect instead. Maybe she had indeed been a twisted, demented psychopath. There was a reason why the demons had been feared so much, after all. In any case, as much as the secrets of the Eternal City tantalized Sonny, satisfying his curiosity was not his main concern. His main concern was benefiting from the expedition to the Eternal City as much as possible. They had already initiated the restoration of the Night Garden and reached the lighthouse at the very least. The Saints of Night would be able to use the memory Nightwalker had used all those years ago and capture some of the starlight trapped within, thus ensuring the continuation of their bloodline. Sonny still had to find the fragment of Weaver's lineage. But now, he had a new goal as well. He looked at Nightwalker. "So you can't leave the Eternal City for as long as it exists?" Nightwalker nodded. "Yes." Sonny remained silent for a few moments, then said in a neutral tone, "Let's destroy the Eternal City, then." Nightwalker laughed. Neve and Bloodwave looked at Sonny and even Jet smiled. However, his expression remained the same. "Ah, that's a good one." Nightwalker shook his head and looked at Sonny with a wry smile. "At least you have a sense of humor. From everything you guys told me about Supremes, I expected them all to be exceedingly serious." Sonny glanced around the room in confusion. "I'm not joking, though." Neve and Bloodwave seemed taken aback. Nightwalker's smile faltered for a moment. He stared at Sunny with a strange expression, then said in a dubious tone, "So you, want to destroy the Eternal City?" "Ah, I see," Sunny shrugged. "We had several main goals to achieve here. Repair the Night Garden, gain access to Storm God's lineage, find a certain thing that I am personally interested in, and maybe get our hands on some valuables." Of course, he hoped to conquer the Eternal City and make it a part of the human domain if possible. But that does not seem very plausible anymore. It seems less beneficial than making you a part of the human domain, at least. He looked at Nightwalker with a wistful expression. Talent is the most precious resource in the world after all, and we desperately lack resources for what is about to come. So, yes, if it means adding one more special strategic asset to the forces of humanity, I am willing to tum this entire place to ruin. Nightwalker studied him silently for a moment. It's called the Eternal City for a reason, though. Are you not familiar with the concept of eternity? Sunny grinned. I am painfully familiar with such concepts, actually. I once fought an infinite rat. Another time, I fought an endless worm. Both are dead now, by the way. I bet there is a way to destroy this prison city, as well I have yet to find a prison that I could not escape. He hesitated for a moment, then added, "What makes this city eternal is the divine sorcery of the demon of repose. I am an accomplished sorcerer myself, so I know better than most that any kind of sorcery can be destroyed, as long as you know how it functions. There has to be some kind of mechanism that allows the Eternal City to continue existing even in the absence of its creator. So if we reveal that mechanism, breaking it should solve the problem." A slight frown creased his brow. "Of course, we will have to deal with the Dutchman first. We will also have to destroy the flesh of Kanakat to prevent it from escaping into the dream realm, and make sure that we don't drown if the dome protecting this sunken city comes down." Nightwalker gave him a deadpan stare. "That's all," Sunny shook his head. "Well, I will have to accomplish my personal goal before we venture to end eternity, but if we do, how about it, old man? Care to pick up your sword again?" He paused for a moment and added awkwardly, "Or whatever your preferred weapon is, I mean." The beautiful youth remained silent for a while and then smiled faintly. "Sure, why not? If you destroy the Eternal City, I'll pick up whatever you want." His tone suggested that he was not taking Sunny's suggestion seriously. However, Sunny was dead serious. He was both dead and serious, in fact, which added all his promises grave weight. Chapter 2660. Meet your heroes sometime later. Sunny and Jet found themselves standing alone outside Nightwalker's hideout. They had left him alone with Bloodwave and Neve out of tact, to let the Saints of Night have a private conversation. The radiance of the lighthouse surrounded them like an incandescent veil, and a cool wind caressed their faces. Somewhere far away, the Shadow Legion was embroiled in a furious battle, besieged from all sides and slowly gaining the upper hand. Sunny sighed. "Nightwalker, I can't believe he's still alive." Standing by his side, Jet looked at him and nodded. "Yeah, it's like meeting one of your childhood heroes who supposedly died decades ago. Only the hero is perfectly alive and looks younger than you. And you're the one who's dead instead." Sunny blinked a couple of times. "That's one way to put it." He looked at her and frowned. "So what do you think?" Jet hesitated for a while. "I think you are right. Returning from this expedition with Nightwalker will be a great boon. He has become even more outstanding than he used to be, it seems, and he used to be legendary." Her expression darkened a little. "I am not entirely sure that we can trust him, though." Sunny raised an eyebrow. "How so?" Jet shrugged. "I've hunted down plenty of awakened who couldn't handle the weight of the nightmare spell and went crazy, you know. We do not know how damaged that man truly is, considering what he went through. Hopefully he's fine, or rather broken in a controllable manner, but we will have to wait and see." Her expression turned a little somber. "There is something odd about his story as well, don't you think? The Dreamspawn supposedly betrayed and killed him. But why would that man go into all the trouble of traveling to the Eternal City just to kill Nightwalker? He could have done that anywhere else and got the lineage of Storm God anyway. Additionally, the act of killing Nightwalker itself seems strange. Wouldn't the Dreamspawn have known that he would come to life? Sunny sighed and looked away. Maybe he wanted Nightwalker to rot in the Eternal City forever. But yes, I share these concerns. I really hope they won't come to pass, though. For what it's worth, he doesn't seem crazy. Or at least he seems like the right kind of crazy. And believe me, I know a lot about crazy. He grinned. A few seconds later, his smile dimmed. In any case, for now, the expedition gained another powerful member, one who knows the Eternal City way better than we do at that. Jet nodded. The two of them remained silent for a while, looking at the wall of the lighthouse. Eventually, Sunny said, I think Neve is going to go inside. Unlike Etha and Bloodwave and Nightwalker himself, he inherited the lineage instead of absorbing it. I am not sure what the difference is, but there seems to be one for the members of the House of Night. Jet smiled faintly. It makes sense, I guess. Storm God is the god of journeys and guidance, so her heirs can't just receive their inheritance. They have to find their way to it. Sunny remained silent for a while, then looked at her and asked in a curious tone, Are you going to try? Entering the lighthouse and receiving Storm God's lineage, I mean. Jet hesitated a little, then shook her head. No, why should I? Sunny raised an eyebrow. Because possessing a divine lineage grants you power. Nightwalker, Immortal Flame, Warden of Valor, Kai Song, even the Dreamspawn, all of them had accomplished so much because they possessed one. Jet chuckled. Or maybe they received those lineages because they were the kind of people to accomplish that much. She looked at Sunny and shrugged. Neve mentioned that not just anyone can assimilate a divine lineage, and that it's a deadly gamble. From what I understand, success does not depend on how powerful or resilient you are, it is more of a question of affinity. And I don't really have any affinity to Storm God and her various aspects, so I am not keen on taking the risk. Jet looked away and shrugged. And to be honest, I have no interest in inheriting the legacy of dead gods. They failed in the end, after all. So it's a legacy of failure. I don't need it. Instead, I'd rather leave behind a legacy of my own. Sunny smiled. How arrogant. But it was also strangely compelling. He sighed, thinking about his own quest to assemble the fragments of Weaver's lineage. Jet meanwhile asked, What about you? Sunny raised an eyebrow. Me? Oh, I can't absorb the lineage of Storm God. I might be able to benefit from being exposed to it, though. Bloodweave had swallowed the lineage of Storm God and grown stronger from it. Granted, Sunny had an inherent affinity to shadows, and that lineage had been received from an aspect legacy. In other words, it had been presented to him by the spell. So, there was a chance that he would be able to swallow the lineage of Storm God as well. But Sunny was not sure that the risk was worth it. After all, if he was incapacitated even for a short while, the Shadow Legion would be decimated and their expedition would come to an abrupt end. He sighed. I feel like it's a little irresponsible for me to enter the lighthouse now. Sunny grinned. But who am I kidding? Of course, I will enter. Jet clicked her tongue. And I have just boasted about how reliable you are. They both remained silent for a while after that, surrounded by a blinding silver radiance. Eventually, Jet asked, Are you really going to try and destroy the Eternal City? Sunny smiled. Sure. Despite all my accomplishments, I have yet to destroy a single city, you know, and something like that will look really good on my resume. Chapter 2661, Shrine of Storm. Sunny walked up the last few steps leading to the gates of the lighthouse while shielding his eyes from the blinding light. He found Neve there. His old buddy was sitting on the cold stones with a distant expression on his face. His indigo eyes reflected the luminous silver radiance, coming to resemble those of his father. Sunny paused for a few moments, then glanced at the gates of the lighthouse and asked in a neutral tone, So, how was it? Neve flinched faintly, then turned his head and glanced up. He stared at Sonny for a short while, then shook off his reverie. "Oh, it was fine, I guess. I am like the night garden. At the moment some parts of me that I did not even know were missing are being repaired. I do not think it will change how strong I am that much," though Neve pointed to a stunning lantern that stood on the stones beside him, shining like a miniature star. "This is the greatest treasure of our clan. By the way, the star lantern my father brought with him from the Eternal City once. It was emptied before, but now it is full of starlight once again. That. One am both glad for it and disturbed by that. For someone who had just ensured the uninterrupted continuation of his clan's bloodline, Neve did not look too happy. Sonny could understand him as well. After all, out of those who had been exposed to the star lantern, not everyone was as lucky as Bloodwave and Etha. Many had perished, paving the way for the rest with their lives. That was how the House of Night had been created. Neve sighed. Does it make me a coward to say that I would not have allowed my own children or siblings to stand in front of this lantern and be judged by it, even knowing how desperately the world needs those who wield great power? Sonny studied him for a while, then looked away. Nothing wrong with being a coward. He paused for a moment, then smiled faintly. You wouldn't believe the lengths I went to make sure that my sister never has to pass the same trials I had. Actually, that is the sane thing to do. As far as one am concerned, it is what legacies do to their children that is macabre. Sonny fell silent, then looked at Neve with interest. How does it feel, by the way, to descend into hell and find your deadbeat father there? Neve chuckled. Ah, that, he shook his head. That was quite a shock. But then again, I always felt like he could still be alive out there somewhere. Somehow Neve remained silent for a while, then shrugged. To be honest, we were never that close. He would appear once or twice a year, then disappear again. And by the time I was a teenager, he disappeared and never appeared again. I faced the expectations of being his son every day, though, but luckily I never really cared about that, he shrugged. So finding him here was like finding a stranger, although if we do manage to help him escape. His expression suddenly changed and his eyes widened. Oh, damn, Sonny raised an eyebrow. What? Neve seemed genuinely rattled. And no, it's nothing. I just realized that I will have to break the news to my mom. Oh, maybe, perhaps my uncle can do it. Sonny stared at him for a few moments, then laughed. When his laughter died down, he looked into the silver radiance with a smile. You know, I don't even really remember what my father looked like, so if I got the chance to meet him again, well, I'd imagine it would have been quite awkward. I think I'd be happy, though. He slapped Neve on the shoulder. Your daughter will also gain a new grandpa. Hell. Now that I think about that, we simply must get Nightwalker back to civilization. Neve smiled. Leaving him behind, Sonny walked across the stone plates and entered the lighthouse. Passing through a long corridor, he entered a vast hall. The great tower was drowned in silver radiance and hollow inside, so there was no ceiling in sight. Its ground floor resembled a temple. In a sense, it was the opposite of the somber shrine hidden in the ebony tower. One was submerged in deep darkness, the other was bathed in blinding light. But the statues standing in them were almost identical. Sonny studied the one in front of him. It depicted a stunning young woman dressed in a flowing tunic, her face obscured by a veil. She was holding a star in one hand and a bolt of lightning in the other. He could not help but feel a hint of subtle affection for the statue of Storm God, because she reminded him of Saint. Turning away, Sonny walked to the edge of the vast hall and ascended the steps that spiraled along the wall of the lighthouse, climbing the soaring heights. There were no shadows here, so he could only walk in the end. It took him quite a while to reach the top. There, passing through a mass of radiant stone, he entered a platform on which a fierce, blinding star burned endlessly, emanating waves of radiant light and immolating heat. Ah, strangely enough, he was not instantly incinerated. If anything, the silver light felt cold. It washed over him almost like a physical force, permeating his very being. That light illuminated the dark depths of his soul. Sonny could feel something being etched into it by the light, attempting to change him. But before the starlight could penetrate the silent abyss of shadows, something vast and ominous stirred in the darkness and cast its hungry gaze at it. The lineage of Weaver surged, absorbing the radiant light and obliterating it. Soon enough, there was nothing left of it, only its absence. Sonny felt the invisible strings reinforcing his soul growing a little firmer and his mind growing a little clearer, and that was it. The change was not too significant, and neither was it too groundbreaker. The weave had simply vanquished an invader. With a small sight, he shielded his eyes and looked away from the trapped star. Figures, after all, have already been claimed by another star. Chapter 26, 62 Stellar Winds. The platform containing the trapped star was open to the winds, with 7 mighty pillars supporting its scorched roof. Sonny stood there motionless for a while, bathing in the furious waves of stellar radiance. Then, with a sigh, he walked to the platform's edge, grabbed one of the pillars, and started climbing. Soon enough, he was on its outer side, with nothing but an abyssal drop beneath him. The incandescent light obscured the world, so he could not see the distant ground, but simply knowing how far he would fall if he let go sent a chill running down his spine. Of course, a fall would not kill a sovereign, but despite being supreme, Sonny still had human instincts. What was more, there were all those lethal traps Nightwalker had set across the island. Falling into a tangle of razor-sharp wire was not going to be pleasant even for Sonny, especially considering that there were no shadows here for him to escape into. There are still ways to avoid falling, but it was better not to fall at all. Reminiscing about the perilous task of climbing the great statues of the forgotten shore, Sonny slowly scaled the pillar and made his way to the domed roof of the lighthouse. Eventually, he stood at its highest point, enduring the fierce power of the winds. The vapor shrouding the base of the great tower did not reach here, so he could somewhat see through the radiance. The rolling underbelly of the storm sea undulated above him like a dark heaven. Far below, the eternal city sprawled beneath him like a brilliant hell. Sonny studied its vast expanse with a somber expression. The Shadow Legion was still waging war on the 3 islands in the southern outskirts of the city. The fallen immortals were spread evenly between them, assaulting the strongholds of the silent invaders with demented fury. He was more interested in what was happening in the north, though. Out there, the Dutchman and its Wraith army had already advanced into the inner rings of the Eternal City. He could not discern the details of the battle raging there, but could see a ghostly viridian light glowing in the clouds of swirling mist. Grotesque shapes moved in the ethereal fog, and the silver spires were continuously falling and rising from the clouds of dust and debris, flawlessly restored. Sonny wondered briefly how the captain of the cursed ship was dealing with the fallen immortals. He probably did not have a creature like Nightmare at hand. But then again, both the Dutchman and its captain were ancient fiends. Surely, they had plenty of profane means to contain the tendrils of the flesh of Kanakhat as well. They were far ahead of the Shadow Legion, which meant that he had to hurry. Worse than that, the mysterious creature who had landed in the eastern parts of the Eternal City was even closer to the goal than the other 2 contenders. Sonny still had no idea what it was, but he could see the traces of its passing the toppled buildings, the shattered islands, and torrents of immortal abominations that were flowing into the billowing clouds of black dust, only to vanish without a trace. By the time the Eternal City rebuilt its streets, the creature was already sowing its eerie and unexplainable devastation somewhere else. By now, it was only a few islands away from the towering, beautiful edifice of the palace. I really need to hurry. A pensive frown appeared on his face as he studied the landscape of the Eternal City, as well as the distant carnage raging on the islands where the Shadow Legion was besieged. He studied the wide canals separating the islands and the arching bridges connecting them, as well. Slowly, his expression settled, and he turned away from the daunting sight. Sliding off the roof, he called a bit of darkness from the shadow lantern and manifested it into two tenebrous wings before the blinding radiance of the lighthouse could dispel it. Soon enough, he landed on the ground and folded his wings, wrapping them around himself like a cloak. Jet Neve, Bloodwave, and Nightwalker were standing nearby. They had been discussing something in lively tones, but were not staring at him silently with wide eyes. Ignoring the stares, Sunny said in a neutral tone, "I thought that you guys were speaking metaphorically when you told me that there's a star trapped inside the lighthouse. Turns out, it's a real star emanating divine light, no less." Jet blinked a couple of times. "What? That doesn't even make any sense, scientifically speaking." First of all, this whole place would have been tuned into a cloud of plasma. No, such a tiny star would create a black hole. So this whole place would have been turned into an infinitely small grain of superdense matter. I think, Sunny smiled. As if an army of immortal nightmare creatures and a city that endlessly rebuilds itself makes any sense, scientifically speaking. As a matter of fact, scientifically speaking, neither you nor I make any sense. Hasn't stopped us yet, has it? Jet cleared her throat. "Well, if you put it like that. In any case, what's your point?" Sunny looked at the Saints of Night, lingered for a few moments, and then shrugged. "If there's an actual star here drowning everything in its light, doesn't it mean that we have a secret weapon in our hands?" Jet frowned. "Listen, Sunny. If you are planning to somehow break the sorcery containing that star and create a black hole right in front of our noses, I must object. Vehemently object." He shook his head. "No, that's not what I mean." Turning slightly, he looked in the direction where they had left the night garden. "What I meant to say is that a particular member of our expedition can weaponize starlight. So, what will happen if we supercharge Ether and set him loose on the immortal abominations of the Eternal City? I'd say it's at least worth a try." Jet opened her mouth but could not say anything in the end. Neve and Bloodwave simply stared at Sunny with stunned expressions, their eyes slowly widening. In the silence that followed, it was Nightwalker who spoke first. Looking between with a confused expression, he frowned slightly and asked, Who the hell is Ether, though?" Chapter 2663, Flexible Strategy as a Supreme. Sunny had been elevated from being a warrior to being a general and of a vast army at that. He was aspiring to become a cunning and competent strategist, and had spent more than a year staging an invasion of the burned forest to achieve just that. Sadly, he did not consider himself a seasoned commander yet. Granted, there were few stellar examples of military excellence for him to emulate, ones he had witnessed, at least. One person who came to mind when he thought about war and warfare was Morgan of Valor, who possessed a shrewd strategic mind and an eerie ability to both manifest and exploit mayhem and chaos. Morgan always seemed to get the short end of the stick, though. Every time she received an opportunity to showcase her talent, something seemed to get in the way. A sudden descent of multiple devastating nightmare gates, a father who did not really care for winning the war and preferred sending his daughter on a suicide mission, a fratricidal sibling who just happened to be both virtually immortal and in possession of a divine aspect. No, really. That poor woman's luck was worse than Sunny's, and that was a startling feat in and of itself. In any case, Sunny considered himself to be a novice strategist. If there was one thing he knew, though, it was that a strategist's greatest virtue was the ability to swiftly adapt to the shifting conditions of the battlefield. Take the Eternal City, for example. Initially, Sunny had wanted to conquer it, but now he wanted to plunder and destroy it instead. The conditions had changed, so naturally his strategy had to change as well. That was why the Shadow Legion moved. By then, the battle for the 3 islands had reached an apogee. Hundreds of the fallen immortals had been lulled to sleep by the dream curse. Thousands were debilitated and restrained. Yet thousands more were crashing into the fortified strongholds of the silent shades, flowing like a river of hideous flesh. Considering the scale of powers involved in the battle, its visage was nothing short of apocalyptic. The grotesque nature of the immortal horrors and the dark cruelty of the ghostly shades made it look like a scene from the depths of a horrid hell. The violence was chilling, and the scope of destruction was devastating. The streets of the Eternal City quaked as they were ruined and rebuilt again. But even if it did not seem that way, the outcome of the battle had already been decided. Sonny knew that he would win it. He was just not going to win it fast enough. So, it was time to adapt. In the beautiful park on the middle island, the dark castle repelled wave after wave of abhorrent abominations. The carapace of manifested shadows protecting its walls was being shattered and rebuilt again, just like the Eternal City itself was still. The marvelous mimic had received several deep wounds already, trembling in pain and discomfort each time. Within its halls, numerous youths were sleeping with peaceful expressions on their beautiful faces, lost in a maze of dreadful nightmares. On its walls, the shades of the Serpent King and of the human saints that followed him led the rest of the defenders in repelling the attacks of the fallen immortals, armed and armored by the armaments salvaged in the Hippodrome. On the roofs of the residential district that had been turned into a frigid hell by a furious blizzard, Slayer and her bestial army were fighting a savage battle against the abominable dwellers of the Eternal City. The snowstorm was suffused with the brilliant silver light of the distant spires, turning the world into a dim, gloomy white abyss. Blood flowed like a river, and red waterfalls plummeted down only to freeze into morbid ice sculptures before hitting the ground. Countless buildings were suspended in a state between existence and destruction, stone debris drifting in the air, and serving as precarious stages for clashes between the immortals and the murderous shadows. The shadow wolves and the obsidian wasps were now clad in glistening suits of metal armor, making each of them far more difficult to vanquish. The battle in the leisure district was perhaps the most dreadful, with countless abominable immortals assaulting the black fortress of the Shadow Legion. Its walls were enveloped by layers upon layers of manifested shadows, but they were still covered by deep cracks. Several sections of the Hippodrome had already collapsed and were restored by the Eternal City, causing heavy casualties among its defenders. From a distance, it seemed as if the black fortress was drowning in a tide of twisting flesh. Red tendrils rose like a forest, and gargantuan shapes moved toward the crumbling walls. Fiend rampaged among them like a dark colossus made of sharp blades. At the moment, however, he was having quite a bit of trouble, entangled by colossal tentacles and pulled to his knees. Pillars of black smoke rose from the scorched expanse of sizzling flesh around him, and his claws cut the burning tendrils, straining to free him from their hold. A moment later, an enormous black shield suddenly fell from above, piercing the mountain of slithering flesh that besieged him and causing a devastating shockwave when it impacted the ground. Before the wounded abomination could reel, Saint landed on the cracked cobblestones, causing the ground to quake and the surrounding buildings to collapse. Rising gracefully from one knee, she brandished her tenebrous sword, severing the gargantuan horror and the building behind it in half. It was then that the cadence of the three battles entirely changed. The change did not happen under the walls of the Hippodrome, however. Instead, it happened on the frozen roofs of the residential district. There, raging currents of snow obscured everything in sight. Bestial shadows appeared out of the snow to descend upon the frenzied immortals in a deadly fury of fangs, claws, and mandibles. The next moment, however, the mayhem suddenly ceased. Slayer's soldiers silently retreated into the blizzard, disappearing from view. The abominations surged restlessly, expecting to be ambushed and torn apart seconds later. However, seconds passed, and the eerie lull in the carnage continued. A dead silence settled upon the residential island, broken only by the howling of the wind. And then, far away below the walls of the Hippodrome, a terrifying hiss washed over the attacking Immortals. Chapter 2664. Divide and conquer strategy was not an easy discipline, and when it involved armies capable of performing miraculous feats, it was downright hellish. Sometimes, though, the mystical nature of the warriors fighting these mythical battles offered Sunny a great advantage. The Shadow Legion had countless advantages over a mundane army, even if the overall power of its soldiers was not taken into account. The Silent Shades did not need to eat or drink, for example, and neither did they need shelter from the elements. That alone all but eliminated one of the most vital and laborious tasks of military strategy: establishing supply lines and maintaining logistics. The Shades were immune to disease and sickness, as well, which eliminated the main cause of deaths and casualties in the history of war. More soldiers had perished from disease than had been killed by adversary weapons, after all. In fact, Sunny's Shades were downright immortal. Even if they were vanquished in a battle, they would rise from the dark depths of his soul anew before too long. So he did not even need to worry about casualties, in the traditional sense. However, there was one particular advantage the Shadow Legion possessed that was easier to overlook, but carried just as much weight. It was how mobile his Shades were. Many battles in history had been decided simply by which of the competing armies was better at maneuvering. Mobility reigned on the battlefield, and it also reigned in war. That was why nomadic horsemen had always been a nearly unstoppable force, for example. Needless to say, the Shadow Legion was far more mobile than ancient horsemen. Before, Sunny had been aiming to conquer the Eternal City, and he had also needed to spread the fallen immortals thin. That was why he had staged the battle across 3 separate islands. Now, however, his goal had changed. The enemy forces were already divided as well. So why did he need to continue ignoring one of his greatest advantages? As the abominable horrors of the Eternal City engaged Slayer's bestial army in the embrace of a calamitous blizzard, he commanded his Shades to disengage and retreat. Then, he called all but one of them back into the dark expanse of his soul and stepped into the shadows, carrying Slayer and Serpent with him. The fallen immortals were left alone in the blinding blizzard summoned by the shade of the winter beast. Sunny brought his shadows to the tangle of streets of the leisure district, behind the mass of fallen immortals besieging the Hippodrome. And there, he opened the gates of his soul once again, calling the bestial army back. Serpent flowed forward like a river of onyx scales, letting out a terrifying hiss. Slayer jumped onto his back, knocking an arrow onto the string of her bow. The Shadow Wolves, the Obsidian Wasps, the Ember Queen, and the legion of monstrous millipedes rushed forward like a tide. Just like that, the abominations assaulting the Black Fortress were pincered between its defenders and a new, equal force of deadly Shades. Not only were they attacked from the rear, but the strength of the enemy facing them had also doubled, instantly and completely shifting the balance of battle. If that was not enough, one more incarnation of Sunny joined the fight, which meant that the capacity of the curse doubled as well. It was a massacre. The fallen immortals, who had already been slowly losing the battle after breaking themselves against the walls of the Hippodrome, suddenly found themselves assaulted from 2 sides. From the rear, Slayer and her bestial army bit into their abominable flesh with primal fury. The defenders of the Black Fortress suddenly abandoned the battlements and attacked, with Saint and Fiend leading the charge. Freed from having to maintain the fortifications reinforcing the Hippodrome, Sunny could manifest numerous chains to hold the disabled abominations down. More of them were restrained and immobilized, taking them out of the fight, and with each immortal who had been taken down, the burden on the remaining ones only increased. It was as if they were buried under an avalanche of losses, which was a good thing. After all, his sudden maneuver could only end up being beneficial if victory was achieved swiftly. If he lingered for too long, the nightmare creatures from the residential district would simply move westward to the Park Island, and his forces located there would find themselves overwhelmed and outflanked just like these monstrous creatures were. Faster, faster. Before too long, Saint and Fiend met Slayer and Serpent in the middle of the battlefield. The battle was all but finished by then. The Shades finished off the remaining immortals and restrained them. The obliterated buildings restored themselves, and the damaged hippodrome was rebuilt, returning to its previous spotless condition. The dream curse spread among the disabled abominations like a plague, claiming more and more of them. It seemed like Nightmare was doing well in his own battle as well. Sunny would have liked to celebrate his victory, but there was no time. Instead of resting, he stepped through the shadows once again. Soon, the four shadows, Saint, Slayer, Fiend, and Serpent, as well as both armies, appeared among the silver trees of the beautiful park, encircling the forces attacking the dark castle. The immortals who had been left in the dreadful blizzard on the residential island had just started crossing the bridge by then, with most of them still lost in the raging snow. The shadow of the puppet shifted slightly on its perch atop the tallest tower of the dark castle, casting the eerie gaze of its enormous black eyes onto the bloody battlefield below. Now, there were 4 of Sunny's incarnations present here. As the reinforcements attacked the immortals from the flanks, the shadow of Daron leaped down from the tall walls of the marvelous mimic. The mighty spear, salvaged in the hippodrome, flashed like lightning, causing havoc among the hideous abominations. In the next moment, the mimic itself stirred. Show them hell. Even though Sunny did not speak his command aloud, his shadows seemed to have heard him. And so, they did. Chapter 2665 Ingredients of War. As an accomplished cook, Sunny knew that countless dishes could be made from the same ingredients. War was no different. In this battle, for example, 3 contingents of the Shadow Legion had initially faced 3 swarms of corrupted immortals. Their strength was roughly equal, so neither side could crush the other. Once he moved the ingredients around, however, the situation changed completely. Slayer moved to reinforce Saint, vanquishing one of the swarms. Then both of them descended upon the abominations besieging the dark castle. It did not take long to subdue them. The immortals whom Slayer had abandoned in the frigid embrace of the terrifying blizzard had crossed the bridge and entered the park by the time the battle exhausted itself. But by then, the full force of the Shadow Legion and 4 incarnations of its malevolent commander were facing the remaining 1/3 of the enemy swarm. More were crossing from the north, attracted by the bloodshed of battle, but their number was not sufficient to change anything. Wipe them out. Saint, Slayer, Serpent, Fiend, and the Shadow of Daron led the Sea of Silent Shadows into an all-out attack. For a short while, the beautiful park turned into a shattered, broken wasteland where a furious battle was seething and roiling under the undulating black sky. But soon enough, it was pristine and beautiful again. The battle was over. The fallen immortals were defeated and subdued, slowly succumbing to the dream curse. Their bodies were being carried into the great maw of the dark castle, disappearing from view. Those shades that were not restraining the abominations or moving them assembled into a defensive formation facing north, ready to repel the stragglers wandering into the park from the next island over. The Wharf Island, the Park Island, the Leisure Island, the Residential Island, and the Lighthouse Island as well. All of them belonged to Sunny now. Not that it mattered anymore. Turning into a human atop the walls of the dark castle, Sonny inhaled deeply and looked north, at the distant silhouette of the palace. There is only one place that matters now. His expression turned somber. Even if he cut a straight line from his current territory to the heart of the Eternal City, he would have to conquer 3 or 4 more islands. Of course, going in a straight line was impossible. The immortals from the neighboring island would flank and surround the Shadow Legion, swiftly reducing its numbers to 0. So, if he wanted to reach the palace in full force, he would have to slowly and methodically lay siege to at least a dozen more islands, taking the entire southern half of the Eternal City under control. Naturally, there was no time for that. Damn it. It seemed like he was not destined to lead a conventional military campaign, after all. He would have to pull off a trick once again, only on a much larger scale than usual this time. His 3 incarnations appeared on the wall near him, each wearing a dark expression. That really is unfortunate. Not having to wage an endless battle against a myriad of eternal abominations is unfortunate. Well, when you put it like that. Who has time to fight myriads of eternal abominations when there are myriads of murderous ghosts to fight instead anyway? Right. Does it seem like a good time to have a chat, fools? Sonny looked at the various vessels of himself and grinned. Hurry up and go. Try to find a museum or something. 3 of his incarnations grinned as well and dissolved into the shadows. Using Shadow Step to move as swift as possible, they each went to one of the 3 neighboring islands. One jumped between various shops and establishments on the Leisure Island. One searched the most opulent manors on the Residential Island, and the last one searched the warehouses and offices of the Wharf Island. Anything that looked remotely valuable was immediately pulled into his soul sea. Sonny smiled faintly and let out a satisfied sigh. Pillaging, it really is the best. Then the smile drained slowly from his face. Looking down, he said, "Move." Far below, the Shadow Legion marched forward. At the same time, the dark castle stirred and abandoned the hill it had been standing on. Following the orderly rows of silent shades, it crawled north as well. As they advanced north, toward the distant edge of the island, more immortals coming from the inner islands attacked them, of course. There were far too few of them to pose a threat to the Shadow Legion. In fact, most of them were taken down by Sonny's shadows before even reaching the vanguard of his eerily quiet army. The main mass of the corrupted immortals had not left the islands where they dwelled. More importantly, a great number of them had migrated north to fight the Wraith army of the Dutchmen, and east to fight the mysterious nightmare creature. Because Sonny arrived last, the pressure on him and his forces was lessened. That was why he had not been swarmed and buried under a tidal wave of horrid flesh yet. Still, by the time the Shadow Legion reached the northern edge of the island, the series of brief skirmishes it had been fighting turned into an uninterrupted stream of attacks. There were still too few of the fallen immortals to pose a serious risk to the silent shades, but already enough to make Sonny return to augmenting the puppeteer. And there were even more of them crossing the bridge, which promised nothing but trouble. That was before something collided with the surface bridge at terrible speed, of course, causing a devastating shockwave to roll in all directions. A moment later, the second cannonball impacted against the bridge, turning a dozen abominations into a crimson haze. The puppeteer and Sonny as well cast his gaze west. There, the edges of the park island were suddenly illuminated by brilliant starlight. Sonny smiled mentally. Our boat has arrived. Chapter 2666 First Helmsman. The turbulent water far below surged and rose. A massive wave rushed across the canal, carrying an incalculable number of tiny nightmare creatures with it. In the distance, a halo of silver radiance illuminated the shores of both islands. A moment later, the wind brought the sounds of a furious cannonade and of an eerie, echoing cacophony of roars. The night garden was approaching. The canals separating the islands of the Eternal City were truly vast, some spanning several kilometers across, but they were still hardly wide enough to navigate a Titanic ship through them, unless a truly exceptional helmsman steered it. And at the moment, the living ship was being guided by one such man. Nightwalker's face had betrayed a wistful expression when he stepped aboard his former home and stronghold. Looking around, he remained silent for a long while, and then smiled bitterly. "Love what you've done to the place." His gaze stopped at the imposing black edifice of an obsidian cannon, and he tilted his head with a strange expression. "Are those cannons?" Sonny nodded. "Yes, I forged them." Nightwalker's eyes suddenly glistened, the trace of bitterness disappearing from them. "By the dead gods, what a great idea. I always wanted to get myself some cannons," Sonny coughed. "Right. What kind of ship did not have cannons?" "A sad one." Nightwalker marveled at the ferocious cannons for a few more moments, then looked down at the deck of the living ship. His expression slowly turned strange. "Did you say that there are millions of people living aboard the garden now?" Jet nodded. "It's a bit crowded, but because of how vertical the nature of the ship is, everyone has enough space to live." Nightwalker remained silent for a while, then sighed. "I used to live on this enormous ship alone in the beginning, you know. Ah, those were the days." Despite the words he spoke, his voice did not sound too cheerful. "Well, regardless, I assume the bridge is where it used to be, so let's go." It was strange, but despite the astonishing and dreadful events happening around the living ship, the people sheltered on its lower decks and in its cavernous holds had no idea about what was transpiring outside. At most, they felt slight tremors and heard muffled echoes of the firing cannons. The mood among the denizens of the floating city was not festive. In fact, it was somewhat subdued and a little somber. However, they did not seem very tense, and neither did they seem particularly frightened. Maybe it was because of the awakened and ascended warriors patrolling the streets, who instilled a feeling of safety in the mundane citizens, or maybe it was because of Jet. Perhaps it was simply because most of these people either worked for the government, were family members of government workers, or had belonged to the House of Night. In any case, Neve and Bloodwave descended below deck to check on things and inform the officers about what was about to happen, so that they would be better prepared to pacify the civilians. Sonny, Jet, and Nightwalker, meanwhile, proceed to the bridge. Etha's reaction to suddenly meeting the legendary founder of his clan was quite a sight to behold. His reaction to hearing what Sonny wanted him to do, however, was even more intense. He did agree to try, though. When Nightwalker stepped into the runic circle, it flashed and came to life. Perhaps Sonny imagined it, but the intensity of the ethereal glow seemed greater than when Jet or Etha did the same. Nightwalker brushed his hand across the polished wood, then smiled faintly. "It's like riding a bicycle." Sonny stared at him for a bit, then asked in a lively tone, "Oh, you know what a bicycle is?" "Actually, I own a bicycle workshop. The best, most premier, affordable bicycles in the dream realm. We even have a line of luxury models enchanted by the former spellsmiths of valor. You must have buried tons of treasure somewhere, right? Come find me in Bastion when we get out of here, I'll give you a discount." He was not one to miss a chance to peddle his goods, so he gave Nightwalker a wink. When Sonny first heard the word bicycle, he had assumed that it was some kind of nightmare creature with two sickles instead of hands. But as it turned out, it was one of Aiko's most genius business ideas instead. Nightwalker gave him a strange look. "Bicycles in the dream realm. Why does it surprise me more than a bunch of Supremes running around, killing each other?" Sonny scratched the back of his head, struggling to find an answer. Soon enough, the night garden moved, sailing toward the lighthouse. The abominable fish populating the dark waters rushed to sink their razor-sharp teeth into its hull, only to be swallowed by it instead. They were inexplicably restored outside the living ship in a few moments, though only to attack it in demented frenzy again. The water boiled around the night garden, and now it had reached the park island after navigating the narrow passageways of the twisting canals. The living ship was bathed in blinding starlight, because it was surrounded by a cage of annihilating rays that were like a net that caught the abominations lunging themselves on the ancient vessel. The canals of the eternal city might have been wide, but when the titanic ship sailed through them, they seemed narrow. There was not enough space between its sides and the island to prevent the fallen immortals, at least some of them, from trying to leap across or extend their long tendrils toward it. The deck of the night garden was almost level with the surface of the islands, as well, so those standing on it could clearly see the harrowing visage of two ghastly rivers of abominable flesh flowing on both sides of the living ship, rushing along the edges of the islands it passed. The fallen immortals had been stirred and lured by the passage of the night garden, congregating around it in great numbers. The only thing that protected it from their fury was the obliterating cage of starlight surrounding it, the saints defending its deck, and the 24 cannons that Sunny single-handedly charged with supreme essence, aimed, and fired at the undulating mass of abominations. The park island was free of immortals at least, so he could concentrate his fire on only one terrifying river of flesh. Chapter 2667, boarding party jet, Neve, and Bloodwave were spread out across the deck of the night garden, ready to defend it if the detestable dwellers of the eternal city broke through the shield of severing starlight that surrounded the living ship, as well as the fierce barrage of the obsidian cannons. Nightwalker was steering the ship, while Ether was sitting on the floor of the runic hall with his legs crossed and his eyes closed, seemingly meditating. His skin glowed with a pale silver radiance, and his white hair moved faintly in the wind. He was controlling the radiance of Storm God's lighthouse to slash and sever any nightmare creature that attempted to leap onto the deck of the night garden. His aspect had always been powerful, granted. It was most effective at night, but here in the eternal city, which was illuminated by the lighthouse and the silver spires reflecting its light, it became especially lethal. Lethal enough to keep most of the abominations at bay, at least. The reason why a mere transcendent could defend the night garden from numerous great ones was the star trapped at the top of the lighthouse. Not only was he far closer to the source of his power than usual, but the star itself was also special. Containing a trace of Storm God, it was the divinity of the goddess of the black skies that made its light so deadly to nightmare creatures, and why the night garden could be protected by a shield of sacral starlight. For as long as Ether still had essence, at least. As a result, the living ship seemed to have become a radiant comet, bathing the streets of the eternal city in light as it moved through the canals. How pretty! Sunny himself was leaning on a pillar that formed one of the arched portals of the runic halls, one step away from plummeting from the great height of the mainmast pagoda to the deck far below. He had two tasks at the moment. One was to protect Ether, the other to operate the enchanted cannons. Before, he had manifested countless hands out of shadows to load and fire them. But now, that did not seem sufficient. So, he manifested crude human figures instead, controlling them like golems to maintain a ceaseless barrage. At the moment, the 12 port cannons were firing at the mass of detestable flesh pursuing the night garden along the edge of the nameless island to the north. The starboard cannons, meanwhile, were being moved. 6 of them would join the port cannons, while the remaining 6 would face forward, since they were needed to accomplish a different task. Soon enough, the devastating hail of charged cannonballs grew even more intense, causing bloody carnage among the dreadful immortals. The thunderous roaring of the cannonade fused into an echoing, deafening howl, traveling along the canal in both directions. The nightmare creatures, torn apart by the bombardment, rapidly mended their pulverized bodies, naturally, but they remained dead enough to slow the tide of monstrous flesh down. More importantly, they could not leap toward the night garden, since the cannons created an iron curtain around it. Well, it was more of a shadow curtain, really, since the cannonballs Sonny used to load the cannons were made out of manifested shadows. Surrounded by starlight and devastation, the night garden sailed through the canal. Soon enough, the bridge connecting the Park Island to the nameless one came into view. The 6 cannons moved to the bow of the living ship, opened fire then, decimating the immortals trying to cross it. But that first salvo was merely to help Sonny adjust aim. By the time he reloaded the cannons, he could see the Shadow Legion assembled at the edge of the Park Island, as well. The vast sea of grotesque shades stood in neat rows, with huge figures of dead titans among them, the dark castle towering above it all and the gigantic moth perched atop it. Nightwalker looked at the eerie sight with a stunned expression. What the hell is this? Leaning on the pillar with an aloof expression, Sonny smiled faintly. This is the rest of me. He turned his head and looked at Nightwalker. It's time to stop. The night garden slowed down. It continued moving forward due to inertia for a while, but eventually came to a halt near the formation of the Shadow Legion. The precision with which Nightwalker managed to park the Titanic ship was nothing short of stunning, actually. He stared at Sonny for a moment, then looked away and mumbled under his nose, "The rest of me. What is that even supposed to mean?" Sonny looked away and gazed at the great mass of his silent shades. He sighed. Death swallows all with that. Bridges made of shadows extended from the island, connecting it to the deck of the night garden. And the silent shades marched forward, crossing them to board the living ship. The shadows wolves, the obsidian wasps, the usuras of condemnation, the black millipedes and their queen. The spawns of the chain of nightmares, the shadows of the human saints. Daron, Goliath, winter beast, defiled seeker, and countless more. They flooded the surface decks of the night garden like a dark tide, spreading along the great length of the living ship to defend it. Saint, Slayer, Fiend, and Serpent were there. As well, a few seconds later, the absent incarnations of Sonny joined them, having returned from pillaging the conquered islands. Finally, the gigantic moth sitting atop the dark castle shifted subtly and then spread its vast wings. The puppeteer raised a hurricane when it flapped them and leaped off the tall tower, soaring through the air, and finding a new perch atop the main mast of the night garden. It was as if a piece of the night sky itself had moved. All that was left was the dark castle. It crossed the gap between the edge of the island and the living ship last, settling in an open space near the bow of the night garden. The ancient vessel swayed lightly as it accommodated Mimic's weight. Nightwalker observed all that with a peculiar expression. "I guess you really are a being of the same caliber as the Serpent King." Sonny suppressed a smile. He remained silent for a moment and then said, "Oh, I am. Actually, I killed the Serpent King once. He's here somewhere, by the way, among my shadows." Chapter 2668 Bridge issue. With the vast sea of silent shadows scattered across the night garden, the ship looked almost crowded. Far more people lived here, of course, but people were human-sized. While many warriors of the Shadow Legion weren't so, it seemed as if the main deck was drowning in darkness. The dark figures of the shades contrasted sharply against that stark silver starlight, and it almost seemed as if the night garden had become an eerie black-and-white gravure. The living ship looked like the boat of Charon, the sole guide, drifting on dark waters to deliver the shadows of the dead to hell. It was quite ironic, then, that what surrounded them instead were the sunken streets of the Eternal City, a place devoid of death, one that had been meant to be a paradise but became no different from hell instead. "Hey, your lordship, why is there a giant moth sitting on my ship?" Nightwalker's voice sounded a little subdued. Sonny gave him a long look. "It's not your ship, it's Jet's ship." He was very happy to have found Nightwalker, a legendary figure among the fearsome awakened of the first generation. But he was not going to let Jet be displaced as a result. The House of Night had lost their citadel to Mordred, and Mordred lost it to Soul Reaper. So, as far as Sunny was concerned, it was hers for as long as she wanted it. Nightwalker had not shown signs of wanting to get his past citadel back, in fact. He seemed generally aloof and devoid of any strong desires, but it was better to set the record straight early on. Indeed, it was definitely not because Sonny was outraged and aghast at the fact that this deadbeat bum of an old mad had the audacity to flirt with Jet, who was so out of his league in all regards that it was not even funny. No, definitely not. Nightwalker cleared his throat. "Right, of course." Sonny looked away with a satisfied smirk. "And this moth is here because it's very helpful, no doubt about it." He looked ahead. "Anyway, we should continue onward unless we want for those abominations to catch up to us." Nightwalker stared at his back for a few moments, then shrugged. "You'd better load those cannons, then." More and more immortals joined the frenzied torrent of hideous flesh that reached over the chasm of the canal toward the night garden. It was as if a disgusting red forest was growing on the edge of the island, twisting and slithering while individual nightmare creatures leaped across. Looking at that nightmarish sight, Sonny could not help but remember the labyrinth of crimson coral that had once covered the forgotten shore. Even though that deadly maze would offer little threat to him now, he still could not help but shiver as an unpleasant coldness grasped his heart. That fear was ingrained into it. You don't have to worry about that. The fallen immortals were torn apart by the impacts of the cannonballs, erased from existence by the ranged attacks of the Shadow Legion, and cut to pieces by the slaying rays of silver starlight. A bloody haze permeated the air, and torrents of blood poured into the seething water below, where myriads of tiny abominations hungrily drank them. No enemy had reached the deck of the night garden yet, but if the swarm grew enough while the living ship remained static, the situation could change. The living ship was already moving, though. Slowly at first, then faster and faster, the night garden moved forward through the narrow canal. Sadly, they were facing a peculiar problem. The canal was just wide enough for an incredibly skilled helmsman to navigate the titanic ship through it, and the surface of the islands was almost level with its deck. However, the tall masts of the night garden extended far into the sky, just as tall as the distant spires. And therefore, the bridge connecting the two islands was in the way. "You have a minute." Nightwalker's voice was a little nervous. Not deigning the warning with an answer, Sonny looked forward coldly. Hidden from view by the colossal bulk of the dark castle, the 6 cannons installed on the bow of the living ship barked in quick succession and rolled back as they spat out 6 devastating cannonballs. This time, Sonny was not aiming at the abominations crossing the bridge, however. He was aiming at the bridge itself. The first cannonball impacted like a meteor, making the bridge ripple like a rope and sending a net of cracks running through its great mass. Enormous pieces of stone shot outward like shrapnel, raining down like hail. The bridge would have restored itself, of course. But just a split second later, the second cannonball hit the same place, exacerbating the grievous damage done to the structure of the bridge. And then, another. All 6 cannonballs hit their mark with uncanny precision, striking the bridge consecutively, but in the span of a single second. The deafening thunderclaps of the 6 impacts fused into a single, terrifying boom. That was a level of coordination and accuracy that 6 cannon crews would have never been able to achieve. But since Sonny was operating the cannons personally, he could pull off the improbable firing sequence himself. Those first shots had not been wasted futilely, allowing him to correct his aim. Shattered and broken, the great bridge let out a low, rumbling groan and collapsed. Countless tons of stone poured into the canal, taking dozens of fallen immortals with them. Before the sorcery of the Eternal City could reverse the destruction and pull the pieces back together, massive tendrils of shadow suddenly rose from the bow of the night garden and wrapped themselves around the largest chunks of shattered stone, holding them in place. It was as if the living ship was merely a shell hiding the body of a vast, formless, dark monster. Sonny grunted quietly. Oh, that was far more difficult than he had expected. The power with which the Eternal City was pulling the fragments of the broken bridge back was truly horrifying. So, resisting it, even temporarily, felt similarly dreadful. The tendrils of shadows rooted themselves in the night garden, and as a result, the living ship actually rose a few meters higher above the water. Accelerate a little, damn it. Beads of cold sweat appeared on Sonny's face. He did not have to endure long, though. Soon enough, the night garden sailed beneath the shattered bridge, its masts passing freely between the suspended fragments. Dismissing the tendrils of shadows, Sonny let out a relieved sigh and leaned heavily on the pillar. Behind him, the bridge was already restoring itself. But it did not matter. Having passed it, the night garden rushed forward. Their daring voyage to the heart of the Eternal City had begun. Chapter 2669, Coastal Pursuit. The night garden moved through the canals of the Eternal City, surrounded by starlight and enveloped by the thunderous roaring of its cannons. The mass of abominations pursuing it along the shore of the portside island was steadily growing, making Sonny frown and strain to load the cannons faster. Strengthened by the curse, all shades that could attack from range were helping the cannon slow down the pursuers and reap a dreadfully bloody harvest. The swarm of fallen immortals was continuously torn and decimated, but restored itself each time like a horrid, fierce, undying beast. The sight of it all was indescribable, ghastly, and uncanny. But then again, Sonny had long grown numb to all the horrors of the dream realm. Saint was among the shades, tossing one javelin after another into the seething mass of abominations. Funnily enough, the shadow of Goliath, whom she had slain with a javelin once, was nearby, unleashing its immolating gaze upon the swarm of corrupted immortals due to its rank. The damage it dealt was not deadly, but it served to wound and weaken the enemies. Slayer had mounted an obsidian wasp and flew to the very top of the main mast of the night garden, hiding there in the shadow of the puppeteer's wing. Her arrows fell like a fatal rain, unerringly felling the most appalling of the immortal swarm despite the great distance. Sonny had wrapped one of his shadows around her to enjoy the benefit of sharing her incredibly sharp senses. From the great height of Slayer's precarious position, most of the southern part of the Eternal City was like an open book. He did not like what he saw at all. The shadow of Daron had put aside the spear and took up a fearsome greatbow that had been salvaged in the armory of the Hippodrome. His arrows struck the fallen immortals like bolts of lightning, impaling their grotesque bodies. Strangely enough, Serpent had assumed the form of Daron and picked up a bow as well. However, its arrows were far more lethal and devastating than those of the dead Supreme. That was because Serpent was a shadow and possessed the will, while the shadow of the Serpent King did not. Quite ironic, isn't it? While its defenders repelled the pursuing abominations, the night garden slowly approached the edges of both islands. Sonny could already see the ice-covered building of the residential island in the distance. Nightwalker could see them as well. His expression turned somber. "This is pretty bad." Sonny turned and gave him a questioning gaze. "What exactly?" A pale smile appeared on Nightwalker's youthful face. "Don't you see this ship, Shadow?" Sonny raised an eyebrow. "Of course I do," Nightwalker nodded. "Then you should have noticed that it's very damn long." He let out a heavy sigh. "Navigating it through this narrow canal is already difficult enough, so how hard do you think making a turn will be?" Sonny blinked a couple of times. They were currently moving east, but to reach the palace, they had to turn north. The quickest way would be to do that at the nearest junction of several canals and sail right toward their goal. If that was impossible, though, they would have to reach the edge of the city, escape into the open waters, circle the city counterclockwise, and enter the canals again from the east. Time was of the essence, though. Looking ahead, Nightwalker let out another sigh. His silver eyes suddenly seemed to glow brighter. Don't worry too much, though. I have a tendency to always get to where I'm going. I do suggest you hold on to something, though. This is going to be rough. Sonny grimaced and looked away. It always is. Nightwalker chuckled. Indeed. The night garden was rapidly approaching the junction between canals separating 4 islands. The water was turbulent, and the stone walls of the isolated districts of the Eternal City seemed awfully close to each other. Even if the junction itself was much wider than the canals were, and shaped irregularly, Sonny could not help but feel like guiding the night garden through the turn was impossible. He winced. Say, is it a bad time to tell you that I absolutely hate traveling by ship? Nightwalker did not seem pleased by that question. What? Why? Sonny scowled. The first time I did, it was on a boat made from demon bones, sailing across an abomination-infested sea that was actually a great titan. Halfway through the journey, the boat was destroyed by a creepy depth dweller, and I almost died. His scowl deepened. The second time was on an alloy battleship across the Indian Ocean, and wouldn't you know it, halfway through the trip, we were attacked by some horrid sea monsters. The hull was breached, and I almost died. Nightwalker coughed. Sonny, meanwhile, continued. The third time, gods, don't even get me started. I had to brave a river of an unholy titan's blood on anything and everything, starting from makeshift rafts and ending with the corpse of an enormous, grotesque turtle. And guess what? The raft was shattered, the corpse was eaten, and when I finally found a normal ship, that's when the really terrible part began. Almost died. It began as a joke, but now Sonny was really fuming. Ah, damn it, curse it all. Why the hell did I think that this damn expedition would be any better? Nightwalker gave him a look of pity. No way, that's some awful luck, but it couldn't have all been bad, right? What, have you never had a good experience on a boat? Sonny opened his mouth to offer an angry retort, but then closed it. A strange expression appeared on his face. Eventually, his frown was replaced by a faint, absent-minded smile. Well, come to think of it, I did go boating on a date once. That was nice. He lingered for a moment and then nodded. I take it back. Boats are great. Chapter 2670, Broken Navigation. In the end, Nightwalker did manage to make the turn. Sonny had not been sure how he was going to, since it seemed physically impossible. But the founder of the House of Night was not considered to be the greatest and most daring seafarer in history without a reason. Pull more of your creepy shadows to the bow. The gigantic ship moved like a nimble gondola in his steady hands. The night garden turned slightly in the canal, its stern nearly scraping the Park Island, while its bow came mere meters away from the shore of the opposite one. And the frenzied mass of abhorrent nightmare creatures seething on its edge. Nightwalker's warning had been timely, but shades alone were not enough to prevent the fallen immortals from pouring onto the deck of the ship. Even the simultaneous discharge of the 6 cannons installed on the bow was not enough, so Sonny sent Saint and Fiend there, augmenting each of them with one of his incarnations. Luckily, the fierce confrontation did not last long. Soon enough, the night garden reached the termination point of the island, escaping into the wider waters of the canal junction. There was one problem, though. There was still not quite enough space there to allow the Titanic ship to pass. How is he going to do it? Nightwalker remained calm, so Sonny assumed that he was confident. He was probably relying on some mystical quality of his aspect or his divine lineage. Or so Sonny thought. He turned out to be wrong, though, since Nightwalker used a far more mundane solution to push the living ship through the impossibly tight turn. Grab something. Sonny took a few steps away from the pillar he had been leaning on and grabbed Etha. He was not afraid for himself, since even falling over the edge of the runic hall would not pose him any danger. Etha, however, could very well be hurt by the fall from the great height of the main pagoda, not to mention that his concentration could be broken, thus weakening the shield of starlight protecting the ship. In the next moment, this insane, the night garden rammed into the side of the island at great speed. The immense weight of the living ship was already astronomical, and with countless shades including giants like Goliath and the puppeteer, not to mention the great bulk of the dark castle aboard, it had become simply frightening. The resulting impact was so violent and dire that an entire section of the island collapsed, crumbling into the foaming water. Colossal chunks of stone were sent barreling through the air like shells. Bastard! Sonny barely prevented Etha from being thrown over the edge of the runic hall. You lunatic! Nightwalker laughed loudly. Piercing through the cloud of dust and stone debris, the bow of the night garden emerged from it and entered the northward canal. Its port side scraped against the jagged surface of the shattered stone, leaving deep scars on the living hull. However, it did not slow down much, continuing to move forward. Ah, that's better. The demented youth grinned brightly while steering the ship into the canal. Sonny looked forward and then cursed loudly, noticing the wall of another island quickly approaching the bow of the living ship at an angle. Soon enough, the night garden collided with it with its starboard side. This time, the impact was only glancing, sending cracks running through the ancient stone and helping the living ship complete its turn. Breathing heavily, Sonny glanced back. The edge of one island was entirely shattered, mending itself slowly, while the other was cracked. The hull of the night garden was damaged but not breached. The water flowing through the canal swayed and surged, climbing hundreds of meters higher than it was supposed to be. Nightwalker hummed. "What's up with that expression? We made the turn, didn't we?" He smiled brightly. "Actually, I've been feeling stifled ever since we set off from the lighthouse. These narrow canals are the worst. Open seas are where my heart lies, with no limits or boundaries in sight. But this was unexpectedly fun." Etha just stared at them both in shock. Sonny gritted his teeth. "Yes, we did make the turn, and that is why I have this expression." Nightwalker studied him for a moment, then shrugged. "Well, anyway, I suggest you start loading your cannons quick." Sonny frowned. "What?" Nightwalker pointed forward. "Load your cannons, there's a bridge ahead." Cursing, Sonny spun around and glanced forward. The night garden was moving north now, and there was indeed another bridge barring their way north. Damnation! Controlling the manifested shadows, Sonny hurriedly reloaded the cannons. He needed to take apart an indestructible bridge again. And this time, it was a moving target. Actually, it was the night garden that was moving, but that did not make the aiming easier. The torrent of abominations had made its way around the broken section of the island by then, continuing the pursuit. What's worse, it was not the Park Island starboard of the night garden now. Instead, it was another nameless island, complete with its own swarm of dreadful immortals. They were already rushing toward its edge, assembling into a second river of monstrous flesh. The living ship was going to be besieged on both sides soon, and it was only going to get worse. The deeper into the eternal city they went, the more islands they would pass. So, the pursuing abominations from the previous ones would join those from the new ones, and their numbers would continuously swell, until all fallen immortals left in the southern half of the eternal city were straining to get to the deck of the living ship, overwhelmed by a frenzied desire to consume Sonny, Jet, the saints of night, and the millions of people sheltered inside the night garden. But possibly, that was a good thing. Sonny's eyes glistened dangerously. "I wonder if the Dutchman would like my present." Chapter 2671, Gregarious Gondolier. At some point, Sonny somehow became a person who had experienced and endured more than most people. so much so that bewildering people with honest retellings of his numerous misadventures was one of his favorite pastimes, in fact. In other words, he considered himself to be quite a veteran. Nothing really rattled him anymore, let alone scared him. However, as the night garden navigated the narrow maze of the Eternal City's canals, he had to admit that this was quite possibly the most harrowing situation he had ever found himself in. Godgrave, the burned forest, Ariel's game. Nothing could compete with the horrors of the sunken city of the demon of repose in scope and scale of their sheer dreadfulness. Perhaps only the tomb of Ariel could compare, not the endlessly flowing waters of the great river or its nebulous estuary, but the inner walls of the ancient pyramid, where a myriad of dark butterflies rested on the cold black stone. He had only glimpsed those detestable creatures from afar, though. The grotesque legion of corrupted immortals. On the contrary, the hosts of the flesh of Kanakhet was right in his face. Goddammit, that's a little bit too much. One of these damned things was already creepy and disgusting enough to make even Effie lose her appetite. But with thousands of them pursuing the night garden like two monstrous, slithering rivers of flesh, Sonny felt like he would never be able to enjoy a meal again. By now, the living ship was surrounded on both sides and besieged. The canals differed in width, but there was never more than a few hundred meters between its hull and the weathered foundations of the islands, a negligent distance for great nightmare creatures. The cannons roared without pause, and the barrier of slaying starlight still surrounded the night garden like a radiant shield. However, that alone was not enough to prevent the immortal abominations from invading its deck, and so most of the pressure fell on the Shadow Legion, which Sonny controlled. It had been fine at first, but as more and more immortals joined the pursuit, the terrifying battle had become frenetic and feverish. Sonny was barely keeping it together as he commanded the shades and manned the cannons to push the nightmare creatures back. On top of that, he also needed to destroy any bridge that appeared in the path of the living ship and prevent its pieces from fusing back together until the ship passed. His head was starting to ache. The noise of it all was unbearable, and the sight of it all was terrifying enough to give even the most seasoned veterans of the Dream Realm nightmares. All the shades of the Shadow Legion, all of his shadows, and most of his incarnations were engaged in the fierce battle against numerous undying great nightmare creatures that was indeed a battle unlike any Sonny had fought before. Needless to say, its carnage and mayhem were peerless. The pristine expanse of the Eternal City shone with a gorgeous silver light, and the cold waters of the storm sea rolled above the besieged night garden like a dark sky. Damn Weaver! Why couldn't that nasty demon just put pieces of themselves somewhere nice and easily accessible? Huh, what are you mumbling about? Sonny glanced at Nightwalker and pursed his lips. Just cursing out a dead demon. The youthful founder of the House of Night stared at him silently for a moment, then nodded. Ah, I see. Been there, done that. At that moment, the air of the runic hall suddenly turned cold and Jet appeared out of torrents of mist. She looked around warily, then dismissed her scythe and found herself a chair to sit down. Despite the harrowing violence happening all around the living ship, she seemed entirely at ease. In fact, she languidly stretched her legs and leaned back in the chair, letting out a satisfied sigh. Sonny raised an eyebrow. Tired, Jet looked at him evenly. Dead tired. Then she chuckled and leaned her head back, closing her eyes. Sonny smiled as well and turned his attention back to the battle. Only Nightwalker seemed surprised. Aren't you going to help defend the ship? From what I see, it's an all-hands-on-deck situation. Jet sighed and spoke without opening her eyes. Nobody likes to fight an immortal nightmare creature, but in my case, they are simply the absolute worst kind of adversary. Sonny nodded quietly. Jet's soul could not generate essence, so she relied on her aspect to exist. That aspect allowed her to absorb a portion of soul essence of those she killed. The fallen immortals of the eternal city never died, however, which meant that fighting them was harmful to her. Not only could she not replenish her broken soul, but she had to actively drain its reserves. Worse still, there were no other nightmare creatures in this part of the eternal city, so she could not hunt at all. Jet looked at Nightwalker. "Don't worry, though, I am simply saving my strength for the Dutchman." He studied her with interest. "Oh," Jet nodded. "Do you know why they call me Soul Reaper? It's because my aspect allows me to directly attack the soul. Among other things, that means that I am custom-made to slay spectral abominations and wraiths of all kinds." She smiled darkly. "The last time we met the Dutchman, I sank a few of his ships. I never got to the flagship, though. Maybe I will this time." Looking away, Jet sighed. "I'm not sure if that's a good thing or a bad thing, though. After all, no one knows a lot about the Dutchman, what it is, where it comes from, and what it's capable of." Nightwalker chuckled. "Oh, really?" He shook his head and then said in an aloof tone, "You're mistaken. I might not know a lot about most things, but I do know a thing or two about the Dutchman. After all, that thing had been hunting me down for decades." Nightwalker looked at Sunny and Jet with a smile. "You want me to share?" Chapter 2672. Cursed Wanderer. Sunny and Jet looked at each other. "The Dutchman used to pursue you." They knew that the House of Night had a history with the ghostly ship and its wraith armada, but were under the impression that it mostly consisted of distant sightings. Then again, Nightwalker had not mentioned his clan. He only mentioned himself, as if the Dutchman had it out for him personally. He chuckled. "Oh, yes. It was quite troublesome early on, to be honest." Nightwalker glanced around and smiled. "Luckily, there is no vessel in the storm sea that can outrun the Night Garden, so that bastard never managed to get his hands on me." Sunny raised an eyebrow. "But why would it be interested in you in particular?" "Wait." His expression changed subtly. "Don't tell me that the Dutchman raced to the Eternal City because you were here." Nightwalker laughed and shook his head. "No. You got it backward." He flinched when an especially loud thunderclap resounded above the Night Garden, followed by a dreadfully inhuman howl. Then, grimacing, he added, "The Dutchman was hunting me down because I had the map to the Eternal City. He always wanted to come here, and I was the only one who knew the way. That is why he pursued me relentlessly for the better half of 3 decades, not that I ever let him get close. That is also why he did not attack the House of Night after I left. There was simply no reason to, because I took the map with me." Sunny stared at him in surprise. "But why exactly did the Dutchman want to come to the Eternal City?" Nightwalker shrugged. "How should I know? Sadly, I am not in the habit of talking to sinister apparitions, so I didn't ask." He remained silent for a few moments and then said in a concerned tone, "First of all, you need to understand that the Dutchman is not an abomination. It is, in fact, 2 nightmare creatures who are bound to each other." Sunny and Jet could not help but look at each other again. Eventually, it was Jet who spoke first. "2 bound nightmare creatures. Do you mean the ship and its captain?" Nightwalker glanced at her with a smile. "Bingo, those 2 are entirely separate beings, but at the same time they can never escape each other. They are one and the same." Sunny frowned. "I thought you did not talk to sinister apparitions. How do you know?" Even Cassie had not been able to tell them much about the Dutchman. So how was it that Nightwalker seemed to know so much? "It is because the Storm Sea is my home." Nightwalker shrugged. "And the Dutchman had been haunting these waters for thousands of years. You did not think that awakened of the waking world were the first ones to suffer his malice, did you?" "No. There are traces of him and of stories about him all over the ruins left behind by the Serpent King's people. To them he was like a plague." His expression turned somber. "In fact, numerous of those ruins became ruins precisely because of the Dutchman. Oh, but they did not call him the Dutchman, naturally. Instead, they called him— what was it? Ah, right. The Cursed Wanderer, a mortal captain who was cursed to wander the sea forever, and therefore became the curse upon the sea." Nightwalker glanced into the distance, then smiled saintly. Those ancient people believed that seeing the cursed wanderer was an ill omen. If you saw its silhouette sailing in the mist, even from afar, death would come for you soon, something like that. He paused for a moment and then added in a neutral tone. According to legend, the cursed wanderer used to be a mortal captain who swore to find the eternal city and profess his undying love to the demon of repose. He sailed the twilight sea, searching endlessly, slowly growing weak and old. In the end, desperate to buy himself more time to fulfill his oath, he braved the heart of storms to claim a mythical treasure, the Well of Souls. Only that treasure turned out to be cursed and sealed for a reason, so it claimed him instead. Nightwalker grinned. That's how it goes with cursed treasure, usually. In any case, the captain became bound to the Well of Souls, but instead of becoming its prisoner, he subjugated it. The Well of Souls became a ship, and the captain became its helmsman. However, they never reached the eternal city and never found repose, cursed to wander the storm sea without reprieve forever. He shrugged and chuckled quietly. Well, that's the legend at least. It is mostly nonsense, I think. But some parts of it are true. The Dutchman is a kind of well of souls, at least. It's like a nesting doll of horror. The ship consumes souls and enslaves them, then sends them out to slaughter the living and conquer more souls. His expression dimmed. You must have noticed that killing the wraiths does not destroy them, it just sends them back into the holds of the smaller ships, and destroying the ship simply returns them to the Dutchman. From what I know, once it gets you, there is no escape. The souls of a few of my friends are probably still there among the ghost soldiers of that horrid duo. Sonny gave him a dubious look. You had friends. Nightwalker flashed him a menacing smile. Shut up. He paused and then added in a dark tone, this ship itself is merely a tool. Although its captain is one of the captured souls, I think he is the true master of the Dutchman. He's the evil will behind the curse that has been plaguing the storm sea for thousands of years as well, reaping many lives and bringing despair to all who see him. Nightwalker grimaced. It is our luck that the Dutchman almost never comes close to the coast. Otherwise, humanity would have had far fewer citadels. The battle still raged on, so Sonny did not really have the energy to ponder that peculiar story seriously. Still, it echoed in his mind, making him feel like there was a kernel of important information hidden in it. As he pondered, Jet said with a smile, I did not feel despair when I saw the captain of the Dutchman, though. Her smile widened a little. All I thought was, hey, that bastard is staring at me. I want to kill him so bad. Nightwalker chuckled. Well, you'll get a chance soon. Chapter 2673, Dreadful Race. Another bridge collapsed into an avalanche of debris, sending countless tons of jagged stone plummeting into the river. When the pieces of the broken bridge froze in the air and moved in reverse, huge tendrils of shadow rose again to hold them back. Standing in the runic hall of the night garden, Sonny grimaced and swayed faintly, his porcelain face turning even paler than usual. He was pushing against his limits. Directly controlling the Shadow Legion was already far more strenuous than what he was used to, and he was manipulating the shadow golems that fired the cannons as well. But it was actually the act of preventing the Eternal City from restoring the shattered bridges that was the most taxing. Creating a tentacle out of shadows was the simplest form of shadow manifestation, in fact. It was the first thing he had manifested after becoming a master. Sonny was capable of shaping shadows in infinitely more intricate and sophisticated ways now, but he had never used his ascended ability on quite that scale. Only the dome he had built around the night garden recently could compare, but that dome only needed to exist. The gigantic black tendrils extending from the bow of the living ship, however, had to move, accurately grasp the slabs of stone, and overcome the pull that the sorcery of the Eternal City exerted on them. The sheer size of the black tendrils was daunting. It was to the point that Sonny found his reserves of essence actually draining for the first time in a long while, an unexpected and unwelcome development that made him frown. Sonny was not the only one losing essence, either. Ether was quickly draining his own reserves to maintain the shield of starlight around the night garden, and unlike Sonny, he did not have 7 soul cores or a domain supplying him with a constant torrent of spirit essence. He was going to exhaust his reserves far sooner than Sonny would. They were quite short on time. Luckily, their harrowing race through the canal of the Eternal City was coming to an end. The night garden had not reached the finish line just yet, but the towering silhouette of the palace was already looming above the horizon like a dark mountain set against the radiant backdrop of silver light. The 2 swarms of the dreadful immortals besieging the living ship had grown immense and frightening, as well. By now, it was as if 2 slithering walls of grotesque flesh surrounded the night garden on both sides, with a monstrous mass of limbs, tendrils, and appendages reaching toward it across the deep, dark chasms. The seething waters below were turning strange as well, having swallowed dozens, if not hundreds, of undying abominations. The flesh of Kanak was infecting new hosts there rapaciously, already subjugating and changing them to suit its goals, the main of which was to devour every living soul aboard the night garden. And worst of all, the Shadow Legion kept suffering casualties. Far fewer shades than one would expect in such an unimaginably harrowing battle were being vanquished, but the incremental losses added up. It was not to the point that Sonny had to start worrying just yet, but it wasn't negligible either. The defiled seeker of truth was already gone, torn apart by the lightning-quick tendrils of hungry flesh. So was the shadow of the winter beast, which had already been damaged on the residential island. Countless of the obsidian wasps had been caught and crushed by the fallen immortals, and several of the human saints were gone. But the silent shades knew neither fear nor hesitation. Despite the heavy losses, they continued to defend the living ship with a quiet and indomitable determination, and why would it be any different? The dead did not fear death. Sonny gritted his teeth. Come on, a little more. The night garden passed through the cloud of debris left behind by the shattered bridge, and he released his hold on its pieces with a relieved sigh. Look alive, Shadow, starboard. Sonny gave Nightwalker a dark look and opened his mouth, wanting to point out that he was technically dead. But Jet beat him to the punch, chuckling quietly. In the next moment, he got too preoccupied to talk. An especially gigantic nightmare creature appeared portside of the night garden, and a swarm of fleshy tentacles shot across the canal, threatening to pierce the hull of the living ship. At the same time, the shield of starlight grew a little dimmer, betraying the fact that Ether was approaching his limit as well. Then again, maybe he had long passed it. The youngest of the saints of night was pale and covered in cold sweat. His face, which had been calm and composed before, was now twisted by a deep scowl. His hands clenched into fists. Damn it! The night garden veered right, creating as much distance between itself and the monstrous tendrils of flesh as possible. The cannons barked, and a rain of enchanted arrows descended upon the towering nightmare creature, tearing it apart. A moment later, the grotesque hill of slithering flesh exploded into a dreadful rain of blood and bleeding meat, painting the ground red. And in a few moments more, the night garden collided with the foundation of the opposite island, its hull scraping across the stone wall and sending cracks running through it. Cursing under his breath, Sonny sent his shadows and the strongest of the shades rushing toward the right side of the ship. For a few moments, there was no gap between the ship and its pursuers, and although the starlight cut and burned them, more than a few made their way onto the deck of the night garden. Curse it all! Saint, fiend, and serpent descended upon them almost immediately, followed by a coordinated attack of countless shades. The abominations were cut down and thrown into the water before they could do any real damage, but not before slaying several dozen of Sunny's silent warriors. "Can you go faster?" Standing in the runic circle, Nightwalker smiled. His silver eyes glowed like stars in the night sky, and his youthful face seemed to drown in their nebulous light. "That might be a little dangerous," Sunny scoffed. "Does it seem like we're safe now?" Nightwalker lingered for a moment. Then his smile widened a little. "You make a fair point. In that case, I suggest you put your seatbelt on." Chapter 2674 finish line "This is a little thrilling." The night garden flew through the canals of the eternal city at a terrible speed, conquering their twisting perils with chilling recklessness. With each subtle turn it made, colossal waves crashed into the walls of the surrounding islands, and the thunderous roar of the firing cannons was almost drowned out by the howling winds. The manner in which the living ship navigated the treacherous expanse of setting water seemed almost suicidal, and yet it had not been shattered yet. Each turn was made just at the right time, at just the right angle, and just at the right speed. Inertia and acceleration fused into a smooth flow, and the night garden appeared light and nimble despite its terrifying mass. The living ship advanced through the maze of canals while leaving scars on them. Its helmsman wasn't shy about using the walls of weathered stone to guide his vessel in the right direction, leaving them cracked and crumbling. At times, he simply crashed through obstacles, making the entire city quake. A little thrilling. Sunny was forcefully preventing himself from clutching a nearby pillar. Jet was looking at Nightwalker with a strange expression. She almost seemed flustered, sheepishly contemplating her own skill as a helmsman, or if she even had the right to call herself that. Nightwalker himself, meanwhile, his beautiful face was illuminated by an easy smile. The runic circle blazed around him, shining with the same light as his silver eyes. His voice, meanwhile, had assumed an odd quality, sounding far more penetrating and vast than any human's voice had the right to be. It was as if the night garden itself was speaking through him. Sunny knew that those who were recognized by the runic circle shared their senses with the living ship, perceiving the world as it did. He did not know what it felt like exactly, but was starting to suspect that there were degrees to this ineffable state of unity, and Nightwalker was somehow able to delve into that state much deeper than anyone else, which was why the ship was still in one piece. Well, mostly in one piece. There were deep scars covering the entire length of its hull, and its forward mast was tilted at an angle, standing only because Sunny had wrapped the broken section in a layer of manifested shadows. The palace was obscuring a vast swath of the sky by now, and the two rivers of abominable flesh had turned into two distressing seas. The battle had entered a cataclysmic stage, and the Shadow Legion could only hold its ground because there was not enough space for all of the immortal monstrosities to attack it at the same time. They stood in each other's way, burning with demented fury and slowing both swarms down. The dire speed of the living ship also helped it stay ahead of the great mass of abominations, forcing them to crawl over each other in an effort to keep up the pursuit. "I have something to say." Nightwalker glanced at Sunny and smiled with the corner of his mouth. "There is good news and bad news. Which do you want to hear first?" Sunny gave him a scathing glare. "Start with the, ah, damn it, I don't care." Nightwalker blinked a couple of times. "All right then. The good news is that we are one turn away from reaching the palace." Sunny raised an eyebrow. "What's the bad news?" Nightwalker shrugged. "It's that we're not going to make it." Sunny stared at him with wide eyes. "What the hell do you mean we're not going to make it?" At that moment, a gargantuan tendril of flesh swiped across the deck, crushing scores of shades and sending several obsidian cannons flying. They crashed down heavily and rolled, vanquishing even more warriors of the Shadow Legion. Saint's sword cut a black line in the fabric of reality, severing the gargantuan red tentacle. Fiend, meanwhile, grabbed it and tossed it into the slithering mass of abominations across the chasm. Nightwalker grinned. I mean that there's no way to make that turn. We'll hit the wall of the island at an angle that will prevent us from bouncing off of it and continuing on our merry way. Instead, we'll lose all momentum and drift like a turtle, which means that we'll get buried under a mountain of abominations. So I will have to slow the ship down to a crawl, which will also get us buried. He shook his head and sighed. Unless, of course, there was a way to make the night garden turn sharper. Sonny stared at him some more, then gritted his teeth. Don't slow down, I'll handle it. Nightwalker nodded. Full steam ahead then. Although it did not seem possible, the night garden accelerated even more. They were quickly approaching a junction of 3 canals. One of them continued in the same general direction the living ship was headed, while the other turned north at a steep angle. That was the canal they needed to enter. As they came closer and closer to the junction, the puppeteer shifted atop the main mast and opened its colossal wings. With each of them spanning several kilometers, they guided the wind like vast sails. The pressure of the wind would help the night garden turn, but it was not going to be enough. That was why the shadow of Goliath moved at the same time. Crossing the deck of the living ship with wide strides that made it tremble, the shade of the towering Titanic leaned forward and pressed its gargantuan palms against the foundation of the island. As the night garden began to turn, Goliath silently exerted all of his terrifying strength to push the ship away from the stone wall, thus making the turn sharper. A net of cracks opened in his arms, slowly growing deeper and wider. And as the Titan strained them in one final, dreadful push, his elbows exploded, tearing both of his forearms off. The bow of the night garden turned just enough to guide it into the canal because of that, though. As tendrils of flesh enveloped Goliath and pulled him off the deck of the living ship, into the flowing mass of slithering flesh, the living ship escaped into the wide canal. The palace was straight ahead. Chapter 2675. Brief respite. There was a vast expanse of open water between the various districts of the Eternal City and its heart, where the palace towered like a dark mass of sharp, interconnected spires. It was both radiant and ominous. Tapering to a sharp point, the highest of the spires was like a narrow spearhead thrust into the black sky, its soaring form outlined by silver light. It glanced very much like the nexus of a celestial city that used to drift in the vacuous vastness of space. Now that the night garden had escaped into the circular lake surrounding the palace, its pursuers were falling behind. The Shadow Legion received a precious second of respite. Sonny, Jet, Nightwalker, and Etha spent a few moments beholding the dark majesty of the eternal palace in silence. Teal be damned. Nightwalker exhaled slowly. Well, more damned, I mean. Sonny could not help but smile. Have you been inside before? Nightwalker shook his head. Gods, no, I've never made it this far. The closer you come to the palace, the more of those bastards wander the streets and the more powerful they are. And while I am just as immortal as they are, I still had to be careful. After all, wouldn't want to end up becoming a host to the flesh of Kanak myself. Sonny nodded slowly and glanced back at the dark edifice of the palace. He considered the situation for a moment. They were currently south of it, separated by its looming mass from the fierce battle between the Dutchmen and the detestable immortals in the north. Judging by the distant clamor, the night garden had reached the heart of the Eternal City first, but not by much. The Wraith army was most likely only an island or two away from making its way to the palace. And judging by the eerie silence in the east, the mysterious third contender was not too far away, either. Quite vexing. Sonny had to make a decision, and the decision he had to make was shrouded in peril and uncertainty. There were numerous things that he only vaguely understood, and some that he did not know at all. Therefore, any choice he made could only be partially sound at best. To start, he did not know the identity of the third contender. Sonny could commit significant forces to facing that enemy. But killing it was meaningless, since the Eternal City would just return the nightmare creature to life. So it had to be restrained, just like the fallen immortals had been. Subduing those abhorrent fiends had already been difficult enough, though, and the thing approaching the palace from the east, whatever it was, seemed far more terrible than they were. Then, there was the Dutchman and its wraith army. Killing them was difficult as truly destroying his shades, which nothing had managed to achieve so far. Jet, at least, seemed to have the ability to slay the ghost instead of sending them back into the maw of the Well of Souls, or whatever that horror was truly called. But would they stay dead, or would they be revived by the Eternal City as well? Sunny did not know, but suspected that the wraiths would not be affected by the sorcery of this sunken hell, staying destroyed forever. That was because they were not living things to begin with. What about Sunny and Jet then? His expression stiffened. There were the corrupted immortals themselves to contend against as well. In fact, at the moment, something unprecedented was happening in the Eternal City. Its dwellers, which had always been scattered across its vast expanse, were now all concentrated in the immediate area around the palace. Sunny had brought every abomination from the southern reaches of the cursed city here. The Dutchman had done the same with those who dwelled in the north, and the third contender had pulled all the fields from the east. Now there were tens or even hundreds of thousands of them in the heart of the Eternal City. That number terrified even Sunny. He had to defeat the Dutchman, subdue the mysterious abomination in the east, deal with the immortal swarm, find the fragment of Weaver's lineage, and destroy the Eternal City somehow, while keeping the night garden safe. Sunny pursed his lips, considering his options for the 100th time. In the end, it all came down to the nature of the Eternal City. Everything was immortal here, which meant that nothing could be truly defeated. That was the cornerstone of all his problems. So, if that cornerstone was removed, the rest of the obstacles standing in Sunny's way would follow like dominoes, falling one after another, which meant that his course of action was clear. He had to stall his enemies and enter the palace first to find Weaver's lineage. It would be even better if he found the source of the divine sorcery sustaining the Eternal City and destroyed it. If not, destroying the city itself would suffice. Sunny took a deep breath, then glanced at Nightwalker. Circle the palace from the west and put us between it and the Dutchman's forces. The Wraith army seemed to be closer to reaching the heart of the Eternal City than the unknown horror in the east, so it had to be dealt with first. Nightwalker lingered for a moment, then nodded and guided the battered ship northwest. The sea of monstrous abominations followed from a distance, rushing across the island surrounding the palace. The two vast swarms began to fuse, stretching into a long red line. As the living ship moved across the vast lake, the towering dark form of the palace obscured the battlefield where the army of ghosts fought the horde of deathless abominations. However, Sunny could already see wisps of mist drifting above the water and felt an eerie chill permeating the air. Soon enough, they were going to escape from the shadow of the towering structure that served as the beating heart of the Eternal City and behold the scene of the harrowing battle. But before that happened, Etha suddenly let out a groan and fell to one knee. The shield of starlight illuminating the night garden flickered and was then snuffed out, plunging the living ship into a sudden darkness. The light of innumerable lanterns, which usually seemed bright and vibrant, felt dim and inadequate in the wake of the brilliant silver radiance. Etha covered his mouth with a hand, blood trickling between his fingers. I'm sorry. I can't." He was suffering from symptoms of essence exhaustion. Sunny glanced at him with a concerned exhaustion, then sighed and put a hand on his shoulder. "It's all right, you got us this far." At that moment Jet spoke from her chair. "LL agree. I am pulling the plug though." Her voice was even. "We had our fun, Sunny, but the night garden has no business remaining in these waters anymore. Now we need to think about the safety of our people and bring them away from this mess." Sunny looked at her with a frown and remained silent for a while. Finally, he grimaced and turned away. I see your point. I agree, I guess. His tone was bitter. A good strategist had to know how to adapt to the shifting circumstances, and sometimes being adaptable meant knowing when to cut your losses. So as much as it pained him, Nightwalker looked at them with a surprised expression. Huh, wait, that's it. You're giving up on this battle, on destroying the Eternal City and all that. That would mean that they were giving up on him as well, but his tone was aloof, betraying no anger or disappointment. Sunny and Jet both looked at him in confusion. After a few moments, Sunny scoffed. What? Who said anything about giving up? He shook his head and smiled faintly. No, of course not. We're just switching to Plan B. The Eternal City is still getting destroyed. If anything, my main concern now is to keep it in one piece long enough to get what I came here for. Chapter 2676 Palace Lake. Saying that, Sunny inhaled deeply and glanced at Jet. Jet. She nodded and rose to her feet, walking over to the edge of the runic hall. I'm on it. I'll need some time to set everything up, though, if we want to do it properly. Below her, the surface decks of the night garden sprawled into the distance, with the silent shades slowly repairing their battered formations. The dark castle towered at the bow, and the colossal, eerily motionless form of the puppeteer loomed above it all like an eldritch deity. She glanced at the dark skies above the Eternal City, her icy blue eyes reflecting their unfathomable splendor. Nightwalker frowned. What exactly are you doing, though? Sunny shrugged. Calling in the cavalry. The breathtaking youth blinked a few times, then said in a hesitant tone, What the? I thought you were the cavalry. Sunny smiled. I am more of a special reconnaissance and sabotage specialist. A commando, if you will. He scratched the back of his head. Actually, since we're on a ship, I guess I'm a Marine. A Marine shock trooper. Well, anyway, it doesn't matter. Point is, Lamb an ardent proponent of refined, elegant, and surgical warfare. Brute force, barbaric carnage, and total annihilation are someone else's forte. Nightwalker gave him a dubious look at the mention of elegance and refinement, but chose to remain silent. Sunny went to help Etha to a chair while the night garden circled the palace. Soon enough, they escaped from its vast shadow, and not long after that, Neve and Bloodwave joined them on the bridge. What a sight! Sunny glanced ahead with a concerned expression. Out there, in front of them, a swirling veil of mist obscured the northern reaches of the Eternal City. The sight of the fierce battle raging under the cover of mist was obscured, but they could still feel its horrifying scope and sense the echoes of its dreadful violence. The tumultuous, billowing torrents of mist were suffused with a ghostly viridian glow that intensified from time to time in sudden flashes, illuminating them from within like bolts of lightning born of a ghostly storm. Rumbling thunderclaps rolled across the turbulent surface of the water, and ghastly dark silhouettes were revealed in the ethereal light, moving quickly in the fog. Those were the ghastly silhouettes of the immortal abominations. The wraiths were indistinguishable from the mist, so Sunny could not see them. He could infer their presence from the movements of the immortals, though. Where they rushed, where they were stopped, and there they fell, cut down by invisible blades. The Wraith army had already reached the final island before the lake that surrounded the palace. Strangely enough, the bridges leading to the heart of the Eternal City were all destroyed. Stretching above the water like the broken ribs of a colossal beast, the sorcery of the demon of repose seemed to have no effect on them, for some reason, so they remained broken and shattered. Sunny wondered if that was the work of Daron, or if the broken bridges were ancient scars left on the Eternal City by Storm God, which even the power of the demon of repose could not erase. In any case, it did not matter. He doubted that the deadly waters of the lake would pose an obstacle for the Dutchman and his spectral armada. The malevolent ship itself was looming in the mist behind its army, half hidden from view by the deep chasms of the canal it was sailing. Looking at it, Sonny could not help but feel a sudden chill. He did not know what means the Dutchman was using to subdue the immortal abominations, but the wraiths seemed to be steadily pushing the enemy back. There was an ocean of them washing over the islands of the Eternal City, and the battlefront was stretched across multiple districts, slowly forming a crescent shape around the shores of the Palace Lake. The night garden moved across the water until it reached the northern face of the palace. There it gradually slowed down and drifted forward at a crawl, standing like a fortress wall between the Wraith army and the heart of the Eternal City. It was then that Sonny shivered, sensing a cold gaze piercing him. He glanced at the distant silhouette of the Dutchman, knowing that its captain was staring back. Forcing out a smile, Sonny gave the ancient nightmare creature a half-hearted bow. "Take a good look. I am the person who will send your sinister hide to the Shadow Realm." There was not much time left before the flood of wraiths reached them, though. "Jet, how much longer?" She looked at him evenly. "A bit longer. They are busy on their side as well, you know," Sonny sighed. This was not good, however. Had he not promised to give the Dutchman a present? It was time to deliver the gift. Sonny smiled. "The more the merrier, right?" Just then, the red river that had been following the night garden along the shores of the southern islands reached the billowing veil of mist and poured into it, full of demented frenzy. All the immortal abominations of the southern part of the Eternal City collided with the right flank of the Wraith army, joining the undying fiends that had already been fighting there. There were only a few of them at first, but as more and more arrived, the situation on the battlefield seemed to change. The forces of the Dutchman buckled and were pushed back, causing the entire wing of the ghostly armada to collapse. The mist swirled, and the viridian glow bleeding into it grew much brighter. Sonny's smile turned into a grin. "Deal with them before you come bother me, you bastard." The Dutchman surged forward, and at the same time its forces seemed to shift. More wraiths poured toward the collapsing flank, which in turn slowed down the advance of the rest of his forces. It did not stall the Wraith army for long. But it did stall the Wraiths just long enough, because at some point a cold wind blew across the lake, and a radiant line suddenly split the fabric of the world above it. Chapter 2677, Light in the Depths. In an instant, a thin white line seemed to cut the fabric of reality. Starting in the air above the highest spire of the palace, it plummeted down and plunged into the dark waters. A cold wind blew across the Eternal City, and the lake rippled. For a moment, silence enveloped the world. Then the radiant line burst open, expanding into a vast, towering dream gate. For the first time in thousands of years, pure sunshine illuminated the vast expanse of the Eternal City. Sonny grimaced, shielding his eyes from the bright light. Standing in the runic circle, Nightwalker stared at the radiant rift in the fabric of reality with wide eyes. "What kind of nightmare gate? How is this?" Just then a dark silhouette revealed itself from the blinding radiance, and his eyes widened even more. A ship. It's a flying ship." His tone, which was usually aloof and oddly indifferent, sounded genuinely excited. In fact, it was almost enraptured. The chain breaker appeared high in the dark sky above the Eternal City, the branches of the sacred tree growing on its deck swaying in the wind. A graceful figure stood on its bow, her silver hair fluttering as two white wings shone behind her with a radiant light. She turned her head calmly, looking down at the night garden. Nightwalker stared at her with wide eyes. "Is that an angel?" Looking up, Sonny smiled silently. "That is the cavalry." Turning his head, he gave Nightwalker a scathing look. "Meet the queen of humanity, old-timer. She is also my girlfriend, so pick up your jaw." Nightwalker blinked a few times. "That's Immortal Flame's grandkid. Huh, such a lovely young lady. She does not seem like a complete lunatic, though." Sonny coughed, but wisely chose not to comment. Ignorance is bliss. It was probably better not to mention that her first step on the path of ascension had been to set herself on fire, and that thing only got progressively worse after that. In any case, their reinforcements had arrived. The night garden was battered, and the chain breaker seemed in dire need of repairs as well. After all, Nephis had been fighting her own battles in the death zones west of Bastion. That campaign had barely ended, allowing the Ivory Island to reach the basin of the River of Tears in time. The waters of the great river were now flowing into the cold expanse of the Palace Lake. Luckily, the abominations populating the Eternal City could not cross over, since they were imprisoned by its sorcery. The flesh of Kanak, meanwhile, was imprisoned by Daron's seal. The nightmare creatures could not escape their radiant, nightmarish prison. However, the Night Garden could. When embarking on the expedition to the Eternal City, the main reason why Sunny had dared to take the living ship and millions of people living aboard it with him was that they could be brought to safety at any moment. That was because the Night Garden belonged to Neph's domain, and because it granted her the ability to open her dream gate between 2 points in the same realm. So, if the expedition faced too dire a peril at any point during the voyage, the living ship could retreat to safer waters with relative ease. All they needed to do was coordinate their escape with Nephis, which was possible because Cassie connected the members of the cohort like a mental web. Now that the vast swarm of immortal abominations, the Dutchman, and the mysterious third contender were all closing in on the Palace Lake, the peril facing the Night Garden became dire enough to call the retreat, especially because the living ship had already received an infusion of vitality from the wharf, and because Etha could not protect it with starlight anymore. So, Jet was right to insist on bringing her people to safety. That said, the fact that the Night Garden was retreating did not mean that Sunny had to escape, too. Actually, he was determined to stay and finish the job, but since the Dream Gate was already open, why would he not call in reinforcements? Nightwalker had been staring at the graceful silhouette of the chain breaker with glowing eyes. Just then, however, his gaze shifted to the dream game, and a stunned expression appeared on his youthful face. Wait, what is that? Behind the flying ship, another far greater silhouette appeared in the blinding radiance. Then slowly, the majestic form of the Tower of Hope in the Ivory Island revealed itself from the light. It's a flying island. Nightwalker studied it for a while, then let out a sigh. Lance read a report about a lethal region of the dream realm that supposedly exists somewhere far north and is made up entirely of flying islands. I guess somebody reached it after all. The Chained Isles had only been conquered by humanity during the Crusades led by Anvil and Madoc, so he would have only heard rumors about them before vanishing in the Eternal City. Seeing the Ivory Island must have been a bitter reminder of how the time had passed him by. Nightwalker lingered for a few seconds, then asked, "So, what powers does your girlfriend possess?" "No, let me guess. Considering whose granddaughter she is, she has to be a pyromaniac who goes around setting things on fire." "Right." Sunny shook his head. "No." Nightwalker let out a relieved sigh. He did not let Sunny finish the sentence, though. "Actually, she mostly just blows things up." The youth paled. High above the Palace Lake, Nephis regarded the frightening vista of the sunken city and then turned her head slightly. Sunny could not see, but he somehow felt that she was looking directly at him. Nephis was indeed fond of solving problems with destructive explosions. Of course, she was also a powerful healer and someone who could instill her allies with profound strength. Her supreme power alone was not going to solve the particular problem facing Sunny and his companions, though at least not in a decisive way. Instead, Sunny put his hopes on something else. There was a moment of silence as the Ivory Island came to a halt, hanging directly above the central spire of the palace. And then, the crushing descended upon the Eternal City. Chapter 2678, Weight of Hope. The Eternal City was truly vast. not losing in sheer size to sprawling human cities like NQSC, Bastion, or Ravenheart. It was like a region in and of itself, spanning myriad kilometers on the glassy black bottom of the storm sea. Yet there was no corner of the sunken city that the crushing did not reach except for the Palace Lake, which was spared its fury by its master's design. And since the ivory island was flying closer to the ground than usual, the force exerted by the crushing was truly devastating. In an instant, every building in the Eternal City was flattened, and every living being on its streets was turned into bloody pulp. Only the lighthouse seemed unaffected by the distressing pressure, standing as tall and proud as it used to. Somewhere in the distance, the clock tower collapsed once again. On the other side of the city, the wharf groaned, cracks slowly snaking up its towering walls. Innumerable immortal abominations were thrown to the ground and crushed. It was as if they all simultaneously exploded into repulsive puddles of blood and viscera, painting the cracking stone red. Their blood flowed slowly, pressed down by the same force that destroyed their bodies. An entire city full of great nightmare creatures was obliterated in a heartbeat. Ironically enough, it was as if the unfathomable weight of the endless sea that had been held at bay by the invisible aegis protecting the sunken city caught up with it, after all. The Nightwalker, Neve, Bloodwave, and Etha paled, watching the scene of unimaginable devastation in awed silence. Jet remained nonchalant, while Sunny continued looking at the distant chain breaker with a smile. "That's my girl. What the hell?" Nightwalker's voice sounded a little hoarse. He remained silent for a moment and then added slowly, "I guess. You weren't kidding when you said that you'll destroy the Eternal City," Sunny sighed. "If only it were that easy." The Ivory Island continued to exert its tyrannical pressure upon the Eternal City, but the Eternal City was not going to just take it lying down. A few seconds after the crushing decimated it, the vast ruins stirred. The buildings had been crushed into stone dust, and now that dust was trembling and slowly rising into the air. Small pebbles fused into slabs of stone, and slabs of stone assembled into ornate walls. The harrowing mass of crushed flesh came alive as well. Muscles and bones were formed from its ghastly depths, slowly coalescing into human shapes. Still half complete, the bleeding bodies strained to rise from the ground, pressing against it with raw hands. But then, it was as if another pulse of the crushing descended upon the city, breaking their bones and throwing them down again. A few seconds later, the abominable immortals were turned into a sea of bleeding flesh once more, and the half-restored buildings were turned into rubble, only to be repaired again. The crushing and the Eternal City clashed in a harrowing cycle of destruction and restoration, with neither managing to gain the upper hand. It was as if this sunken hell that had denied death for eons got stuck in an endless loop of dying, unable to escape the dreadful agony of its cruel embrace. That was the sorcery of the hope, the demon of desire, clashing against the sorcery of the demon of repose. By now, even Sunny could not help but feel a sense of awe. After all, it was not every day that one saw the powers of two demons collide. Standing at the bow of the chain breaker, Nephi's raised a hand. In the next moment, a hurricane of flame descended upon the ruins surrounding the palace lake, burning the raging mist away. Shaking off his trance, Sunny glanced at what had been the battle between the dreadful immortals and the wraith army of the Dutchman less than a minute ago. The immortals were a repugnant mess of undulating flesh not destroyed, but incapable of becoming whole again either. The wraiths, meanwhile, myriad ethereal figures were standing amidst the ruins, looking back at him in eerie silence. The spectral soldiers of the Dutchman seemed affected by the crushing as well, but their ghostly bodies were not affected by it as much as the abominations were. A moment later they moved, struggling against the crushing force to slowly, arduously march forward. Damnation! Nightwalker tore his gaze away from the distressing visage of the crushed city and glanced at him with a distant expression. Now what? Sunny remained silent for a moment, then said darkly, "Now we take the palace island and defend it as if our lives depend on it, while somebody enters the palace and searches for a way to truly unmake this cursed place. Then we kill all the immortals, slay the Dutchman, and pat ourselves on the back for doing a good job. Oh, but before that," he looked at Jet. She considered something for a bit, then turned her gaze to the Saints of Night. "Bloodwave, you have the bridge. Take the Night Garden and Ether into the Dream Gate. You should land safely in the River of Tears. Neve." He shook his head and looked briefly at Nightwalker. "I'm staying." Jet studied him for a moment, then nodded. "Summon a memory that can slay wraiths, then." Sunny threw one last look at the marching army of ghosts and turned away. "Everyone who is staying should come with me then. Bloodwave, Ether, it has been a pleasure. Come find me if you're ever in Ravenheat, or Bastion, or north of the Hollow Mountains. Or if you want to purchase a luxury bicycle, we'll share a drink." He flashed them a smile. Ether smiled weakly, while Bloodwave looked at him with a scowl and grunted noncommittally before entering the runic circle. At the same time, Nightwalker stepped out of it. "How are we getting to the Palace Island without a ship, though?" Sunny grabbed him by the shoulder and grinned. With style, he used his other hand to grab Neve and pulled Jet closer with a tentacle made of shadows. Then he pulled them all into a shadow step. A moment later, they appeared on the walls of the dark castle. Below them, the sea of shades was vanishing without a trace, leaving the deck of the Night Garden empty. Sunny looked up at the distant silhouette of the chain breaker and took a deep breath. And then he pulled the entirety of the dark castle, with all its immense size and weight, into the shadows as well. Arg! How heavy! A moment later, a magnificent black castle suddenly appeared on the shores of the Palace Island. Despite its towering walls, it was easily dwarfed by the huge palace, looking like a guard post in front of its gates. In front of them, the Night Garden rushed across the cold waters of the vast lake amidst the harrowing devastation, approaching the radiant abyss of the Dream Gate. Chapter 2679, Abandoned Ship. The Night Garden glided across the rippling surface of the palace lake, rushing toward the Dream Gate. The detestable immortals were trapped in an endless cycle of rebirth and destruction born from the clash between the sorceries of desire and repose. The wraiths were burdened by the crushing and had not reached the lake yet. Nothing seemed able to threaten the living ship before it escaped to safety. Until a dark form suddenly escaped from the dark ruins in the east, where the third contender was still hidden in the darkness, and soared into the sky. Sunny turned just in time to see it fly above the decimated city. His eyes widened slightly. The dark form was not an abomination. Instead, it was a piece of a stone wall spanning more than 100 meters across that someone had tossed into the air. Spinning aimlessly, it flew across the districts of the Eternal City, rising higher and higher. Needless to say, one needed monstrous strength to send such an enormous projectile flying a great distance in normal circumstances. Under the tyrannical strength of the crushing, though, that strength had to be simply unfathomable. Much more disturbingly, the piece of the wall had not turned to dust as it rose higher into the air. The only explanation Sunny could come up with was that the fragment of a building had somehow been infused with the will to at least partially deny the power of the crushing. It had been aimed quite well, too. Traveling dozens of kilometers, the giant projectile reached the crest of its trajectory and plummeted down toward the deck of the Night Garden. Before it could strike, however, Nephise pointed at it with her palm. A blinding white ray shot from it and pierced the enormous piece of debris, plunging into the lake a split second later. The makeshift projectile exploded into a cloud of stone dust and rubble. The lake boiled as well. Sunny looked east. It seemed that the third contender was still some distance away. and it wasn't happy about being late to the party. Troubling. He frowned, unleashing the Shadow Legion onto the shores of the Palace Island. That was where the Silent Shades were going to take their last stand, repelling the Dutchman and his army of sinister wraiths. The only thing standing between the two dead armies now were the lake, the radiant Dream Gate, and the Night Garden. Saved from the giant projectile, the living ship breached the remaining distance to the Dream Gate and plunged into its radiant vastness, slowly disappearing from view. It was as if it dissolved into the light, and Sonny was glad that it did. He could not help but let out a relieved sigh. Sonny was happy to see the Night Garden escape. He hoped that the living ship could finish repairing itself somewhere far away. In safety, he hoped that nothing would disturb its peaceful sleep. Now that the civilians were gone, he did not need to feel so anxious either. Standing by his side, Jet scratched her head. "You know, they say that a captain never abandons her ship. No one talks about the ship abandoning its captain, though, do they?" Nightwalker chuckled. "Didn't you send your ship away yourself, young lady?" Instead of answering, Jet let out a satisfied sigh. "Ah, it feels so nice to be called young again. Being the oldest is such a chore." Below them, the battered Shadow Legion was assembling into a formation. Many of the shades were gone, but plenty still remained. In fact, the losses were far below Sonny's expectations, since he had abandoned the plan of conquering the Eternal City district by district and simply rushed to the palace instead. The puppeteer returned to its perch atop the dark castle. Slayer commanded the defenders on the walls. Saint led the silent warriors on the ground. The ivory island hung above the highest spire of the palace, and the chain breaker was descending from the dark heights. Soon enough, it reached the battlements above the gates of the dark castle, where Sonny and his companions stood. Nephis jumped off its bow, landing near them and illuminating the space around her with her radiant light. She glanced at Sonny and smiled faintly. "Fancy meeting you here, Lord of Shadows." Sonny could not help but smile too. "The pleasure is mine. Welcome to the dark castle, Lady Changing Star." The last time Nephis had visited the marvelous mimic, it had still been a cozy brick cottage. So Sonny was a little pleased to show her his new abode, even if it had to be briefly. They looked at each other, their eyes igniting with a heated intensity. Before Sonny could take a step forward and betray his negative stance on public displays of affection, though, Jet patted him on the shoulder. "All right, lovebirds, settle down. We have an undying army to kill and an indestructible city to destroy, so there is no time to waste." The chain breaker moored itself to the towers of the dark castle, and Cassie joined them on the battlements, flying over by holding to the hilt of the quiet dancer. She bowed quietly, greeting Neve and Nightwalker, and stood beside Nephis. Nightwalker gave the two of them a curious glance, then pointed to the blind seer. "Is no one going to introduce me to this stunning beauty?" His aloof tone was as obnoxious as ever. No, even more so. Sonny had to take a deep breath. "The stunning beauty is called Kasha, Song of the Fallen. The last old goat who tried to bother her ended up banished to a remote citadel in a death zone." The bright youth gave him a sidelong glance. "That's an interesting bit of information you decided to share, without being asked." Cassie bowed her head. "It is an honor to meet you, Saint Nightwalker." Just then, the mist Nephis had burned away rose from the rubble once again, pouring into the lake. The first of the wraiths reached its shore and froze there, looking across the dark expanse at the rows of silent shades on the other side. The sinister silhouette of the Dutchman advanced slowly through the canal, nearing the open waters of the lake. Sonny frowned. "I guess there really is no time for a touching reunion," he sighed. "What a pity." Chapter 26, 80 Last Stand. One of Sonny's incarnations had remained with Nephis in Bastion. However, Nephis left the city and led the Fire Keepers to a death zone in the west, where powerful abominations were stirring, driven into a frenzy by the scent of human souls. His avatar remained near the Mirror Lake, though both to protect the city from the shadows and to watch over Rain. After all, Nephis could protect herself, while Rain could not. There were members of the Shadow clan guarding her, yes, but Sunny was too paranoid to feel confident just because of that. As far as he was concerned, there was no telling when an unholy titan would decide to suddenly appear in the middle of Bastion. In fact, judging by how the world usually operated, something like that was only a matter of time. Because of that, he and Nephis had spent these weeks apart. He had missed her a lot. How funny! Sunny used to spend years alone wandering the fatal reaches of the dream realm and getting himself into all kinds of trouble. But after becoming Neph's lover in Godgrave, he rapidly became domesticated. Now, his body and soul longed for the familiar comfort of their shared life, and being away from her left him in a state of wistful melancholy. And now that they were finally together again, there was an army of undying wraiths standing in the way of their reunion, as well as a city full of immortal great nightmare creatures, some weird thing hiding in the east and a fragment of Weaver's lineage he was yet to find. Damn it! I'd better deal with the Dutchman and destroy the Eternal City quick. As Nephis glanced at the spreading mist across the lake, her smile widened a little. Maybe it was because she felt his longing, even if he did not say anything. So, what is the battle plan? Her voice sounded even. On the distant shore, the Wraith army had already reached the lake. The mist was once again suffused with viridian glow, and the ethereal silhouettes of ghostly ships appeared in it one by one. The colossal form of the Dutchman had almost reached the estuary of the canal, mere seconds away from escaping into the lake. The crushing was still restraining the dreadful immortals. But as time went on, there seemed to be something peculiar happening to the vast, repugnant mess of pulverized flesh they had turned into. Whatever it was, Sunny had a bad premonition about what the near future held. He inhaled deeply. Jet and Neve, join my legion and hold the Dutchman back as long as possible. Jet leaned on her scythe and nodded lazily. Sure, don't sell us short, though. I'm not planning on simply holding the Dutchman back. I am planning to kill him. Sunny studied her for a moment, then shrugged. Sure, go wild, oh, but not too wild. He gave Jet a poignant look, trying to relay a message. Do as I say, not as I do. With that, Sunny turned to Nephis. Neph, the creature in the east, whatever it is, need you to prevent it from reaching the palace. She simply summoned the blessing. It won't cross the lake. Finally, Sunny glanced at Cassie. Cass, you will have to be our eyes. We still don't know much about the Dutchman, its captain, the thing in the east, and the flesh of Kanakhet. Try to glean as much about their powers and weaknesses as possible. Now that you are here in person, your powers might be able to tell you more. Cassie nodded. I'll try. Exhaling slowly, Sunny glanced at his companions and smiled darkly. I'll leave most of my incarnations to reinforce the Shadow Legion and send one inside the palace. Hopefully, I'll be able to dispel the sorcery of the Eternal City there. If not, Jet chuckled. Don't tell me we'll die. Sunny glanced at her in confusion. What? No, of course not. I'll steal what I came here to steal and will run away as swift and as far from here as possible, she grinned. Oh, I like that plan better. Sunny remained silent for a few moments, then nodded. All right, then, good luck to us all. It was a solemn moment. Sadly, the mood was ruined by Nightwalker, who cleared his throat loudly. Huh, and me? What about me? Sunny pulled him to follow and said, You're coming with me into the palace. Don't tell me that you're not dying to know what's inside after spending 2 decades in this godforsaken city. Nightwalker let out a quiet laugh. Dying to know, huh? Well, you aren't wrong. A few moments later, Sunny and his companions split up. Nephis pushed herself off the ground and flew toward the eastern shore of the palace island. Jet and Neve jumped down, joining the formation of the Shadow Legion. Cassie stayed in place, gripping the quiet dancer somberly. Sunny and Nigthwalker, meanwhile, rushed to reach the gates of the palace. As they did, the flesh of the crushed immortals all across the Eternal City stirred and then moved, flowing forward like a viscous red river. slowly converging on the lake. Noticing that, Nightwalker shivered. "What do you think it's doing?" Sunny hesitated with the answer. "I am not sure. It's definitely nothing good, though." As they descended from the battlements of the dark castle and stepped onto the soil of the palace island, Nightwalker sighed. "Do you think he's going to be okay?" Sunny raised an eyebrow. "Who?" The gorgeous youth lingered for a moment. "Neve, my son." Sunny spared him a brief glance. "Yes." He glanced up at the towering dark edifice of the palace and added in a somber tone, "Because he has someone to return to." Because Neve was bound to the world and to those precious to him, by chains far more firm and inescapable than the strings of fate. Although, perhaps, the two were one and the same. Sunny gritted his teeth. "Let's go." Chapter 26, 81 Palace Gates. The gate of the palace resembled the gate of the awakened academy more than it did that of the dark castle. It was a single, huge plate of a peculiar metal with no visible locking mechanism. However, while the academy gate was simply an unadorned plate of reinforced alloy, this one was decorated by innumerable engravings that made it seem like a work of art. A destroyed work of art, that was, considering that the titanic plate of metal had been viciously torn and bent, opening into the cold darkness of the palace island like a monstrous, jagged flower. Sunny and Nightwalker paused in front of it for a few moments, studying the sharp edges of torn metal with pensive expressions. Nightwalker glanced up somberly. The jagged expanse of the breached gate towered above them, dwarfing the distant silhouette of the dark castle. "Why does it feel like?" Sunny finished his sentence in a dark tone. "Like something broke through this enormous gate from the inside." Nightwalker nodded. Sunny remained silent for a few moments, then shrugged. "Well, if something did, it's good news for us, isn't it? After all, that would mean that it is not inside anymore." Nightwalker nodded again, then glanced around with a frown. "Sure, but did you notice it?" Sunny raised an eyebrow. "Noticed what exactly?" Nightwalker's frown deepened. "There are no nightmare creatures on the palace island. It's eerily quiet." Sunny had indeed noted that odd discrepancy. Up until now, they had encountered immortal abominations on every island within the inner dome. So he had expected to enter battle immediately after pulling the dark castle to the palace island. However, nothing attacked them once they arrived. Even now that the Shadow Legion spread across the entire northern shore of the island, the Shades had not encountered a single immortal. The only threat they faced was the approaching Wraith army. He hesitated for a moment. "It is a bit weird, true. But then again, the bridges are broken." Nightwalker grimaced. "Yeah, it makes sense that the immortals would not have been able to get here. At the same time, this damn silence makes you feel like something terrible will be waiting for us inside, doesn't it?" Sunny sighed. "We've already met something awful." He lingered for a moment, then shrugged. "It is pretty obvious what broke this gate and where it went, is it not?" Turning, he glanced at the vast expanse of crushed flesh flowing like a river in the distance. It was the flesh of Kanakhet. Kanakhet was cut into pieces, and each of the pieces was sealed. So, to me, it seems like one of those pieces was sealed right here in the palace. In fact, it might have been the first prisoner of the Eternal City, but after the city fell, it escaped. His expression brightened a little. "Which must have been a disaster for the immortals who lived here, but good news for us, because it means that we already met the worst this place has to offer, and it was pretty damn awful." Pulling a black Odachi from the shadows, Sunny took a step forward. "In any case, though, I am more terrible, so even if there's something hiding in the palace, it should be wary of me, not the other way around." The darkness of the palace swallowed him. A second later, Nightwalker followed with a quiet chuckle. While Sunny and Nightwalker delved into the palace, Jet was preparing to face the Dutchman and its Wraith army on the shore of the lake. The rows of Shades had assembled into a defensive formation, ready to repel the assault of the spectral warriors. It felt both eerie and reassuring to be among the silent soldiers of the Lord of Shadows. They were a little creepy, to be honest. There was something deeply unnerving about these creatures, who moved and acted like living beings, but lacked the spark of life. The shades did not seem to possess the sense of self, and neither did they seem to possess a will of their own. But at the same time, there was hardly a more reliable army in the world. After all, the shadow warriors did not know fear, were indifferent to pain, and never failed to follow orders. So Jet could hardly imagine better battle companions. It was quite ironic that she felt at home in the company of the shadows. A dead woman was going into battle with dead soldiers, fighting against an army of ghosts in a city of immortals. There had to be some kind of poetry in that. Can we even withstand those wraiths? Eve's voice sounded somber. Jet smiled. Of course. Any other army would have been wiped out in moments, but luckily for us, the main advantage of those bastards, their phantasmal nature, is meaningless when facing the Lord of Shadows. Each of these shadows is a kind of ghost itself, and on top of that, they carry his will. So the Dutchman could not have chosen a worse adversary. Oh, that includes me as well. She glanced ahead. A little more and we can welcome them with ranged attacks. Neve inhaled deeply. You seem tense, though. Jet gave him a curious look. If there was one thing she was good at, it was appearing nonchalant. That was because, in most cases, she simply could not be bothered to worry about things. However, she and Neve had spent enough time together for him to learn how to read her expressions. Jet sighed. Indeed, I am a little nervous. Not because of the wraiths, though. Even if there were a myriad of them, the Shadow Legion would withstand their assault for a while. Nephi's was here as well, so if things went south, they would have reinforcements. There was something that made her anxious, though. It is the Dutchman and its captain themselves. That is what worries me. She looked at the looming silhouette of the cursed ship darkly. Once the Dutchman joins the battle, that was when the real trouble would begin. Jet was sure of it. She was also anticipating it. Chapter 26. 82 fellow slayers. The Wraith Armada advanced across the palace lake, followed by a swirling veil of mist. On the opposite shore, the shades waited for their enemy in cold silence, aloof and indifferent to the eerie horror of the vast expanse of viridian glow converging upon them. Behind the ethereal fleet, covered by mist, rivers of mangled flesh were flowing and swelling like a sea on the eve of a terrible storm. The battle for the heart of the eternal city was about to begin. Jet glanced back at the creepy silhouette of the titanic black moth sitting atop the magnificent castle. She could not see it, but felt the presence of countless strings connecting the dead deity to the silent warriors of the Shadow Army. From what she understood, Sunny was somehow using the moth to control his legion. Therefore, it was their true commander. Jet found herself playing the role of a simple foot soldier instead of a general. It felt a bit strange, after all these years of being in command, but also liberating. Finally, she could not worry about anything except wielding her blade and slaughtering her enemies, like in the good old times. How nice! She smiled faintly, casting an icy gaze at the approaching armada. Her blue eyes seemed to glow chillingly in the darkness of the palace island as she beheld its dreadful visage. If it were me, I'd begin peppering them with arrows right about now. As if reading her mind, a black arrow suddenly streaked across the sky, coming from somewhere on the walls of the dark castle. It breached the distance to the Wraith Armada in an instant and bloomed into a blinding flash of a strange, radiant, silent explosion. The light swallowed multiple ships, erasing them from existence. Another one. Jet grinned. Even from a distance, she could feel that the ghosts were not merely vanquished and returned to the dreadful cargo hold of the Dutchman. They were truly and utterly obliterated, disappearing forever just like those slain by her own hands had been before. She knew who the archer was as well. It was one of those few shadows that felt far more willful and sentient than the rest, the quiet, fearsome archer who was always surrounded by the dreadful scent of death. Jet had always sensed a kindred soul in her, and now she had confirmation. That one was a fellow slayer. The first arrow was like a trailblazer. As soon as the silent explosion of essence swallowed the vanguard ships, the entire Shadow Legion stirred. Soon, a dark cloud of projectiles rose into the air, raining down on the Wraith armada from the black sky. Sadly, none of them was as lethal as Slayer's arrow. The silent legion of the Lord of Shadows mostly consisted of the abomination shadows, and while there were some of them capable of ranged attacks, most abominations only excelled in melee. So, the Shadow Legion was most formidable in a direct clash. It was probably a good thing, too. It was not difficult to realize that all of these shadows belonged to beings whom the Lord of Shadows, Sunny, had killed. His domain was built on slaughter and death, so it was a relief to see that most of the shadows he subjugated belonged to nightmare creatures. There were some humans as well, but not many. Jet still remembered the chill she had felt when she saw the shadows of her former acquaintances standing among the silent shades, though. She had not been close to those people, but she knew them even if most belonged to the legacy clans. There had been too few powerful awakened before for them not to brush sides at least a few times over the years. Watching the Wraith armada shrug off the bombardment and continue its advance without ever slowing down, Jet glanced at the Shadow Legion with a complicated expression. In fact, the shadows of people were not the only ones she had recognized. There were others as well. There was Goliath. There was an eerie thing hidden in the veil of snow, too. Jet had never gotten the chance to witness what the winter beast looked like, but she was almost certain that it was now dead and a member of the Shadow Army. Too bad. I wanted to kill it myself. There were various abominations of the chain of nightmares, those who must have come from the tomb of Ariel and numerous more, which posed the question, how had the Lord of Shadows come to possess these shadows? He had been veiled in secrets and mystery from the very start. No one knew where he had come from, or how he came to be as powerful as he was. Nephi's and Cassie seemed to trust him, so Jet put his trust in him, too. Plus, the man was quite likable once he took off his mask. There was something about him that put Jet at ease, a hint of familiarity that made her feel a strange sense of comfort when he was around, as well as a subtle note of unexplainable wistfulness. Maybe it was because he was a fellow outskirt rat, or maybe it was simply because he was immensely powerful and on their side, while possessing a down-to-earth and easygoing personality. Even if, deep down, Sunny was definitely completely and utterly mad. Still, the vexing mystery of his existence gnawed at Jet from time to time. But whenever she tried to think about it deeply, her thoughts seemed to wander in some other direction most of the time. She did not even realize that there was something amiss with her thought process. Actually, the very fact that she only wondered about his past occasionally was an abnormality. But there were plenty of anomalies in the world of the nightmare spell. There were all kinds of bizarre aspects, powers, and flaws. Take Effie's husband, for example. Not even Jet could remember his name, despite how close she was to their family. Maybe Sunny suffered from something similar. In any case, it was good to have the Lord of Shadows on their side. Jet had wanted to get to know him better for a while now, driven by an inexplicable impulse that was more than simply curiosity, so she jumped at the chance to participate in an expedition with him. Granted, she had not expected to find herself facing an undying army in the middle of a sunken hell. Well, no, that was not really true. Actually, she had expected something exactly like that to happen. Watching the first wisps of mist reach the palace island, Jet smiled darkly. I guess it's time to prove once and for all which one of us is the more terrible wraith. Despite it all, the expedition to the Eternal City promised to be worth it. Chapter 26, 83 Master of her craft. Just before the wraith ships reached the shore of the palace island, Neve summoned a peculiar memory that looked like a mass of translucent fabric. Taking a step forward, he spun and tossed the fabric into the air in one smooth, practiced motion. The memory soared high, unfolding into a vast net woven out of thin opalescent strings as it did. It glimmered with a shimmering light and expanded like an effervescent spider web. The beautiful net was hundreds of meters across, but as Neve tensed, it grew even more, covering a vast swath of the sky. Then it fell on the ghostly ships and blazed with multicolored flames, dimming their ethereal glow. In an instant, the core of the advancing armada was suddenly swallowed by a radiant, iridescent inferno. The opaline flames burned above the water and reflected on its surface. It was as if an explosion of vibrant colors suddenly invaded the black and silver majesty of the eternal city, brightening the somber expanse of the lake. Of course, what mattered most was not the beauty of the shimmering flames. It was the fact that the spectral ships and the phantoms caught under the net melted in the colorful blaze, dissolving into its radiance. Compared to the great size of the ghostly armada, these losses were minor, but the opaline net broke the momentum of the first assault wave, buying the Shadow Legion some time. Looking at the colorful wall of fire burning above the water, Neve winced and bent down to pick up his harpoon. His indigo eyes seemed to shine with a dark radiance for a moment. Jet smiled lazily. "Where have you been hiding that memory?" he sighed. "It's my mother's aspect legacy. It is a powerful memory and could be exponentially so, but it consumes too much essence. There's no point in being frugal anymore, though this is do or die after all." Jet chuckled. "Don't forget to thank your mother when we get out of this hellhole." Personally, she was in the exact opposite situation. Neve had been rationing his essence and was now prepared to burn it all in a final confrontation. However, she had exhausted most of hers and was now hoping to replenish her reserves in the battle against the Dutchman. Jet had even resorted to consuming the souls trapped in the mist blade in order to survive the horrors of the Eternal City. All but one, that was. The soul of the heart of Kanak was too valuable to be wasted that way, so she had chosen to retreat and find safety on the bridge of the Night Garden in order to preserve it. So, at the moment, Jet felt hungry. Looking at the approaching ships, she grinned. "Stay alive, Neve." The mist blade assumed the form of a ghostly war scythe. In the next moment, the harrowing armada was upon them. Countless wraiths poured from the decks of the spectral ships, landing on the soil of the Palace Island. They seemed to be acting with some kind of strategy in mind, but whatever their goal was, the Shadow Legion did not give them a chance to implement it. The Silent Shades advanced, aiming to push the enemy back into the water, where myriads of hungry abominations awaited. Even if they would never be able to satisfy their hunger by devouring ghosts. As it had happened before, the champions of the Shadow Legion led the assault, causing havoc and devastation among the ethereal wraiths. The beautiful statue of a female knight, the towering fiend forged from blackened metal, the formless creature who constantly changed shapes, sometimes turning into a colossal serpent. I suppose I am an honorary champion of the Shadow Legion too today. Even if she was of a lower rank than most of these immensely powerful creatures. The thought was amusing. Taking a deep breath, Jet lunged herself into the fierce crucible of battle. Her aspect was not at all flashy, and her powers were quite simple. Jet could absorb the essence of those she killed, bypass flesh to attack one's soul directly, and enhance her body with more essence than an ordinary awakened could. She could also turn into mist or assume the form of a wraith, and her shattered soul core always continued to grow, one jagged fragment at a time. After decades of strife and slaughter, it had become quite imposing. Her enemies in this battle were phantoms, though, so her awakened ability, one that had made her the infamous Soul Reaper, was meaningless. So was the Transcendent One, meaning that Jet only had two things going for her. She was far more powerful than a Transcendent was supposed to be, almost reaching the level of physical prowess one would expect from a Supreme. and she would remain inexhaustible for as long as she kept killing her enemies. That is fine. People like to tell tall tales about combat and warfare. There was no end to sophisticated philosophies and profound musings dedicated to the supposed art of battle, making it all seem far more complicated than it truly was. That was because people liked to feel enlightened and elegant even while doing something as barbaric as perpetuating ruthless violence. But in fact, there was no art to battle. It was at best a craft, and a very simple one at that, fit for a butcher, not an artist. And Jet excelled in her craft. Her craftsmanship was beyond compare, even. Instantly overtaking the foremost shades, Jet descended upon the disembarking wraiths like a hurricane of ghostly steel. Her war scythe flashed, causing the mist to part before it. The curved blade pierced the chest of a spectral warrior, obliterating it, then slashed in a wide arc to cut another one apart. As the two wraiths dissolved into ethereal light, Jet used the inertia of the slash to raise the mist blade high and then brought it down. Instantly, her somber weapon changed form, turning from a war scythe into a mundane one. With its blade now extending perpendicular to the shaft, it easily bypassed the block that one of the phantoms tried to make with its weapon and plunged into his head. In the blink of an eye, 3 of the Dutchman's wraiths were destroyed. Jet spun her scythe, deflecting several blows and forcing the enemies to retreat for a moment. Finally, a refreshing stream of essence flowed into her shattered soul. Inhaling deeply, Jet looked at the endless sea of eerie phantoms in front of her and smiled. Her icy blue eyes glowed with a chilling, killing intent. Goodness gracious, there's so many. It was a real feast. Chapter 26, 84 More bad news. The Shadow Legion engaged the vanguard of the Wraith army on the Palace Island, making the ground quake and the lake swell with towering waves. The Dutchman loomed in the distance, drawing closer and closer. On the eastern shore, Nephis landed gently at the very edge of water and leaned on the blessing, looking across the lake at the ruined vista of the Eternal City. The mysterious being hiding somewhere among the rubble had not revealed itself yet, slowed down by the crushing, but it was going to arrive soon. Cassie stood on the wall above the gates of the dark castle, resting her head on the hilt of the quiet dancer. She had removed her blindfold and was now facing the battlefield, the dying light of Neve's flames reflecting in her gorgeous blue eyes. Far in the distance, beyond the lake, the repulsive rivers of crushed flesh were slowly converging on a single point. Ah, I don't like it. Standing in the dead darkness of the gateway of the palace, Sonny glanced around with a complicated expression. He had an ominous feeling that the flesh of Canact had not shown them its worst yet. We should hurry. Nightwalker raised an eyebrow. Hurry where? The palace was immense, taking up most of the island. More than that, it was incredibly tall, with countless spires bound together by a complicated maze of aerial bridges. The spacious corridor they were currently in resembled an enormous metal tunnel, with no seams between its walls, floor, and ceiling. It was in a state of dire disrepair, with deep scratches covering every surface and an eerie dark mold growing in vast patches here and there. Ghastly black flowers bloomed in the mold, and the air was thick with dust and pollen. It was as if something enormous had made its way through the corridor once, smearing its walls with blood. The blood then dried up, and eventually gave birth to the sinister mold. If Sonny could unleash his shadow sense, he could have scouted the entirety of the palace in an instant. But just like everywhere else in the Eternal City, his senses were suppressed more so here than outside. He could barely perceive what was 100 meters ahead of them, and did not feel what was behind the walls at all. Giving the swirling wisps of pollen a wary look, Sonny ceased breathing and answered in an even tone. "You're the Nightwalker. Your people are known to be excellent guides, so why don't you guide us to the very heart of this damn place?" Nightwalker summoned a memory that resembled a square piece of deep blue fabric embroidered with silver thread, folded it once, and tied it around his neck. Pulling it to cover the lower part of his face, he inhaled deeply and shrugged. "No problem." Sonny blinked a couple of times. "Wait, really? I was joking," Nightwalker chuckled. "I think I mentioned that my aspect allows me to get to places." Sonny remained silent for a few moments. "Lead the way, then." He had almost expected Nightwalker to sit on the floor, meditate for a while, and then open some kind of mystical portal, but instead of that, the youth simply started walking. Sonny hesitated for a moment, then followed, careful not to step on the disturbingly thick mounds of mold growing on the floor. He was observing their surroundings with utmost caution, ready to repel any kind of attack. However, even after a few minutes, no abominations lunged at them from the darkness. Instead, he suddenly heard Cassie's voice in his ears. "Sonny," he frowned faintly, "did you learn something about the Dutchman?" There were a few moments of silence, and then she spoke again. "No, although I can perceive it clearer the closer it comes. It is about the flesh of Kanakhet." Sonny pursed his lips, suspecting that he was not going to like what she was about to say. "What is it?" Cassie's voice sounded glum. "It's evolving." Hearing that, Sonny almost stumbled. "It's what?" She seemed to sigh. "I think it has been on the precipice of evolution for a long while. Perhaps it gained something while battling the Dutchman, or perhaps resisting the crushing served as a catalyst. In any case, it's in the process of evolving from a great terror to a great titan, and the evolution is rapid. We don't have much time." Sonny cursed out loud, as if he had not already had enough on his plate. "A damn great titan, damn it!" His expression darkened. Sonny had yet to battle a great titan, let alone kill one. He had spent a long time staring at the dark sea of the forgotten shore and planning to slay it one day, but that day still remained in the far future. "It's going to be fine. I killed a cursed tyrant once. Surely a great titan won't be any worse. Surely, even if it's immortal." His expression fell. Nightwalker glanced at him in confusion. "What are you cursing for?" Sonny exhaled slowly. He remained silent for a moment, then said in a low voice, "The flesh of Kanakhet." "Apparently it's evolving." Nightwalker stared at him for a bit, then glanced away. "Ah, makes sense," Sonny gaped. "Makes sense? How the hell does it make sense?" His guide coughed, then shrugged. "Well, it's how things go. There is usually a pattern to how nightmare creatures evolve, you know. A demon has to develop unnatural powers to become a devil. A devil has to gain authority over lesser creatures and claim a territory to become a tyrant. A tyrant." Nightwalker paused for a second and grimaced. "You know how tyrants usually rule over minions, but abominations of higher ranks don't. That's because they don't need to exert their authority outward. Instead, they internalize it and become a complete being, a force in and of itself, self-contained and self-sufficient. Anyway, tyrants usually consume their minions to fuel their ascension to terrors. That's why terrors and titans rarely have servants." Sonny stared at him in puzzlement, wondering how this first-generation fossil had a better understanding of nightmare creatures than people of the third generation. In fact, those who had become awakened after the chain of nightmares were already being called the fourth generation, and they did not know any better either. In hindsight, what Nightwalker had said made a lot of sense, though. It also correlated with Sonny's own observations. Consume their minions, huh? What about terrors, then? How do they usually evolve into titans? Nightwalker grimaced. Terrors usually have only one goal: to spread, to grow. But once they spread and grow enough to reach critical mass, they must do the opposite. They must consolidate themselves and evolve. That is how they become titans. Only, naturally, very few ever do. And they need to fuel the final stages of their evolution with an enormous amount of soul essence, so it's usually a massacre of harrowing proportions. Sonny tilted his head a little. Consolidate themselves. Strangely enough, it reminded him of how stars were born. Diffused clouds of gas and dust of matter had to reach a threshold of density to initiate gravity collapse. Then, in a terrible conflagration of heat and light, a star was formed by nuclear fusion. As Sonny pondered that, Nightwalker grimaced. The flesh of Kanak had spread to the entire population of the Eternal City thousands of years ago. I think it only lacked fuel to evolve, and the Dutchman delivered just that to this damn place. Sonny glanced down, fuming. That damn Dutchman. Taking a few more steps forward, he sighed. What the hell, that's cheating. I had to literally descend into the shadow realm and kill a dead god to become a titan. Nightwalker chuckled. Ha, you're a funny one. Sonny smiled bitterly. I'm not joking, though. I wish I were. Chapter 26. 85 Simple Choices on the Shores of the Palace Island. A legion of shadows was drowning in the sea of wraiths. The lake had become covered by billowing mist, glowing with ethereal light as an endless armada of ghastly ships glided across its waters. There were so countless of them that one could travel from shore to shore by jumping from deck to deck. Each ghostly vessel carried scores of imprisoned souls in its hold, and as soon as they reached the palace island, those souls were sent forth to join the battle. The island was being swallowed by mist, and the Shadow Legion was being besieged by the dreadful tide of wraiths. Jet had found herself plunging into the familiar heightened state of battle focus. The world had become both simple and profoundly intricate, void of emotions but full of calculated intent. There was no past or future in that world, only the present moment, only action and reaction, cause and effect, happening so rapidly that they were almost one and the same. Combat was simple. It was really the simplest thing in existence, both in principle and by definition. That was because combat only had two components: choice and execution. Execution was a foregone issue of matching action to its intent, while choices were easy to make by always striving for optimal efficiency. Efficiency of movement, efficiency of emotion, efficiency of thought. The most efficient move was always the most economical, the least wasteful, and therefore it was always the simplest. Made up of these simplest choices, combat was simplicity itself. Perhaps such an approach was not very elegant, but then again, the same people who critiqued Jet for lacking refinement were the first ones to tremble at the sight of her blade. So who cared? She definitely couldn't give less of a damn. The only thing that mattered was slaying the adversary and staying alive. Well, alive adjacent, at least. Jet felt very alive at the moment. That was because the mist blade had reaped countless lives, or whatever the wraiths possessed instead of lives, and raging torrents of essence were pouring into her starved soul. With every phantom she destroyed, more jagged fragments were added to her shattered core, as well. Jet was a veteran of countless battlefields, but she had never reaped such a bountiful harvest of powerful souls. It would have been exhilarating if it weren't so daunting. If she had the capacity to feel exhilaration while chillingly making an endless amount of optimal choices. Time flowed slowly, each moment encompassing countless actions. Jet, meanwhile, moved with the speed of lightning, or maybe with the speed of the last electric impulse that traveled through the nerves of the dying before they were embraced by darkness. There were wraiths all around her. Their ghostly bodies were ethereal and insubstantial, but that did not mean that their weapons could not cut her, could not bring her down. So she had to stay ahead of an endless avalanche of deadly blows, either by staying on her toes and being faster than death, or by killing those who aimed at her faster than they could kill her. The mist blade was like a vicious and mercurial predator, sometimes biting like a stinger, sometimes cutting like a scalpel, sometimes turning into a shimmering sphere of slaying steel around her. Scores of wraiths had already fallen to her blade, and scores more would follow soon. A startling massacre even by her standards, especially considering how powerful these sinister phantoms were. And yet, It was a drop in the ocean. The champions of the Shadow Legion, the living statue, the steel demon, the serpentine shadow were in similar situations. The silent shades were holding ground against the tide of ghosts, but their number was slowly diminishing, while the army of the Dutchmen seemed endless. The murderous archer was still raining down death and destruction from the walls of the dark castle. Neve was still alive, and even doing well. He had found himself fighting side by side with a shade of a tall warrior who was clad in splendid armor and wielding a fearsome spear, displaying might worthy of a supreme. They made for a lethal and peculiarly harmonious duo, thriving in the chaos of battle, but there were simply too many enemies for them to slay. Just how deep is the Dutchman's hold? How countless souls had that fiend swallowed and subjugated over the ages? And where had it come from? Jet did not really believe the story about a lovesick captain and a cursed treasure he had found. The demon of repose was not someone who inspired love, she was someone who inspired terror. She was the very definition of the saying that there were worse things than death. Similarly, the captain of the Dutchman did not seem like someone who had been blinded by affection. He seemed like someone who had been blinded by a callous, malignant hunger for power. Someone who had sacrificed his soul in pursuit of a clear and sinister intent. Jet knew people well, all too well, really, and she especially knew those who lusted for the corruption of power. She had only looked the captain of the Dutchman in the eye once, but it was enough to recognize what kind of being he was. What is that bastard doing anyway? He should be halfway across the lake by now. Jet leaped back to create some distance between her and the nearest wraiths for a brief moment, then looked into the distance. There, hidden in the mist, her eyes narrowed. Just then, the looming silhouette of the Dutchman vanished. No, it did not disappear. Instead, it turned into an eerie cutlass and fell into its captain's hand. Jet knew that because the captain of the Dutchman soared into the air in a breathtaking leap, breaching the remaining distance to the palace island and plummeting down in a whirlwind of viridian glow. A moment later, he landed in the shallows, rising a plume of foaming water, and cast the indifferent gaze of his distressing, sea-colored eyes at the struggling shadows. Jet pursed her lips. Crap. Chapter 2686 Twisted Truth. Crap. Sonny stumbled and leaned on the metal wall of the vast corridor to keep his balance. Sadly, there was mold growing on that wall, and as soon as his hand touched that mold, it started growing through his skin, too. Sonny stared at his hand, which was rapidly becoming something horrifying, then grimaced as he felt blood weave, attacking the rapidly spreading mold with ferocious hunger. Not wishing to suffer the agony much longer, he turned his entire arm into a shadow, watched the disgusting black growths fall to the floor and stomped them. Then he made his arm tangible again, surreptitiously summoned the mantle, and encased himself in a carapace of black jade. The handy bracelet was still whispering into his ear by the time he did, "Your shade has been destroyed. Your shade has been destroyed. Your shade has been." Sonny's expression turned somber for a moment. So, it finally happened. He had finally met a being who could irrevocably obliterate his shades. The immortals of the Eternal City and the spectral warriors of the Wraith army had failed to truly vanquish even one, but as soon as the captain of the Dutchman descended upon the Shadow Legion in person, wielding his ghostly viridian cutlass with practiced skill, a dozen of them were destroyed in an instant. The bastard was strong. In fact, he was terrifying. And that was not even Sonny's greatest problem at the moment. Nightwalker turned around to look at him questioningly. "What happened?" Sonny lingered for a few seconds. "It's the captain of the Dutchman. He joined the fray, and he's a familiar face." Of course, Sonny had recognized the sinister fiend instantly. He changed a lot from the last time he had seen him, being a wraith and a nightmare creature were on top of that, but it was difficult to mistake him for anyone else. The captain of the Dutchman was, "Sonny, I know what the Dutchman is." Cassie's urgent voice made him sigh. So Sunny had recognized the captain of the cursed ship, while Cassie had gleaned what the ship itself was. How convenient! He inhaled deeply, a dark expression twisting his face. The helmsman of the Dutchman was none other than the bronze-skinned sea captain who had been one of the nine. The nine again, he frowned. Their malignant traces seemed to be everywhere in the dream realm, often turning into obstacles standing in Sunny's way. Was the ill-fated relationship between them and Weaver still pursuing Sunny even after he became fateless? Or was it simply that anyone who sought the heights of power had no choice but to stumble onto the echoes of their unspeakable sins? Regardless, he would have been happier to learn that the captain of the Dutchman had turned out to be some abomination than a corrupted ghost of one of the nine. Having faced Slayer in battle, Sunny could not help but feel phantom pain at the prospect of facing another. He let out another sigh. What the Dutchman is? Well, go on, tell me, Cassie answered in a moment. The Well of Souls. It's the soul of Kanakhet. Sunny's eyes widened a little. Suddenly, a few pieces of knowledge clicked together, giving meaning to numerous of the mysteries of recent days. It was not a confirmed theory exactly, but he had a strong feeling that he was on the right path. The soul of Kanakhet, the flesh of Kanakhet. Nightwalker told them that the Dutchman had been hunting him for decades because the map to the Eternal City was in his possession. And that old legend about the Well of Souls told the tale of a lovesick captain who had spent a lifetime searching for the Eternal City out of one-sided love for the demon of repose, only to be damned instead. But what if the truth had been twisted? Uris of the Nine had been sent to infiltrate the Empire of War. Alethea had been sent to uncover the lies of the gods. Oro had received a mysterious mission that was supposedly the most distressing of them all. But what about the other six? Orphan had been sent to kill Weaver. Emedin had been sent to Nether so that Nether could rally his siblings and start the Doom War. Omer had been sent to convince Mirage to join. Those were three of the nine, receiving tasks having to do with three of the demons. Wouldn't it be reasonable to assume that the nine had plans for the rest of the demons as well? Dread, desire, and repose. No, wait. Am I forgetting one? Sunny frowned, then shook his head. If the captain was not in love with repose but instead needed to get close to her to accomplish his mission, then the quaint legend gained a far more sinister meaning. And as to why he would out the soul of Kanakhet, sacrifice himself to it, and then subjugate it instead. Why, Sunny could come up with any number of explanations. The simplest of them was a desperate need to gain power. After all, the nine had been meant to help the demons win the Doom War, and for that, they needed to walk far on the path of ascension. And while they were all fated, not all of them were Orphan, who had become someone who managed to kill the demon of fate twice out of sheer grit and determination. Some would have needed to out shortcuts to might and power. Fusing with the soul of a supreme cursed to immortality by Shadow God would have been one such shortcut. It had worked so well, in fact, that the Dutchman and its captain survived the Doom War, while neither the gods nor the demons did. However, they had not survived it unscathed. They had both fallen into the vile depths of corruption. Sunny scowled. How much of that man is even left by now, after thousands of years of being corrupted? It wouldn't be much. Which posed the question of why that fiend was still so obsessed with the Eternal City. The answer to that question was quite obvious, though. It was because the flesh of Kanakhet was here. He had already subjugated the soul of Kanakhet, but once one tasted power, no amount of it was ever enough. So perhaps the captain of the Dutchman had grown dissatisfied with being a harrowing wraith. Perhaps he wanted to gain a dreadful body too. Ah, damn it all, Sunny cursed under his breath. Suddenly, a chill ran down his spine. No, wait. No way. The flesh of Kanakhet and the soul of Kanakhet were currently here in the Eternal City. But wasn't the heart of Kanakhet here as well? Slain and trapped within Jet's mist blade. And if three of the ancient fiend's parts were here, Then Sonny had a suspicion about what the mysterious nightmare creature in the east was as well.